What's up, gang? How you guys doing? Well, we look like we tried to do something, and then we got hit and handled. Spy got smacked. We're right back on down 367.85. Good morning. I'm Justin. This is the Ivy League live stream. Thank you guys for joining us. We're gonna run through some charts. We're gonna get our game plan ready, and we are going to smack the out of this market this morning. I hope you guys are doing as good as I am. I'm telling you, I'm back. Right? I was run down a little bit, but we're here. We got all it takes is a little nap, and we're good. And then we just do what we can. You know, we run ourselves down, we take that little nap, and then we pop back up. Because we ain't got enough time, you know? At the end of the day, we ain't got enough time. So, we got a couple things this morning. Talks with COVID, Tesla. I said yesterday, possibly a gap up with Tesla. Or we could get a bounce out of Tesla, but I think this is the same thing that happened to Tesla 6 months ago, whenever that was. Just sells off, and you're like, how far can this thing go? And it sells off, and it sells off, and it sells off. So we go and find out. If you need to, get out your pen and papers, because you're going to want to jot these levels down. It's going to be important. We have FOMC minutes today, so you want to realize and remember that it may not be in your best interest to, go a little too crazy, or unless, you obviously see something. So let's go through the news here, right? I'm just gonna kick off the day like I kick off my morning, and then we will get things started. So let's go see where the dollar's at. You have more China news. Oh, if you have not done so, please hit that like button. I need you guys to smash that thing. Right? Hit that like button. Subscribe if you have not subscribed already. Oh yeah, look at that chart, guys. That's a chart you want to familiarize yourself with. All right, that's a chart you want to familiarize yourself with. Let me see what's going on here. I'm trying to fix my some of my things that I have over here. Today, I will probably see FOMC minutes are today, and I don't know what to do. Let me see if whatchamacallit is working. I don't know if it is or not. So I'm going to play a little CNBC in the background, have some coffee. I'm going to get some stuff ready for us. Just let me get some of my stuff going here. If you guys have any questions, you guys have any tickers, anything, throw it in the chat. But please, if you could, just do me a solid one and hit that like button and subscribe if you have not already subscribed. We come out with a lot of informational content for you guys. I trade here $3.99 Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 4. We post videos in the afternoons and come up with game plans, talk about the news and what we could expect for the next day and into the end of the week. We do that at night as well. So come join us if you have not already done so. So thank you guys for that. What this is the S&P and the dollar. I can't bring it back up. Like, it won't let me extend it or anything. Yes, you want to watch. You guys want to be watching the long end of the bond, right? Just saw a good bounce with volume. Did you? Come on. Earnings. So if you don't know, Target had decent earnings. I would say that you have. You have had a great opportunity with Target if you haven't already bought it. I mean, the Targets by me, all of them are packed to the brim, and people just prefer to go to Target for things like clothes and the things that Walmart necessarily, it's not that they don't have, but there are some things, as far as that might be cheaper at Walmart, So, I don't know. It's just, I think people enjoy Target a lot more. right? There's not the local hero sitting out front every day when you go there asking for change. Not even just that, but like people just hanging out, right? You know how Walmarts are. They just have this, I don't know. It's nasty. It's nasty. So what I'm doing right now is I'm going over my scanners real quick. Right, I'm going over my scanners. So DLO is popping up on the scanner. GSMG, VS, VFSWW, NIR. Let me make sure that that is correct. NIIR, I think. Hold on, let me put this on. Let me see here. Yeah, that's fine. Come on. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get our levels for the ES first. Yeah, NIIR DTIL. And the list goes on. Kava's actually on the top gainers, guys. So let me. I already am in my brokers. Let's see where Kava's at. Kaka. No, not Kaka. Kava. CAVA. All right, so it actually held the level. It held 50. I was looking for this thing to pull itself back to 49, 48, 50 area. This is. Why did I put 48.50? It shouldn't. This would be an area, yes, that it would hold, but it's already held it. So you kind of want to like hold this area, right? You want to be systematic with it. It's like, so if this is the new high, this was resistance. You gap up above it. Maybe you do need to turn this back into support. So that is what I'm going to look for, 48. I don't know why I wrote 48.50. So again, if you guys are new here, hit that like button, subscribe if you have not already subscribed. Give me a comment, right? Is there anything I could do better? Some stuff that I could help teach people, some educational stuff that we could go over at lunchtime. Type in tickers that you guys would like to go over. Stuff like that. So what do we have here? Let's go over to CNBC and see some of the top gainers and stuff that we have, and we'll get our morning started. Sorry guys, I'm just keeping a little handheld view of the SPY as we go, and I'm getting it set right now, and we're about to begin. Alright guys, so let's get into it. I want to let you guys know what I'm watching for the S&Ps, right? I'm watching this 443.98 level, right? 443.98 right here. Right? Just under pre-market highs. We're going to watch pre-market highs for this area, especially even on like an hourly chart. If this becomes resistance, this is right where our 50-day is. This is the resistance of this whole base that we've put in for the past few days, right? If you can't see it, it's literally right here, right? And on the hourly chart, it closes at 443.89 on the hourly chart. So it looks a little bit different. Now, what it is if you cut to like, it's either the first hour or the hour prior to the on the hourly chart with pre-market and after hours, and you eliminate after hours. It's the way it's the way that I have it on another chart program, and I don't know how to do it on this one, but it looks so clean, right? It looks so clean. This area right here, see, it has it extend. This candle has it. I guess you could say 443.98 is where it's at, and this candle here is green because it's taking in account that candle right there. No, it's so weird. I have no idea, guys. Oh, it must be end of day, right? It must be I have no idea. That's so weird. So who's lying, right? So this area right here on the hourly chart is going to be our spot we want to look for. This is going to be the hot spot right here. Do we reclaim this base of 444? Do we reclaim it, right? If we reclaim it, you don't really have too far to go, right? You got $1 before you get back into some headwinds, right? It's a whole choppy area. So I'm not sure what this is for either. This 444.50. So this RSI, right? Longer term, shorter term, it is. So there is 445. Yeah, so what is this here for? I'm not sure what that's there for. Right? Actually, I think I might know. Was that Friday's? That's Monday. Today's Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday. Let's do that. So I'm sorry I don't have it up here. What I like to do is also have previous Friday's close. So where did the week close? Because you'll be able to gauge your picture. And once it goes up and starts hitting it and pulling away from it, these are things that you can do psychologically to say, hey, we're hitting last week's close and we're not breaking through it. Let me hop in. Let me get short here, right? No matter if you wick up above it, this and that. I think a lot of people don't concentrate on things like that. Things that they should be concentrating on, like prior week's close. Those things are important. Right? It's really important that you know where that location is, because you're going to have some headwinds up there if you're underneath of it and you try to pop yourself back up. So I'm going to get my levels ready. If you guys have any questions, any tickers, if you haven't done so, if you could for me, I need you to like and subscribe. Maybe share this with a friend. Bring them over. We're trying to, we're just trying to help make you guys better traders. and hopefully save you some money, because we do this free 99. At least we could save you some money. So this is Friday's close. This is that line there. That's going to be Friday's close. Okay. So we are just under this 50-day moving average. So what I'm going to do is, if you guys take off pre-market and after hours, you guys, it's going to help you get a clear picture, because it's going to show you the gaps. It's going to show you where it needs to retest, and it's going to take out all that noise. What happens during market hours is what you should be focused on, right? And I think too many people, try and, like futures hours, you could look at futures, right? That's fine. But really getting a gauge on, right? Like, look, chances are we come back up to 444.50. That was a prior support. We turned it into minor resistance. This is why I was feeling as though yesterday we could come up and bounce back and make it resistance. But that 9:30 to 4, right, when the U.S. market's open, is really when you want to have, is what you want to pay attention to. Man, that coffee's good this morning. I tried to wake up so early this morning, and it was hard. It was so hard. I was up at 5, and I'm like, and I just crashed. I tried to get up, and I fell asleep. Right back where I was, right? Let's see here. Why is this? So Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday. Okay, good. So we are right here now. So yeah, guys, look for this 444. Key level, right? So we want to, obviously, if you can't break through it, you want to be short, right? You can always pop back up to 444.50, right? Put in a wick, and then pull it back down to see if you hold the 50-day and break back through it. Maybe you don't, right? You want to keep your eyes on the cues and everything else with it. So that's what I'm going to be watching for right here. I'm going to be watching for this to, try to reject this 444, right? I want to see it reject this 444. And then if it does not reject, don't think that you're okay for the long, because this is still a resistance area. Our last stop to the upside is going to be just above Friday's close. Right? Just above Friday's close. And that is going to be, let's see here, 446. It's 446. Right? So those are my levels for the SPY, right? For upside. Upside resistance, 444, which we have written down. Where did all my pens go? Somebody's taking my pens, huh? Huh? You taking my pens? You know who you are. Nope, it's right there. We're good. It's okay. She can take my pens. 444. That's our first resistance level, right? Then the next one, obviously, 444.50. 440. Whoa. 444.50. I'm going to have to get a new paper. That'll be R2, right? Resistance 1, resistance 2, and resistance 3. You want to have 3 areas, guys. And then I'm going to watch this whole area from Friday's close, right? 445.50 to 446.50. It's like $1 range. But I'm going to be more concerned with 446. I'm going to be more concerned with that level than anything else. Yep, 446. I put a B instead of an R. I'm gonna need a new paper, or at least throw this stuff over here. So there's only a couple people on. It doesn't seem like anybody. I'm not sure if it's just the YouTube doesn't know how to or what it is that we're doing here, but um, you know, I don't know. It's not really sending it out. So if you guys have questions, throw it in the chat. I'm going to cover. I need to go look at the dollar rates, all that fun stuff, and we're going to come back with our numbers. All right, guys. So this is our range. I'm going to get rid of it. Um, this is our range. 444, right? If we continue to keep 444 as resistance and look back down to 438, that's going to be our new range. So you're going to want to look to step it down, and we fall down into that area, catch a bounce, and you have a new range that we're working with, right? You want to put these things in channels. They trade in channels, right? So, like I said, if we know we have downside coming in the markets, right? What are we going to look for? We're going to look for weak stocks, right? And we're going to look for those not so weak stocks to not be so strong either, right? Two, let's hit the weakest ones. You do have some COVID stuff, so we're going to dive into some Moderna. We're going to Target, Nvidia, Tesla, and if you have anything, throw it in the chat. Give us a like, subscribe if you haven't already done so. It is greatly appreciated. We're here, free 99. So, my guy, Historics, I hope you had a great day, Brody. Let's get it, bro. Let's get it, man. I hope you had a great day, buddy. How was it? If you don't know and you just joined me, you're gonna write this level. For me, this is what again. This is just what I'm looking at. But you have a clear channel here that we're going to start making a new channel, and that's going to be from 444 to 438. Right, 444 to 438. If we do break back up above 444, we'll talk about it if we do. Right? It's not much. It's 444.50 and then you have Friday's close. But you want to see this range we're putting in down to 438, right? It's this range. I did have a little box there, but it was way too bright. Just to give us, so when we have the Fed meeting, we're going to know this is the area we're looking at for the downside. That's our downside, right? Because if we're going to go into a new channel, we want to look for the downside of that channel, right? That's the downside of that channel. And then obviously the upside, same thing. The upside would be 446.50. So not too much to the upside either. So it looks like the bigger move is to the downside. All right, if you ask me, the bigger move is going to be to the downside. Nah, not really. We'll call it 448. Nah, really. Still think 448-ish, right? Maybe I'd have to pan it out. So that's what I'm looking at for the S&Ps. We drop down into that new channel. You look for the lows and the highs of that channel. Again, I'm still here, but I'm just getting this. I'm getting all these channels and charts ready and stuff. I just wanted to, help my computer out just a little bit without having all this stuff going on with it. So again, this turquoise line is going to be Friday's close, right? So we dumped through Friday's close. We're not looking for the 50-day anymore. Again, we can push back up. You've only had one real test to it. Well, I guess we could say two, but really hitting it, you've really had one real test at this on the Qs, right? So what I'm going to want to look for is if, okay, two, right? We've had two. So you can see that this 50-day also is curling down, right? It's starting. Well, it's still facing up. So let me not get ahead of myself. It looked like it was curling down. It was the circle that was messing me up. So what we'll do is I'm going to look for another bounce back. Not really the 50-day, but now I'm going to look for a bounce back into previous Friday's close. So Tuesday, Monday, Friday, okay, which is prior support. So we may even just want to look at like 366, right? 366 to 36, yeah, 366 is going to be that area. And we do have support down here, right? We do have support. It's going to be around 364.50, 364.50. That's going to be the support. So the Qs are already in that lower channel. So I'm just looking for the SPY to get itself down there, and it's going to take this FOMC minutes to possibly get us back down into that channel. Then we have a 438 channel on the low, 438, highs of 444, which is roughly around that 50-day moving average. So that is a beautiful channel that you can play long at the long from 438, short 444 until something else changes, until there's a piece of news. You have a lot going on. China's data, they're wanting to change it because it doesn't meet their criteria, which this is what I was talking about 2 days ago. You can't invest in China. This is why they're on their lows. This is why they are struggling. They're not getting any money. Nobody is investing in China because of things like what they just did. They said, nope, the data doesn't come out the way we want it to look or the way that we want it to come out. We're not going to release it anymore. Like, this is what we're talking about. That's crazy, right? I mean, when are they just going to come to their senses and stop being childish about stuff and come to the realization that that does more harm than good to them? This is why nobody invests in anything that they don't want nothing to do with China. That's a you know what I'm saying? Like that's exactly the reason why nobody wants anything. Nobody wants to do anything with China, right? Matter of fact, they're trying to leave. Apple, they're trying to go to India, right? They're leaving. Like, act like an adult, right? You have bad data, so what? It's like what? Like what? It makes you look weak? What is it? Come on, Xi Jinping. How old are you? Come on, man. Like, so this is what I was just saying 2 days ago, and it's really funny that I just said this 2 days ago. I'm like, this is why China stocks are on their lows, because nobody wants to invest in it because you don't know what you're going to wake up to. Again, what did we just wake up to? They're not releasing the data, right? No more. It was bad. So it doesn't meet their criteria. They're not going to show you what's going on. So now you don't even know what's going on with their data, whether it's right, trustworthy, this and that. Come on. So let's go. We're going to go through a list of stocks, and we're going to go through Tesla, Nvidia, and stuff. Give me 1 second to use the back. Which one is that, for the Qs or the SPY? I'll go through it before the bell rings and stuff like that. But confirmation is just going to be really the volume, right? Just the Qs are already down here, right? The Qs are down here. So they're well below their 50-day. They are in this channel. You see how this is resistance, and you see how this is support right here. Support, it bounces off, inverted cup and handle, support, resistance, right? That's our new channel. Let me point it out to you, right? This is our new channel right here, right there, right? That's the new channel we look to trade in, low to high. So you start getting in this area, you watch for the volume, and you want to see if it starts to, not break this level and then start to turn itself around. I mean, this is, again, what I'm going to be looking for, right? So if anything crazy comes out, we could just, you got to remember, we do have headline risk with these banks and stuff. Banks is something else I want to look at. I gave that trade out yesterday for JP Morgan, Bank of America, regionals, to say, hey, look at the banks today because it's going to give us some nice volatility. And again, I was, you guys know, I don't have to repeat myself, but I was wore out. So I wasn't even worried about, so that I wasn't worried about trading. It was just like, my mind wasn't there. I wasn't like like I am today. I thought I was getting sick, but I was just run down. So let me go through these, and then we'll go over it as I go over it. If you guys have any stocks you guys want to look at, throw them in the comment section, and we'll go through them and see what we can come up with. But for now, we got to look to the downside. But the thing is, it's all going to be determined by this FOMC meeting. If you didn't catch last night's live stream, we said we want to see if they're okay with where policy is now, and they're not looking to raise that year-end target, right? If they hint that they're where they feel that they can handle inflation, then we're good. They're not raising rates anymore. They're just going to give us that 25 basis points, and then that's it. Or do they say, because again, we had Kashkari come out yesterday, say this may not be the end of rate hikes, right? We may have further to go. Do they hint at more rate hikes? Do they raise that year-end target to 6%? All right. They do. This market will come down, and it will come down in a hurry. I promise. So that's what I'm saying is we want to see this FOMC meeting. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal today, but it might be. I don't know if they hint at anything. Again, this is the notes from the last meeting, right? So they may feel completely different right now. I got you, buddy. That's a good one. Thanks for putting that. I'm going to write that down. Yeah, I'm going to go right to it. Right now, I'm going to throw up Tesla, Shopify, or Tesla, Nvidia real quick. Kind of check out Amazon and a couple of them. Shop. I got you. Yeah, I got you, buddy. I seen it. That's what I say. I'm getting right on Shopify in just 1 second. Like I said, guys, I'm here. I'm just trying to get this. So Microsoft, you've literally broken down out of this base that it put in and is now turning it into resistance. This is a nice one here, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm going to read it all off to you so you guys can get the levels. You see the channel, right? You guys see that channel? This is what I'm talking about for the SPY. Look at this channel, right? 421.97, 420, or yeah, 322 to 338.69, right? Sitting in the channel, it broke out. It obviously came back in. Resistance 338, 338, and where are we at? 322, 322. I would expect, man, if we don't get a bounce here, that's tough skiing for Microsoft if it can't get a bounce there. Yeah, exactly. But we called this out too that it was looking a little bearish, right? The setup was really bearish, and we weren't, too excited about their earnings that were going to be coming out, right? It was just that we found a lot of these earnings were coming in softer than expected, and they were setting up for it. Like the patterns they were putting in were saying, hey, this is, it was getting sold into or bought into, depending on the pattern. Because we noticed it with Spotify, and then as soon as Spotify did it, that's when we took notice. We were like, whoa, because it was rejecting the 100-day, and it just put in this bearish pattern. And sure enough, earnings were bad. They were selling that thing into the earnings. So naturally we say, all right, let's keep track of that. Let's see if this happens again. Sure enough, it did. Right? Snapchat. There was a bunch of them. Members that are here with us all the time, they know. And that's something you guys should think, if you guys see something in the markets that you don't hear people talk about, or you just notice something, see if you can notice that trend continue or something. That's what I try to do, right? I noticed that with Spotify. I said, okay, so it worked for Spotify. If I had to say what Spotify was going to do. That chart pattern told me it was going to be a bearish earnings, that earnings was going to get sold off, and it did. So I said, all right, let's look to see if it happens again. And it did. It happened over and over and over. Some it didn't, but like 80%, 75%, they were either bought into the earnings, it held and got, bought up, or they were selling it before the earnings, right? Because a lot of these guys do work, right? Everybody that's investing in these companies, these institutions, they invite or they send out people that are qualified in that field. Like they'll have automotive people, they'll have healthcare people that could help them with the biotech industry. Is this news good or bad? Right? They have like technology industry, semiconductors, right? Transportation. They have a lot of people from each sector, right? So that, because that's what they know, that's what they're good with, and they take that knowledge that they know and they are able to be able to read it. Like how do they read the news? Or they're making another factory and they may not be spending enough money. We're getting ready to come into some headwinds and they want to open up another factory. Well, they may not sell enough cars, so things might go south. Little things like that, right? It's just I know that you like a lot of places hire people and professionals from different backgrounds and different careers that have experience in different sectors of the market so that it helps them make their decisions on what it is that they should do. Oh, yeah, I'm just going to like amount range. How much bottle costs? This one right here, this is actually just a little coffee mug. I just grabbed it from the store. It's inflation, man. Do you want the price before inflation or after inflation? Inflation, it's about, they probably charge $10, I would imagine. I'm not sure. I'd say at least $10, maybe $15. I don't know. But they, oh, guys, if you guys do not know, hit the like button, subscribe. I am the best cat dad in the world, right? She says, so glad you're my paw. Okay? That's from Abby. I'll have to bring her on. She's been on here. But that's my little baby. That's my little girl. So let me run through these real quick. I'm going to go through Shopify for you, bud. Let's get these levels going. This is Microsoft here. They haven't had much news or much of anything going on. So, yeah, it's crazy, bro. Isn't it? Isn't it crazy the way things are? It's insane. It's insane. So we have a clear area right here of support and resistance, right? It's a really clear area of support and resistance right here. I don't really like this pattern. It's not bad, but it's like, right? Because yesterday would have been the day to get short off of this previous resistance, off that previous low. So, yeah, you know what? We might be early. Listen. Matter of fact, let me take that back because we might actually be early on this trade. Microsoft might be a delicious short here, guys. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. It's like, I don't know why I have that stupid ass song. So the place where I got this bottle from, it's called Wawa. And they used to be really good. It's a convenience store that they used to be really good. And now they opened up one on every single corner and it's not what it used to be. Oh, look, do we have a target there already? Oh, that's our 100-day moving average. So if we look here at this level, right, this level of 324, we just rejected it again. We just rejected 324. We want to see now if we can break this low. Tuesday, Monday, Friday. Let's see if we're able to break Friday's low. Friday's low will actually take us to that 100-day moving average, right? That 100-day moving average is that, right? Because you have a moving average. That's what this turquoise line is, or circle. That's going to be the 100-day moving average. So we're going to get a bounce back, right? If we break through Friday's low, the low of Friday, where we close. Oh, it's where we closed. Why did I do that? Not the low of Friday. But we have a clear range here, right? Support, resistance, double top right here to the left. Oh my goodness. So look at this range that we have. right there. Double top. 1, 2. Made it support now. Resistance, resistance, support. Right? So we want to see if we can get this thing back down to 312. Right? 312 should be our target. Taking profits at 317. 317.50. Or I'm sorry. There's a pivot high at 319. But yeah, 317. If we can break through these lows. Let me do this. Let's do this. Because this thing might just go ahead and fall out of bed. It just might. It just might. I want to see if there's any type of news that's getting ready to come out from Microsoft. But it may bounce. It may just... Today might be the day that it says, I'm Audi 5000. Tuesday, Monday, Friday. Oh, so... Okay. So that's Friday's low. And then we have Friday's close. Tuesday, Monday, right there. Okay. This is Friday's close. That is the close from Friday. Let me turn this back on. Sorry, guys. I want to hurry up and go through this. I'm just doing my work with you guys. So, yeah, look at that. Friday's close. We could use that as resistance. Right? It'll be, again, it'll be an area. Right? It'll be an area. So, we'll look for yesterday's pivot low. So, I'm going to look. It's going to be an area. So, for Microsoft, I want to see if we bounce back. And we can get up into, honestly, I'd have to say, believe it or not, I won't say. Just kidding. 321.50 is where I would like to get short Microsoft. All right, 321.50, 21.50 would be the short if the markets are also going to bounce back and then also pull themselves back. So I'm coming up with bullish ideas and bearish ideas depending on what the market does. I have upside targets and I have downside targets. And if I think that the markets are going to pull themselves back, then I should be able to see setups out of stocks that look like they want to pull themselves back down too. Right? So if the market's going to go down, I want to be on the weak names. And then if the market's going to go up, I want to be on the stronger names like Nvidia and stuff like that. Look, if you want historic, go right here. I could send this over to you if you want. Oh my gosh, I just got rid of it this morning, didn't I? Damn it. Alright. What I was going to say is if you go to these 13F filings. Yahoo. I was going to say if you go to the 13F filings, I Googled it. It was literally giving me all of them. And it had Michael Burry's up here. Stanley Druckenmiller. So if you go up and you type in 13F, okay? 13F, Michael Burry, Yahoo, it'll give it to you. Right? It's got Howard Marks, all these guys. Jeremy Grantham, Michael Burry, right here. So I'm not sure if he sold any of them. I doubt. I'm not too sure. I'd have to look into it. I really don't care what he does. It's not that I don't care what he does, but it's like, so these are his holdings. Expedia, Charter Communications, Generic, Cigna. That's not too bad of a, whatchamacallit. That's not too bad of a portfolio, but he has, I want to say he's probably got a lot. He's probably just, again, he's, like he said, he's short. I think it's coming too. I'm actually on the same side where I think that we're going to start seeing some more downside. So go ahead and type in 13F, right? 13F, Michael Burry, Yahoo, or just 13F Yahoo. And because they just released these 2 days ago. They just released them. Every quarter, they got to release their positioning. Let me go through this because it's already almost 9 o'clock. I want to be able to get ready for the day. So again, Microsoft, let's look for a bounce back into this area, right? This area is going to be yesterday's... I'm gonna be looking for 321 area, right? Let me see. Let me take this off. Where are we? We are right. Look, it's already fallen out of bed, guys. Damn it! They're gonna take this trade from me. I feel like this thing's gonna get sold off. 320.60. So let's see if we can get this thing. Because I wanna take out the noise. That's why I take that out. This actually might be trying to put in a lower high, but 360. or 320. Where was it? 321.60? Yeah, 320.60, I think. Yeah, it's down here right now. So this is exactly where I said I wanted to short. This is where I want to short. I want to see if I can short this thing right here from 321.69, 321.70 to 322. That's going to be my area that I want to look for to see if this thing flushes it. Now we do have some minor support at 320.93, so 321 call it. No, so there's our pivot high. Guys, this is an area again. 321.50, that's it. 321.50. Oh, we have that written down. All right, so this is where I'm going to be looking to take that short. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Let's see here. That's actually a pretty good area too, right? It's a pretty good area. Right here. This pivot high, or right here. No, I don't know. Hold on. I just had it. It looked really good. Right? It looked really good. Just gotta go with Friday's close, guys. Friday's close is looking for a good area. 321.50 to 321 is where I want to catch the bounce back. If the stock gets bought up, I'm going to look to take the short in that area if the markets are also pulling themselves down. I do need to pour myself some more coffee. So 321 to 321.50. Let's see, 321 short. I'm ready to put a hurting on the markets today, hopefully. Hopefully the market doesn't put a hurting on me. Let's just hope for that. Did we do Tesla already? Tesla's already just down and out. It's just been getting murdered. I think you could have a day today where you get a lot of volume and it just flushes. If we go back, right? If we go back, you could start to get one of those days again where it does it. And look at it. It's doing it at the same area. I told you guys this yesterday, right? You get those important price areas where you get either big buying or big selling and you get that momentum move. You want to start looking for that. I noticed it with there's stocks like AMD and different stocks where, let's say if it at like 112, it's just always had massive volume and it just, boom, it had follow through. So every time it gets to 112 and it can't break above it, chances are there's big selling there, right? And if not, then maybe they ran out and there's just not as much, or they're putting in their order higher, whatever, But look at that, right? Same area. It got right back up to this area where it started its bear. Look at that, guys. You guys remember this? Is it starting to do it again? Is it trying to do it again? They just had bad numbers from what I've seen. Or not bad numbers. There's something going on over in China. We want to see if we can get this thing down to 321. There's a gap fill down here. There's actually a lot of gaps, believe it or not. Believe it or not. I don't know why I keep saying that. Just shoot me. So 321 to 315, 314.50. But I want to see if we can get down to this gap fill. We already closed the gap. You have your 100-day moving average down here. That looks like what we're going to be going after, guys. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a circle here for Tesla for a 100-day. And when the market opens, I will readjust it. I'll readjust it. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. So one more time, I will go back over, before the market opens, I'll go back over all these levels real quick in case you guys want them or want to know what I'm looking at. All right, so let's see if we can get a test of this 100-day. So Tesla's been really weak. If I think the markets, if the markets pull back, I know what I want to be short. If the markets go to the upside, I know what I want to be long, right? We also have our 20-day weekly moving average there also. 200 weekly moving average, and the 50-day. Look at that. Look at that 50 weekly moving average sitting right there at the prior double top, right? This is the target for Tesla long term. I promise you. I promise you Tesla more likely, or the probability Tesla revisits this $200 level is great. I would almost say there's an 85 to 90% chance Tesla will see the $200 here in the near future. 50 weekly moving average, 200 weekly moving average, coming down to the 20 weekly moving average. And you also have, what else? You have the 200 daily, the 200 moving average also. The RSI is a bit oversold, so we want to watch out for that, right? Like last time, I actually took this long, guys, for a few reasons. If it presents itself, I'll teach you guys that too, because that's important. That's how you can identify a reversal, right? There is extreme weakness in this name, guys. So let's go ahead and take it to the charts. I thought I just did the 4 hour. I did. Let me get this. Boom. I got to hurry up. You know, you should always just have a couple names. I didn't go over any top gainers or anything, and I should have, but I didn't. Okay. Where can we look for resistance? So it's already turned that prior base into resistance. Do we look for a bounce back to 233.56? I would say so. I would say 233.56 or yeah, 233, call it 234. Yeah, 234 to 236. There's a dollar range there that we'll look to see if we can get that bounce back and get short up there at 235.50, 236, right, for Tesla here. All right, so let's do this. It's already turned that prior base into resistance here, right? Bounce up, boom, pivot low, pivot high. Let's see here. Let's just make sure I'm covering all my grounds. It's just important to know what it is you're doing. So we have a little bit of consolidation here. You have a little bit of a consolidation here at 225 support. Man, let's see here. 223. All right, so it's pretty much just hanging itself off of this area there. 221. Because that's a nice break and retest, right? Resistance, bull flag, breakout, pull it back, bang. Look at that. Look at the day after that, right? So we're going to look for buyers here at 220.85 to 221. We're going to call it 221. Wait. There's a double bottom there. 223.25. That's so. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to get you the right numbers. Really, the buying came in down here, so I'm going to call it 223. So Tesla, we're going to look for the 223 target. It's going to be our target to get, for me to look for a bounce back, and to take profit on shorts, right? I decided to get short on this name. 223 is going to be that area. All right, let me make this a 3. Bang, right there. All right, so if I go back, all right, and it's just above the 100-day. So maybe we get that rejection today and pull it back from 228 and get this thing down into the low 320s or low 220s. That's what I'm looking for. 223, 220, 250. All right, call it 223. Tesla 223 to the downside would be the target. On now again, I want to get short on bounces. I want to short bounces, whether that's yesterday's close, yesterday's low, right? I don't want to just, because now it just feels like this thing's just dropping. It's just done. I think this is it's going to be a bad day for Tesla, guys. I really do. I think it might be a bad day for Tesla today. I think this thing's going to start drawing in a lot of volume. What's our target? And you have the 100-day down there, 200-day weekly moving average, or 50-day weekly moving average. 223 target on Tesla. 223. Support target. Where would I get short Tesla? I doubt we're going to get a bounce because I think we just got our bounce. So I would honestly have to say that this trade might be taken. It's not that it's taken from us, but if for some reason we can get a bounce back, if we can bounce back up to like 234.50, I would really like this area right here. Yeah, 234.50. I doubt we're going to get it though. I doubt it's going to give it to us. 234.50. I'd have to look to see what else that lines up with, but I want to run through these tickers for you guys. So for now though, we're going to just look for yesterday's close, yesterday's low, things like that. We'll see what happens with it. It's 9 o'clock. All right, so we have Tesla. We went through that. We have our target. Again, bounce backs to, this is obviously the area, 229.50. Right? 229.50. If we can't break above it, I'm getting short. 229.50. Short. And our target, again, over time, is going to be 223. That's one target. And then our final take profit, I want my final take profit to be, 219.50, 220 on Tesla. Again, if we do not get back above 229.50, 229.50, 229.50, if we cannot get above that, I will look to be short and I will be taking profits along the way. And as we continue to get closer to that 223, I'm going to be taking profit. Okay, I want my final take profit to hopefully be at 219.50. Right, 219.50 would be my last. I'm going to try and make it my last profit area. My last profit will come off there at that 100-day, unless it's still weak. It could still be weak. Let's go to NVIDIA real quick. So we have our range already. Let's go to a daily chart and we'll get this thing going. Weekly chart, we already know that it's above all the moving averages. Weekly chart, or daily chart, I'm sorry. So it got a bounce back, it got a price upgrade. So here we are, guys, right? 50-day moving average. What do we have here? 50-day, baby, 50-day. We know we love our 50 days. Now I'm going to make this red so I know it's the 50-day. I know it might confuse you guys, but I'm sorry. I try to make it the same color as the moving out, kind of. I don't know. So let's do this. No, I want this. All right, so I want to make this smaller. Right there in that area. So I'm curious if NVIDIA, if we can get a pullback in the 433. I want to see if we pull back into this 50-day at 433. 430. I'll get into it real quick. We'll see where it is when it opens. But the 50-day right now is sitting at 322. So that's the daily. We're going to look for a bounce. We're going to look for a pullback on NVIDIA. Let's go to a 4-hour. All right, let's do this. Let's do this, team. Why is that like that? I want to move it over. So we know the 50-day should be right there. All right, so if we open up and we can get this thing short up at 446.50 area, I'm going to have to go in just a little bit more. Nope, that's not it. Believe it or not, I'm all right, guys, right here, 445. All right, NVIDIA. 445. If we bounce back in the 445 and cannot break above it, I will look to get short depending on what the market's doing. I would much rather, though, be in a long at 450 if the market's going to be strong. But that's still $15. Our target's going to be 430, 432, right, on that downside. But if the FOMC minutes come down Nvidia pulls back to the 50-day, right, from now until we get the FOMC minutes, and Nvidia's at the 50-day when those FOMC minutes come out and they say that they want to get okay, yeah, buyers are tired. I don't blame you there. I don't blame you there. I don't blame you there. I completely agree. I completely agree. I'm with you. So we're going to look to get that 50-day. We're going to look to get to that. So here's what's important about semiconductors and Nvidia. The interest rate and how that affects their market cap, how that affects their valuation. Because if the Fed says they're done, and even when they start hinting at cutting rates, that's going to be bullish for Nvidia, depending on why they cut rates, right? Because that's going to take some ease off of their valuation, right? Semiconductors are you ever get interest rate hike cycles and cuts, semis are where you want to be. That is the tech of the tech of the tech that has its, there's a bearing there with rates. And there's some other ones, some smaller tech companies. So that's what we're going to look for. So we're in agreements. Me and Historic also think that we want to look for a pullback. What was the number I said? Shoot. Yeah, 445. So I'm going to be short 445. I'm going to give it a little bit of room. I'm not just going to come right out the gate swinging. I want to see this level become resistance. And I'm going to be taking profits as we get into yesterday's low. If we get this move to the downside, I'm going to be taking profits in front of 438. So Nvidia 445 short. All right, the eventual target will be that 50-day. That's about $15 away right now. It'll probably come up a little bit, but that's okay. 445 short. Profits 438 S1, right? I have support 1, support 2, all that fun stuff. So here we are. There's the next one. 433. Right, 433. Yeah, 433, 432. Oh shoot, I wrote it in the wrong place, guys. 433, 432. S2 is 433 to 432. It's an area. 33, 432. And these support zones are going to be taking profit. Right? I'm going to be taking profit there. 15 minutes, so I'm gonna hurry up, get my stuff set up. All right, 433. That's pretty much 430, 431. Final take profits. We'll be at that 50-day. All right, it's about $15 if we get the bounce back. We can get short the bounce back. We'll see. I'm not gonna get cute with it because Nvidia can just continue to run and run and run. Right, so 430, 50, 431. We'll see if it's here. That's where we'll take our very final profit. 433.65. So that'll be profit areas in that low 430 area. So you can look at Target, TGT, right? There's Target. It's a little bullish right now. It's pulling back. mRNA. Myrna might get a pop off of this COVID news. All right, COVID news is trying to come back into play. You have a really nice support level there. It actually is putting in a head and shoulders. All right, so I would actually look for mRNA, Moderna, to look for the short, right? What am I seeing? This is an hourly chart. Here is, it's small. There's your left shoulder, head, right shoulder, guys. Look at that. Head and shoulders. Bang. Right? It broke. If only we could get the bounce back here. Right? It gapped below the support and to the support. That's probably telling us everything we need to know. It's probably time to sell this thing. Right? Moderna is probably getting ready to go into the dumps. Let me get a coffee. Let me get the so the area I would like to get short on Moderna is here at 98. 98.75, 99. mRNA. RNA. So that is again 98.75. 98.75 to 99 area. Short. Where would I want to take that? Where would I want to take this short? Let me see the daily. We have some prior. Come on, you can do it. You have a previous support down here. So we are at 95, 98. So it's 96. We're at, okay, 96. So there's our previous pivot. That's 100, 91. So we'll look to see if we can get this thing into the 90s. I got to see what the ATR of it is first, though, too. All right, because we are coming into some support at 89. You have some mild support there at 89 area. All right. So I will put a line there for that. You have a gap up. You have 88.75. Call it 89. All right. That's that pivot low. Why is the thing not messing up like it is? Did I say 88? Right? 88? Because it's at 99? Yeah. 88. There we go. That's a area of support I'm going to look for mRNA. This might be a swing trade. Again, I want to get the entry on this right. This is going to do what the SPY does, right? The SPY goes up, SPY pulls back, it's going to go up or it's going to pull back in accordance to what the S&Ps do. All right? So that's another one I'm going to. Let me get a coffee. I'm going to set up the charts. We got 10 minutes, guys. Good luck today. And look, 10-year yields are rising, right? 10-year yields are rising. US 20-year also rising, about to break out to new highs. Wow. Watch out, guys. Watch out. That keeps rising. It's going to send the markets down. It's going to send the markets down. Keep an eye on your dollar. Dixie. DXY. Right? It's coming into a bit of resistance here on this range. This ascending wedge that we have. So the dollar's on its way up. It's just been strong like bull. Right? Strong like bull. Having trouble here at this resistance of 103.35-ish. So keep an eye on that. Or whatever it is. I can't really tell with that. So we're going to watch the dollar. And we will watch, technology versus, names like Dow names. Because if rates are going to go up, you want to go into those low multiple names that are going to give you a decent return that could, actually be able to go up. And it doesn't kill their valuation because their valuation is already low. Right? They already have a low multiple. Let's see here. Good luck today. Let me grab my coffee, and we are going to get down to business, guys. If you guys have anything or you guys see anything, please throw it in chat. Help me, help us, and you guys see anything with relative strength, let me know. And others in chat as well. So I'm going to put up Tesla in this right hand bar. Matter of fact, let me make everything bigger. All right, guys, we got about 6, 7, 8 minutes. If you haven't done so already, please hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. It takes a lot of work. I'm here to help us save some money. I just want us to get that bag. Let's go, guys. I'm ready. I'm ready for the day. Let's have a good one. I'm going to call them out as I see it. Just stay focused. Be patient. Okay, remember, contracts only get cheaper. What do we think? We think we'll get a bounce back. We want a short bounce backs. Okay? Bounce backs to the short. If the S&Ps and Qs reject and start coming down, then we're going to look for the weak stocks to come down. If we get strength, we're going to look for Nvidia, like stocks that have been strong. All right, so look at the S&Ps trying to hold up at that level. They were trying to reject it. Now they found a bit of support. So I want to look for right out the gate to see if the SPY shoots up. Right? Let's see if the SPY tries to shoot right up out the gate, right off the bell, up into that 50-day, maybe even the pre-market lows here around 442.90, 443 flat. Look for that short. All right, just don't pull the trigger right when you see it. Give it time. Let it find its footing, because the more time you give it, those contracts are going to be cheaper. They're going to have more time. They're going to get more expensive right when that bell opens and you get quick movement. That's going to send the IV, the implied volatility, up on both ends, right? Calls, inputs. So if you wait, we can get these contracts cheaper and then let the market figure out the direction it wants to go. Got a 2-minute countdown right now. 2 minutes, guys. For 42.65, guys, this is a clear, remember what I said. So we've broken down into the new range. I want to look for the bounce back. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look for, you got yesterday's close, which is up here, right there at like 442.91. But here we go. Market is getting ready to open, guys. 1 minute. Good luck today. Yeah, I seen it. I'm actually looking for coin short up here in this range. It's already selling off though. We'll see what happens. It might find support here. 81.92. Look for the bounce. Bang, just tagged it. It's gonna drop. Where's it going? All right, this is it. Final stop. 81.75. 81.75 for coin has got to be the last stop unless it's bearish. Unless that's bearish news. It was just something about futures and something like that. There it is. There's the bounce. 81.68, 81.70. That's your area for Coinbase if you guys are looking at coin. That's where the orders are to get long. There's the market. What I say. Right off the bell. Look for the rip up to the 50-day moving average. What are we doing? All right. I'm going to go to the daily to see where it's at, but here we go. Collins, I hope you have a great day today, buddy. Let's all work together. Let's get this money. Let's go do something. Again, the base for this is going to be around 443, 442. Yeah, right here, 442.85-ish. Huge bounce on Tesla, guys. I felt like this thing could get a bounce. I felt like Tesla could get a bounce. Look at the volume. Look at that volume on Tesla. This is what we want. Big volume, guys. Decent volume, at least, I should say. It's pretty big volume there. There it is, 442.85 area, just rejected on the SPY, the S&Ps. Let me pull up the Qs. Remember, we're going to get volatility today, guys. It's going to go up and down, up and down. We have FOMC minutes. So you don't get shaken out of your positions. As of right now, there's no reason to get follow through. So we'll go to if we come down, we'll go to a direction, hit support, it'll come right back up, right? Throughout this whole morning. Yeah, look how high that 50-day is now, guys. I knew with it coming down, didn't I say that last night? I said, guys, this 50-day is going to be like extended. It's going to be really extended because of that move that it just had. All right, let's do this. Let's look for a bounce back up to yesterday's close. If we break yesterday's close, you got to look for that 444, guys. That's your 50-day. That's prior resistance. I may take a small long actually going up to that area right now. Hold on. I'll let you guys know if I do. Let me see. That looks like a low volume pullback on Tesla. Tesla has room up to 233. 233. If Tesla's going to continue to be weak, 233 is where I want to be short. Alright, so I should I'm going to set a target. Like I'm going to set an alert that if Tesla gets up here, set alert, create alert. Okay, hold on. Alright, so there we go. We got an alert up here for Tesla if we get to it. May not happen, guys. May not happen. Shit. This thing's just going to be weak, isn't it? There's still some decent buyers in there. Yeah, there's some look at the tape speed up. That tape sped up so quick up there, guys. It sped up like no other. It's so important to see that tape and the speed of the tape. So what I'm looking at, guys, I want to see if we can get to 444. I want to see if we get up to that 50-day. That's what my plan is. And look at Tesla off that big bounce there, guys. Huge bounce there. Notice the volume. Notice how that volume is just, you're getting a lot of shorts that are taking profit. So I'm going to wait and see if I can catch that short to the downside on Thessalonian. Here we go. SPY pulls back 444, 26, 443, 25, I mean. Bang, look for the long. Watch it pull back into there and take that long into the 50-day. Or short off of the, or it's going to, I want to see it get up to that 50-day. I did not take that trade. What's Tesla look like to you guys, huh? Is it you feeling a little juicy, huh? You guys. All right, looks like Moderna's trying to roll over yesterday's low. Here goes the SPY turning itself back around. Look, right to the 50-day, guys. There goes the SPY right to the 50-day. I gotta look at the volume. I need to see what the volume is. We're pretty extended for the most part right now. What is the volume? Let me see. It's not too bad, I guess. That was a really low volume, that second bar we put in. Um, Let me see. It's a low volume bounce back. Like I said, I'm going to be taking it slow. We have FOMC meeting today. I want to see if we get, see what comes from that. And I've really got my eyes focused on Tesla. That's one that I really want to watch today. And Nvidia. So we're getting up to that area. These are low volume pullbacks, guys. What was low volume pullbacks, at least. It's just crap in the bed, and it's not. There's no volume for it to do all that. That's what's funny. So we have the 100-day. As you guys can see, you can have up days, and it, still, continue to go lower. Right here, that's an up day, but they gapped it down, sold it off, ran it up, gapped it down, ran it up, gapped it down, so on and so forth. Let's see here. I might be a little too high on that whatchamacallit, but I think the Qs have a little more room to go. I want to see if the Qs can get back up to like 367.50. This is actually an area where you may get your resistance. Actually, 366.50. That there probably is your resistance for the S&Ps and Qs right here. Man, Tesla's going to turn itself around. Shoot. So we had 234.50, 233 or 290. Where's Tesla? 290, 229.50, 234.50. So I was off by a couple dollars on that. Shit. All right, so we're almost having we're almost getting ready to put in our range for the Qs or the SPY, the first 15 minutes of the day. What do you guys have? What are you guys watching? Anything at all? Whoa, what happened? No. No. There we go. Okay. I wouldn't take it, but that might be a nice long right there on Tesla, guys. That might be a nice long right off of VWAP. You have your whatchamacallit, previous the initial morning high holding as support. You want to get an increase in volume on these, right? You want an increase in volume. Okay, there we go. I don't know what was going on. I don't know what was going on there. You want to see how the stock reacts, guys. Look at the 90 MA closing in, acting as a rejection. You want to really see that volume come in off of VWAP to really tell you that this thing is strong. It's important, right? You need to be able to read the tea leaves. Looks like it's kind of... To me, it feels weak up here at these highs. It feels weak. Oh, it might have just reclaimed it. There it went. Just reclaimed it. You could feel that. At least I could. Could you guys see that? I'm still cautiously optimistic, though. Just so you guys know. I feel like they're going to suck people in, and I'm ready to get short up here in this area. 432. What was yesterday's low? Yesterday's low was right there. So I'm going to watch Tesla, and again, I'm going to be a little patient. Because the S&Ps just broke through the 50-day. Let's see if the... So right now, if the SPY pulls back and holds the 50-day moving average to go higher, all right, you want to look for that 445, 446. All right, so there's... I gotta... As soon as I enter this trade, I'll let you guys know. As soon as I get into Tesla, I should have taken it there. I wasn't ready. He wasn't ready. Buyers are tired. I am looking to EDVL and S&P. Okay, cool. You guys can see the buying is starting to fade up here. Right? The buying is starting to fade. Right? The buying seems like it's starting to fade. Where are the cues? Just want to take notice. You want to feel it. You got to feel the stock. You got it like, all right, so cues again. If cues break above this level, if the Qs can get above 367, right, and they hold 367 for support, you got to look for 367.50 to 367.80, 90-ish. 368, call it. Right? Call it 368. But I want to see if we turn it back around here. Let's see here. Let me see what I want to do with Tesla. I'm going to try and put on a position now. Alright, the volume still is bigger than the buying. Right? I'm not an idiot. I know where the, like I said yesterday, I expected a bounce in this name. If you start getting buying going on here, I'm really concerned about the volume. That's what I want to see. Alright, I was going to say. P. Alright, so there's the pullback in the S&Ps to test that 50-day. Alright, so now you broke through the 50-day. You're pulling back to try and hold that 50-day. Does it hold? And then can it push higher to 446.50 area? This area, 445.50, 446. Right? This is where we want to look, which would be Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday's close. Friday's close was up there in the higher 445. So there, it rejected. It rejected. All right. Let's see if we can get this short on Tesla. I'm not just going to jump in. I want to start seeing some volume here. All right. There's the SPY pulling back. GG. Good game. Good game. Good game. So now it's trying to act like it wants to hold the 50-day. This is how you guys got to start looking at the markets, or if you don't know, this is how I like to read them. Come on, let's get that volume going on Tesla here, guys. I'm not in it yet. Again, I'm not in it. I feel like the Qs, if it bounces, all right, so it looks like it's cracking that level. So the volume is to the buy side. It may hold here. Right, if this thing 366.25 area on the SPY, right where the Qs are at now, gotta look to see if that holds. Because if it holds, and that is a higher low that you're putting in, we gotta look to get ourselves back up to 367.50 on the Qs, which would be pre-market highs that I've already rejected. So try not to be a hero and be patient. Unless you're, unless you want to be long, then that's how you would want to play that. At least that's how I would want to play it. As soon as I see some things opening up, I will let you guys know. As soon as I make something happen. I said yesterday I was expecting a bounce back on Tesla, but I want to try and I want to see if we're getting like continuation to the downside like we had a few months ago. Let's see if the SPY bounces back for one more bounce attempt and then pulls it back. All right, so there we go, guys. We're starting to get that volume to come in. Now, again, the Qs and the SPY, the volume's trying on the SPY. The Qs has more volume to the upside from what I can see. So, again, be patient. These contracts will also get cheaper. That's selling, guys, on Tesla. So, look at the selling on Tesla. It's there on the 15-minute chart. You want to use different time frames. All right, use different time frames to really come up with your conviction. So on that bounce back, let's recap the trade so far, the trade that we have not taken yet. All right, you had a lower volume break through the initial morning high. You came back and held it as support. The volume was not greater than that first break through the initial morning high, right? That opening bell, it was not greater than that first push. You held, pushed higher, volume pulled back a bit. As we get higher, the buying is pulling back, right? The buying is pulling back, and that doesn't mean that it can't go higher, right? But I'm just saying, take notice that the buying is starting to pull itself back now. So the SPY's having a little more volume to the upside or downside. That downside volume is trying to poke its head. But so you see this holding? I'd expect a bounce. I would expect a bounce off of the SPY right now. I really would. Whether it's a failed breakout, it's got to break this level, and it doesn't seem like it wants to do that. It's just getting bought right up. See? GG, baby. GG. Good game. Good game. Good game. That's all I can think about. Alright, so Tesla, another new high. Again, we're not going... I think this is about it. I think this is about it, guys. Man, look, that volume's just going lower and lower. Look, I think we should get some selling to start stepping in. It's hard to say because this thing has been so bad. They've made so much money shorting that they're gonna be taking profits on this thing. But we're getting into the area. I want to get short. This is a low volume push, guys. Just a low volume push. I'm getting ready to pull the trigger, guys. I'm just going to ease into this trade with time. Okay? It's still pushing. It's still pushing, guys. The volume is still there. If it breaks through this on high volume, we got to look for a higher entry. So far, the buyers are in control. Right? Ask yourself that. Who's in control? Well, right now the buyers are. This thing could pull back. What do you have here? You have a new high that's right there with the close. Right? So you may just pull back to here and make that support to climb a bit higher. Again, I'm going to take my time. I am not going to be long Tesla. Alright, so that volume's coming in now. Shit. Alright, I took it. I did take one. I want to see if the SPY can break down. That's a low volume. I think I made the wrong choice there, guys. I'm actually going to wait because there we go. Let's go, guys. Come on, there's the SPY. That was I think a lot of that volume came in that was selling. I'm going to give this just a little bit of room. Where should I give this to? All right, you could give it up here, really, 234, 235. All right, 234, 235. Come on, SPY, let's go. There we go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Man, I want that volume to come in heavy, guys. There goes the SPY pulling back down, guys. I'm going to take a little bit. I'm taking a little bit right there, guys. Just taking a piece. I took a piece right there on that extension because I still think we're going down. Look at this volume. I don't have much volume there, guys. So that's really small trade. I want to start seeing an increase in volume. I'm not being quick. We still have FOMC minutes. The SPY broke down, and Tesla did not do anything. So this thing could still go to 235. I want my entry really at 235 if I can get it. Look at the low volume. All right, it's starting to break down on low volume. There's your 9 EMA. All right, 23.6 fib. Nice job, man. That's a nice trade. We're going to take another one off there. All right, that's one more. I want to add to this position. So I want to add. I want to add to it. Shit. This is about timing your entry, guys, and watching what's unfolding. Right? Stuff like this. I hope you guys were able to... Yes, the mic is on. So that... We want to start. Let's see if we get another like double top. Let's see if we can put in like a double top and really start getting these sellers back in this thing. Shit. And you guys can see everything, right? I have the time and sales over there. All right. This is why being patient, getting your entries, and all that is important. That's why it's important. That's a 15% trade there, just like that, 15%. So watch, it could be holding yesterday's low, but the volume to the sell side did increase up here. It did increase. Let's look for the bounce back. Maybe we get this 233.85, 233 or 234 area to get short again. Let's see if we start rejecting yesterday's low, guys and girls. Let's see if we really start to try and get this thing hammered. Look at the SPY. I told you guys, what are we going to look for? We're going to look for a bounce back into the 50-day to go short. Right? Clear as day. Let's go. Come on, guys. You guys understand what you guys have here? Right? If you have not done so, please, can you hit the like button? Subscribe. Okay? We have given you guys this free 99. That's all we ask. Guys, hit that like button, please. There's going to be more. And I hope you're going to be there. Hopefully, I'll be able to give it out. You know, the only way I can do this is, you know, by hitting the like button. And if you haven't done so already, subscribe. What's that? Tesla short or the S&Ps? Yeah, you want to just take small profit. Just be patient. I want to get in. I'm looking for a small base hit trade. You know, my reasoning for something. Again, it's still. I think it's still going to go down, guys. We just came up to the 50-day on the S&Ps. We want to be short the weak names, right? Maybe we put in a higher low here, right? Maybe we put in a higher low. Maybe we bounce ourselves back to here on the S&Ps. Maybe we bounce back to this area, right? We bounce back here. It doesn't have to be now, but you know, so. There's some more extension. Like, I don't want to get rid of this, but that's low volume, guys. I want volume. And I think the only way we get some nice volume is if we get Tesla higher. Right? We get Tesla up here, then we can start getting some volume in there. Man, fuck. Yeah, nice job, Historics. Again, that's a small trade. I don't know what, you know, what your price was and stuff, but I you know, I had a good entry on here. I caught that bounce back. And it was low volume. This is why I always want to preach to you guys to take, if you get a move in a direction, just take a piece off. Right? If you're buying one, okay. You know, maybe you get enough to where it's cheap and you can just take it off. Like, I don't know. Like, you got to wait for your target. If you're only working with like 1 or 2 contracts, me personally, I would really, really wait for that momentum type of day, right? Like the SPY, like this, or like, I don't know what has momentum and what doesn't today. To give you an example, I would not be on that trade with Tesla. I would wait until I seen, all right, that is a very clear rejection, possibly a double top, and we get the volume. You know, that volume comes in, and we retest the high on Tesla. Come on. So if we were to do this, right? If we were to come back up and test this area on really low volume, and I'm talking low volume, I would look for, you know, I would have more conviction in it. Right? I'd have a lot more conviction because I know the buying has already slowed up there. So here comes the SPY. That was a low volume pullback. I think we go higher. I think we can go higher and break back above that 50-day and make it support. I do. I really do. But again, guys, if you haven't done so already, we need you to hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed already. All right, so here's another test at yesterday's close. The area. Nice job, bro. Nice job, man. Nice job, dude. I think we're really going to get these moves when we see. Look at that buying. See how the buying volume is really low. It's weak. There it goes. There's the tape speeding up. Right? There's the volume picking up. Let's see if the volume picks up, but it's to the downside. Right? I want to see this volume bar get bigger each time the candle pulls back, right? Like if it comes up and pulls back, I want to see it popping up. I want to start seeing this thing pop up, bang, every time it drops. Even if the candle's green, you can still use that, right? It's still a low volume pullback, man. Shit. You're getting ready to bring your 38.2 fib right there with VWAP. I don't want to get caught in a range either. So if you're only buying a couple contracts, just you need to know when to pick your spots, right? You need to get a hold of us. I can help you. I can help explain it to you guys. Thank you guys for hitting that like button. So clear support here, but you don't have it feels like you don't have any buyers. I think this morning was a clear profit taking on Tesla. All right, so we're going to look to see if this is our lower high, but I would not be surprised if we go a bit higher. I don't know though. I don't think we go higher. That's my case. I think this is about it for the SPY, and we just put in a range, and then also maybe we put in a little low down here. We come in and make a new low, but then we just bring it up and down. We're going to get up and down action before the Fed meeting, I assure you. And then when it comes to 12 o'clock, we're going to be right where we opened. I promise. I don't promise, but you know what I'm saying? It's like the chances are pretty great. We need this thing to get some volume going here. Come on. Let's go. It feels like people are worried about shorting. Maybe because they're already short. I don't know. We're just be patient, guys, because even at the end of the day, right, the only buyers that they do have really is the people that are short and are just taking profits along the way. I mean, there's a 2,000 buy order right there. Somebody just bought 2,000. There's 2,200 shares that just came rolling down. 2,000, 1,400 to the sell. The tape speeding up. There's a 4,500 sell order that just got filled. 4,500 shares to the sell side. So now we're going to start turning this into resistance. Let's see if we can start turning this into resistance now. There's your 9 EMA. That's our entry. We want to enter at the 9 EMA. Shit, man. I knew it. I know this thing's going to pop. This is why I'm trying to be patient. Not really be patient, but I just know how Tesla is. So I don't want to get caught over trading, and I really kind of want to wait for tomorrow, because look at the SPY pushing up. SPY is still pushing up. Feel like it should start to roll over again though. Bing. Drop it. Drop it down low. Drop it down low. Nope. Couldn't do it. Well, I'm going to just be patient. You don't want to get caught over trading. If I do something, look at that run for no damn reason with no volume. Are you kidding me? So is that what we're going to do? We're going to put in a double top. What happened, I think, there was a lot of people got short at that 9 EMA break. It broke below the 9 EMA, and they were looking for that bounce back to make that 9 EMA resistance. It broke through it, and the orders that bought, so they ended up turning back into buyers because they were shorting there, and that's why you got that big pop like you just did. Right? Especially the extension, because as it's extending, it's getting further away. Like that 9 EMA did not. That was a clear, that was a beautiful lesson there. That you just saw that 9 EMA not act as resistance, and as soon as it popped, you got that extension, because that's orders that were short that are now buying it, and it's just hitting the orders as it goes up. It's just hitting them, and it's hitting the bid, and it's bringing it higher. That was a clear non-rejection of the 9 EMA to just get a low volume push higher. That's exactly what that was. It's exactly what that was. Because there was a ton. I just read off to you guys those sell orders that were showing up, right? That were getting filled in and around the 90 MA, hoping that that 90 MA would have been the rejection. We bounced back to yesterday's close, and that clearly was not, resistance. That 90 MA is going to be that yellow line. So for now, we're in an uptrend, but not. I think this could be a look. There goes. So you guys can't see the tape. Let me bring it out for you. See if you guys can see it. It's going to take a little bit, and it's going to mess my screen up, but it's important for you guys to see this stuff, because you're going to see where orders are, and you're going to be able to just, with level 2 and everything, be able to really read this, like what's going on. But I've been around, so I've seen it. But that was a really cool lesson there that we just saw right there on that 90 MA. And this green candle tried to make it resistance, and it didn't. And then you had all the buy orders that were like, because what happens is if, just like I try to preach, is, where is your stop if you're wrong? Where are you stopping out if you're wrong? They're going to try and lose the least that they can. So they know up here, the 90 MA was down here at like 232.28. So they know it at 232.81. If it moves a whole dollar or so, it clearly did not make that 90 MA resistance. It should not come anywhere near there. Well, it did, and it broke through the 9, and then that's where you got that stop out, low volume push. You just seen how it ripped higher on low volume. That's just orders. That's just hitting the bid because there's no sell orders. All the sell orders were below and at that 90 MA. Once that 90 MA was curling down, that's where orders are placed, right? So here's possible double top, guys. This is what I want to look for to see if we start getting some volume. It's 10:15. Maybe today's not the day to short Tesla. All right, everybody's thinking, it's down. We do have some nice volume on it today. Unfortunately, the volume is to the buy side. But I will still hang my hat on this 200 area, and we still got $30 more to go. I'm willing to put my money on that we do see 200 in the next coming weeks. So for now, if there's a double top right at the 50-day, watch it hold. See what happens here. See how this tape speeds up right at the 90 MA, guys. This is algorithms and computers that have buy and sell orders at that location. Right? That's what people don't understand about some of these moving averages, is that they don't truly understand what it is that it's telling them and what it is that goes on at those prices. I think there's a message. Hold on one second. Let me take this off. Boom. Okay. I haven't done anything. I've taken my Tesla puts. I'm out of those. Like I said, I only grabbed a few to be able to, just get some base hits. Base hit trades, right? Because this green is going to help me if something happens later. Like, I'm going to lose a little bit, but I'm going to lose even less because of the winners that I'm packing up in underneath before I make those big trades. All right? That's still a low volume push through back up to previous highs. Look at the volume decreasing. The selling's decreasing also as it got lower. So this is our range, right? 231.67 to through 233. Call it 233.68, 233.70. I think this is our battle zone right here. I think Tesla starts putting in a flag here. I would not be surprised if it starts putting in a pennant. Let's see if I'm correct. Let's see if we start putting in a clear, like, pennant here. Let's see if we put in a pennant, right? Let's see if this happens. Let's see if let's just see if the time in the markets, see what happens here. All right, let's see what happens. Sorry guys, this is a scanner going telling me new highs and stuff like that. That thing just wick right off of my damn. I can't be that good. I can't be that good, guys. This is all that I want. So there's a lot of videos that I got. I got a lot of crap, right? They say you don't want to see a black man make it, this and that. I'm like, what in the heck are these people? What is wrong with these people? No. So there's just a video that, is selling people a pipe dream, right? And it's a shame, Why put out videos of just saying, like, let's just say if I take a trade here, right? All right, I'm long Tesla, right? I'm short Tesla, whatever. And it breaks down. Oh, I made $50,000. Yo, link in the bio. Let me teach you. Blah, 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 blah. What does that video do? It does nothing but help the person that wants to make it about them. The video maker. The person who put out the video. Right? Paper trading, this, that. Or taking the people that want to buy courses from somebody that probably doesn't know anything about any of this stuff. Right? And just randomly just goes on and randomly throws money at the wall, or throws paper trading at the wall, and it sends the wrong message. But because they're black, it's, hey, you can't make a black man succeed. What? No. Colored, non-color, I want y'all to succeed. I want you guys to be able to get it to where you want to be in life, right? Because in my generation, when I grew up, we don't do color. We don't do that shit, right? We are the Dave Chappelle era where we all getting it. Black, white, Asian, Mexican, we all getting it, right? We don't do that shit. At least I didn't. Where I'm from, we didn't. So I'm just saying, like, what is the point, right? What is the point of me getting a breakout on Tesla through this pennant, right, to the upside? Bang! I bought 100 shares. Not 100 shares, but I bought 100 calls right now, right? Anticipating the break of this, right? I'm gonna get 100 calls right now. Bang, I made $9,000. Link in the bio. What does that do? It does nothing for no one, right? It doesn't do anything for anyone. So that's a nice pennant. We're still putting in this pennant for now, guys. We're still putting in the pennant. I don't know. I might be wrong. I don't know. But it's crazy. It's really crazy because then they tell you that they're a real estate agent, or they do this or they do that. Motherfucker, stay in your lane. What is it that you do? Right? Oh, you do it all. Oh, okay. That's fine. Do it all. But come on, man. I just want people to get a professional education. Like, how did I know, or how was I able to identify before it put this in that this pennant was probably going to take place? Right? I drew this pennant well before it even did it. How did I know? We'll talk about that later on tonight on the live. There's a clear reason why I put that there. There's a clear reason. And there's only one reason why. So I'm going to give this a minute. I'm going to give Tesla a minute. If you guys see anything else that's running, I don't know if there's any other type of news. Small caps. Let me go through this. How long you guys been trading for? Or what got you guys into the markets? OCTO holding raises revenue guidance to 73 million for fiscal year. Okay. Oh, let me look at. So, if you guys ever need like things to trade, right? We could use the dollar. So here we go. We're still putting in this pennant. It's actually holding the 9 EMA right now. It's actually holding it. I wonder if I want to see where the dollar is. I might think about gold here or GLD. I'm not sure though. I feel like it could be a. I think it could be. Fake out. Hold on. Let me see. MSFT. Look at that pop. Pop, pop, pop. Look how strong Microsoft is. Bang. Right? There's a bit of resistance there. You should get a pullback there. 223.75. It's got some relative strength today. Feels like the buyers are stepping in and buying the dip, guys. At least on some of these tech names. If I had to bet, I think Amazon's probably pulling itself back. Yeah, I know. Yeah, on Tesla, I know. So, like, this is why I put in that pennant there before it even made it. See that? I knew this was going to happen. I didn't know, but there was a really fair chance that we put in this pennant here. And I did it here, right? I did it there. So I'm going to teach you guys, right? And it's going to impress, you're going to impress so many people because you're going to be able to put in this pennant and draw it out before it even takes place, right? It's not about predicting the future, but it's about understanding what is going on and really reading through the tea leaves, okay? Like, I just drew this before it was even taking place, and we've pretty much, it's doing the thing. So I'm going to watch it for a minute. If we cannot break higher, there's only one other way to go. And look at the SPY. Double top at the 50-day. Look at that rejection. Right? Let's see if it finds support at my target. I said this morning, watch for a double top. Right? I said, let's watch for a double top and try and get this thing short. Keep your eye on the Qs. Keep your eye on the 10. Oh, no, it's going to... No, buy it. Buy it. Come on, buyers. Bring this thing back up. I still feel like right here, but if you get enough buyers, this might be it. Shit. So this could be something that I could scalp. Let me make it bigger. I'm sorry, guys. I want to make sure you guys can see it. All right, let's see what the SPY does here. That's a double top right at the 50-day. I don't know how that volume is so low. That is a clear double top at the 50-day. All right, there goes Tesla. Damn it. You know, I wanted a better price, but it's all good. I still think we might be able to just hang out here for a little bit, right? Get into that 11 o'clock area and then either break out or break down. I wouldn't be surprised if we break out to the upside, right? I wouldn't be surprised if we break out and get up to 235, and that's really when you start to see the sellers hop back in this thing. Okay, those are just my thoughts. Alright, so it looks like there's our volume. There's the volume to the sell side. It looks like it's trying to bring itself in now. Look at the double top. It's trying, guys. The SPY doesn't have it, but it looks like Tesla does. Just letting you guys know to be on watch because it's coming. Alright, that volume's increasing. There it goes. It's trying. I feel like it's coming now. Damn, I needed that bounce back to the 90 MA. Shit. It's all good. It happens. Let's just wait for the bounce back. Alright, so we got our resistance here at 231.85. This area is going to be our resistance. Well, we did it again, right? We said double top. Watch for the double top. That's what we got. Double top. Boop, boop, short. What's nice too is if we get here, you have your 38.2 right here lining up with the initial morning high. If we could get a bounce some way, somehow, if we get a bounce back up, look at this area here. I know you guys don't see it, but right here, your initial morning high, support, 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 support. See if we can make this resistance. Small caps have just been lighting up the board. Look at that. GCT, guys, is actually going to be on watch along with Tesla. This thing's breaking out right now. It's not a stock that I... Does that say 2008? Oh my gosh. What the hell is wrong? Did this thing stop trading or something? What in the heck? That's so weird. I don't even know if I could play that. Never mind. Take that off the list. Unless that's Thinkorswim messing up. Let me see. Look at the SPY holding up. Just like... It's really cool that it did put in that double top there like I had wanted it to. It again, it helps me know that I'm reading the markets right. I know it's hard to see with this Fibonacci up there. So your 38.2 is your initial morning high up here at 232. So yeah, in front of 232 is where a 38.2 fib. And what else do we have? You want to line it up with all your indicators, right? Look at this. This is beautiful. What else do we have? We have 38.2 fib. We have the 9 EMA. This is where we want to get short if we think this thing's going to go down. And then we have initial morning high. Initial morning high. VWAP, or not VWAP, but 9 EMA. Initial morning high. Previous resistance. It has been broken. See if we turn it back into resistance. Give me that 232 so I can get short in front of that level. Let's go, guys. Here comes the volume. Let's go. It may still be an inside day. Take profits when you get them. Here it is, guys. Let's see if this bounced back in rejection. Alright, come on. You can do it. Let's get this low volume bounce. Alright. Low volume bounce. It may pop up a little bit above it. It might try and shake people out. No. We took Tesla short. We said, look for the double bottom. That was it. I was just looking for a little bit because right here, I got out right here on this extension. We said there could be a double top here, you know. I'm looking to see if I can get back in though. Right? The SPY double topped at the 50-day, which I didn't know if it was going to put in a double top, but I said I'm looking for a double top. Dollar is popping. Good stuff, VD. It's good to see you. It's good to see you guys. Dollar's popping. That's going to put some strength or whatever on or you know, some weakness on these type of names. I want to get my whole goal is to see if we can get Tesla in the coming days back down into that 220 area. Right? This would be my target for Tesla, the low 220s. It doesn't have to do it today. So we've seen what happened last time. That 9 EMA, it broke through it and got a small push, but this is our resistance area. Right? You got a lot of stuff meeting up here. I don't have a position on. You know, we have FOMC minutes later. We're going to get up movements and down movements, and I'm just going to take advantage of it to help manage my risk for that when it comes. So we're back up into that area. Let's see here. Watch it make it support and climb higher. I think it's going to climb higher. So there's actually our. Let me take this back. See if the SPY can reject there, but this could be the trend. Hold on one second. That could be your trend right there. All right, instead of the other one. Shit. Amazon. Oh, it is. It's still. Yeah, you called that out yesterday, and it was dropping yesterday a lot. It was dropping a lot yesterday. Let's check it out. Maybe the retail sales with that data that came out could be a sector as a whole. So there's the rejection on VWAP on the SPY. If we are able to get back in this is the channel I'm looking for, guys. If we have a bad FOMC minute, like not bad, but they say they're going to raise targets, I'm going to look for us to get to 438 in this range. And then the upside will be 448. All right, let's look at Amazon real quick. Let's see. Don't get yourselves chopped up, guys. There's still plenty of action to be had later on this afternoon. The real move is going to come, especially if the Fed says something or mentions anything. Amazon, that's right. I have a small, 10% trade this morning, nothing big. So yeah, it's been selling off. I'm not sure why. But what's funny is I said this yesterday after you brought this up, was like, look at Microsoft. Right? Look at it's doing the opposite. It's actually trending up. Right? What's Apple doing? Apple, same thing. What's Google doing? So Google's actually trending up. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a consumer, thing there with Amazon. Things are getting bad. I feel like my second quarter, like, really when we start seeing this, like, signs of recession and unemployment ticking up, it may be coming sooner than I think. I don't know. Is it the markets, like, just being down, just seasonality? The seasonality of August and September being weak months? I don't know. Maybe people are posting these videos to get some type of money. I'm not sure. But it could be some of that. I'm not sure. But it just feels like things might be starting to, like, this recession fear might start to be like poking its head out. But Amazon, what would I say for Amazon? Let's see here. Let me give you an idea, or like what I think. All right, so this is actually a really nice trade. I would look right. Yeah. So you rejected that. If you reject, so you want to take trades when there's momentum and volume, whether it's news or not. Like yesterday was a really nice trade to be short Tesla, or not Tesla, but Amazon. Look at that move. That's a nice move. That's a nice move. I would say it's now broken that area, and you got to look for it to hit that previous double top. If I had to make any type of decision with it, let's see here. Can we go to an hourly chart? So you already kind of did. All right, so here's another thing, right? If you look at the SPYs and the Qs, right? Technically, like right now, the SPY's down here, right? The SPY's down here. Let's see here. Matter of fact, let's see here. So if I pull up an hourly chart, let's compare the two. Because there's this double top here, and we've broken, right? So they all look the same. So technically, Amazon's lagging. So there we are. We're right here, right? The SPY compared to Amazon is like right here. It's literally right there. That's where the SPY is. Right here where this thing is. See it? Right there. Boom. That's where the SPY is. Now it's working its way to try and test this area. Amazon's still up higher. It did drop a lot, but as far as the rest of the market's concerned, Amazon is still holding its highs. It still has not broken this previous double top pivot high. It has not broken that yet. But if the market continues to sell off, Amazon's going to be the laggard. Tesla's going to be the leader. And then again, if we go to the upside, Amazon, Nvidia, Google, you want to be long those names, right? Because if Amazon was really weak, then it would be like down here with the Qs, right? It would be down here at 127, but it's not. It's still up at all-time highs. Not all-time highs, but yearly highs. Sorry. So that's really the only thing that I like longer term I would say is if just watch the SPY in accordance with it, and then like right now I would look for a bounce back to reject that 137.45, 137.50 area. Yesterday's low and yesterday's close. Look for those two. Let's go to a daily chart and see where the moving averages are. so we can really get this thing honed in. So there's your 9 EMA. Yup. 137.40. What did we say? Look for a rejection at 137.45. So in that area, you want to look to turn that into resistance, because we know the Qs, the SPY, the Dow, IWM, they've all broken that double top, this double top here. So we want to look for Amazon to get there. All right, we want to look for Amazon to get there. There's the double top, pivot high, double top, pivot high, right? And again, the SPY is here. And that would be right here with Amazon. It would be right here with Amazon. So the S&Ps, if it was Amazon, is at 134.65, 134.50. And Amazon's still holding up. So I look for a bounce, and it's bouncing now. But you do got to look for that rejection if the SPY sells off. So I would be short Amazon at 137.50. Sorry for the long explanation. That would be my decision. But you have to watch the SPY. If the SPY continues to hold that 50-day moving average as support, then you want to watch out, because it may just, just climb a bit higher. The buyers may just start stepping in. All right, the Qs have 23.6 fib coming up. And they have an area where I would really not be surprised if the next, somewhat of a run starts. But that's not going to be for another month and a half or so. All right, so again, you can see here the SPY is pushing up into the 50-day. Right, it's pushing up into it. Let's see if, it's too much and it can't break through it. Usually it takes a couple tries. See, there's the rejection. Now, and you can see the tape speeding up. See how time and sales sped up? Alright, shit. Let me see here. I'm sorry. I need to get back on track. What the heck? There we go. There we go. Good job, guys. So there's the 50-day. Let's go to Tesla. What's it doing? Like I said, I'm okay with sitting on my hands and being patient. All right, so let's see if this is a lower high. Looks like Tesla. There's like a couple things going through my mind with Tesla. All right, let me. I'm gonna go make a cup of coffee real quick, or actually grab a Red Bull, one of the two, and I will be right back. So there is another rejection off of the 50-day on the SPY. Coinbase in the support area. Possibly look for upside there on that name. I need to find out what section, what sectors are doing what. Run is getting sold off. Everything's probably getting sold off. CVX. Remember that? The range we said yesterday, guys? Look at that. Look at it trying to bounce. So these are base hit trades. I may put this on. Right? We're long. I'm long at 159.50. And we take it to 165. That's the range. Again. So, come on. All right, so there's a nice rejection off the SPY. We may just trade sideways, guys. So that's what I wanted to show you right here on Chevron. There's a nice $5 range being put in there. I need to get some coffee. I hate that I get so tired when I just sit here. Watch for Tesla to get a bounce back up to the upside here. If it holds this, it's either going to break down on VWAP or it's going to reclaim VWAP and bounce up higher. But I think we get a bounce in Tesla. Watch being short right now. Oh, there's a nice move out of the SPY. That's a nice candle. There we go. Let's go, SPY. This is why it pays to be patient. You get your contracts cheaper, and you get a nice move on top of it. Okay, there we go. Let's go. Man, there's no volume, though. Come on, let's get that volume in there. Let's go. Let's dump this thing. Is that the... Yeah, I feel like that is the new... I feel like this is the trend line we should be following. That's so funny. Yeah, that volume's not good. It's just not. I think people are waiting, right? I think we're waiting for this FOMC meeting or a level to break. I'm gonna go make some coffee real quick. Don't get don't overtrade yourself. Oh, I turned it off. That's why. That's crazy. I didn't mean to do that. Shit. The longer we hold up here, the more I'm going to wonder, especially if we put in lower highs. Alright, well, HKIT is putting in new highs, and it's ripping apparently. I gotta get up. I gotta do some push-ups. I gotta do some coffee. Gotta get that coffee going. There we go. Alright, guys. Give me 5 minutes. I'm gonna make some coffee. Looks like we're just gonna hang in here in this range. The volume is really low, so watch out because the volume could just pick up out of nowhere and take us inside of a direction. So we're just making yesterday's low, not yesterday's low, but yesterday's base resistance. That's all we're doing. We're giving it time. See? Support, 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 support. And then resistance, resistance, resistance. So that is what is happening right now. Okay. Psych. Yeah. Let me make some coffee because I'm getting a little tired. Let's not do that. It's going to be a good day today, guys. We already got a winning trade. Small trade, nothing crazy, but we'll take it. We'll take it. That trade is definitely a decent trade now if you were able to get it. We got the entry, right? I want you guys to physically work on those entries, right? I'll show you guys later on how did I think that we were putting in a pennant of sorts here. Stuff like that. You know, I like to play things that have relative strength and relative weakness, but I'm not sure where that is right now. Outside of Tesla and Nvidia. Did they say SNDL? Sundial? Turkey! Turkey butt! What am I turkey butt doing? Oh shoot, I thought I had the mic off. I was talking to my cat Turkey. There goes Tesla. Or yeah, there goes Tesla. Damn it. That's all whatever. It happens all the time, guys. As soon as I get up is when it does the thing that I want it to do. We are going to be moving the stream over. Just so you guys know, we're going to be moving the stream. And we're going to have I'm going to move it to another room and stuff like that. So here they go. I think they're going to start hopping on it. Now we've gotten confirmation to the downside. That's lower highs. Shat. Shat nugget. What the fuck? Damn it. You know, I should have taken it up here, given it a little bit of time, but it's whatever. I didn't want to just sit in a position and lose premium. If I'm buying puts, I don't want to lose my, I want to make sure I have a decent momentum. I have like a nice move that I can expect. So it was a good entry. Um, yeah, those contracts are like 30 some percent now. Let's see here. Because they were 38 cents when I grabbed them, and they are 54 right now. 54 cents. They were 38 cents when we took them, and now they are 54. Eh, better luck next time, right? This thing really starts falling out of bed. You'll start seeing these premiums come up. There's a SPY, a triple top again at the 50-day. Again. Man, that's a nice trade if you guys hopped on it. Good job, guys. Great job. All right, let me make some coffee and again, you can always look for a bounce back. We have FOMC minutes today. So we'll make a move and we'll bring it back. By lunchtime we should be about where we closed. Opened. Opened, that is. We still have some nice volume on Tesla, guys. Just hold my ball stock from Tesla at 331. Okay. Um, that's nice volume, guys. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. Man, that's a beautiful entry. That's a beautiful trade, guys. 233. You know, short, and I obviously took my profits, but man, if there's any possibility that we could get that other bounce back, I would like to take it again, but it is what it is. It's probably enough time now, but I want to get the bounce back. Those contracts this morning are almost 100%. Why did I not hold it? Right? I think I did not hold this trade because, like, look at the SPY. It's back up at 50-day moving average. I just did not. I just wasn't sure if we were going to get a move in a solid direction with the way the volume was, right? With the way the volume was here, and really get that continuation. I wasn't sure if we were going to do that. I figured we might, just go up, kind of sit around. You'll get some moves down, a little move back up, and then, kind of wait for the FOMC meeting. But it's what the SPY's doing, so that analysis would be correct on the SPY. But Tesla's just weak. And you know what? Tesla still hasn't made a new low yet today. It still is kind of just playing around, but it's doing more, it's giving you some nice moves. Again, the contracts I was in are almost 100%. They would technically be, or they were, now it's changed, but they were just about 88 to 90%. Well, it would be 80%. I'm sorry. They were at 80%. They so there was just news. China demands that we lift steel tariffs and stuff. I did grab a Red Bull. I don't know where it's at, but I will be right back, guys. I wanna go. Come on, what are you gonna do? They had some. I don't know if it's another company that's trying to buy them out, to buy U.S. steel out. But he was on CNBC last night. All right, so there goes the SPY. I feel like it's trying, guys. It's just trying to go to the upside. Right? It's just hanging out right there. Yesterday's support level. Tesla just falling out of bed. And I don't think I heard that alert either. The alert that I set, I don't think I heard it. It didn't show up in my headphones. So I have to. Shit. Like I said, I think Tesla's got some more way to get some more downside ahead of it, but I'll be right back. I'm coming, guys. That 5-minute chart on Tesla looked really good. That's a nice trade if anybody held on to that Tesla short. You're getting some 5-minute volume coming back in there. Right? Look at the 5-minute. Right? That's why you want to use different time frames. What I'm going to look for, right, is a possible bounce back right here. Okay? I want to see if we can get a bounce back. And then I'll look to re-enter this position probably around here. Maybe. We may just start flushing it. We'll see. Alright? I don't have anything on right this minute. I have to look to see the angle. Maybe I'll keep that. See what happens. This could be our longer term trend here. Let me not really. Alright, we'll see. We'll see what happens, guys, with Tesla. I want to see if I can get a bounce back. There's another rejection on the SPY. It's still making higher lows, though. The SPY's making higher lows. So keep that, keep that in your mind. And if you do start closing below here, then you're going to start making a lower low. That's going to be the start of a lower low. Give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back. Yeah, so again, guys, there's a lesson for me myself that I was kind of more worried about like FOMC minutes and stuff. And I should have left a piece on the table there. I just I know I wanted to get short that thing again, but I walked away from my computer and stuff, and we could have not gotten a better entry on that Tesla short. Right there, guys. Right there, we just about top ticked it, which it doesn't matter. Beautiful trade. Beautiful trade, guys. So, are we going to explode up or down today? S&P. Explode up or down, that'll depend on whatchamacallit. What I am looking for on the SPY, that'll depend on the FOMC minutes. Alright. You want to see if you start closing a new low. You're making higher lows right now. This circle is the 50-day. Right? So far you have no new highs. Right? You have no new highs, but you do have higher lows. So I feel like you're going to close yourself up into here and then possibly break it down. What this is going to do is it'll chop around. If I'll give you two options, right? If we I would say, I want to say by like 1 o'clock or so, 1:30, 1 o'clock, I want to see if we get back to where, just about where we opened between yesterday's close and the open of today. When we get to like a half hour before those FOMC minutes come out. And I don't think, like I said yesterday, unless like they change these, I don't think. Great job, Historics. That's a beautiful trade on Tesla, man. I was being patient. I wanted to lock in some gains before we go into these FOMC minutes. That way, if for some reason I'm on the wrong side or something happens, that I've got a nice winning trade on that's going to reduce my risk for a trade later, right? We earn the right to take risk, folks. That's damn near 100% right there on those contracts. It's not even 11:30 yet. That's a beautiful trade. Great job, Historics. Clap it up, bro. Great job, man. So I'm going to just wait and see. We're struggling up to hold that 50-day. We can't hold that 50-day for nothing. So maybe we make one more run back up here. And then I want to see if we start, working our way back down. And then we settle up. I want to see us like settle around this area. Right? Maybe even a little lower. Before we go into the FOMC minutes to see, have they raised that year-end target? Or do they think they need more restrictive policy? Right? Do they need to add more interest rates? Do they think they need to do more? Kashkari came on and said they may need to do more. 2. Watch last night's stream that we did. Go back to yesterday's stream. I said it early. You can go watch that stream, and I literally gave you my whole game plan for that for today. Gave you my whole game plan. And look, we did bounce right off of that trend line that I put it here. So we'll see. Like I said, I want to see what happens here. But like, we could flatten out. You could scalp this, but you're not going to make much unless you have capital to buy the stock outright and buy a ton of options. And even then, you got to worry about commissions and all the slippage and all that. So it's not even worth trading the SPY right now. But you're making higher highs. You close. I'm going to tell you right now. You close up here where these candles are. Start thinking about 440, 450. Climb, walk it up, right? Just walk it up. Walk it up. Beautiful job, Esther. I'm so happy for you, bro. This is what we do. This is what we're trying to do here. Like, we gave a full rundown on Tesla as it's doing what it's doing and why were we on the downside. Why did we want to get short? And we were patient, right? We were so patient. I literally just about caught the lows of those two. It was the 420 or 220 puts that I got in for this week. I got in them after commissions and everything was like 40 cents. I think the lows on them were around 38. Maybe they hit 37 bid, 38 bid. But we got the lows on those contracts. That's why it's also good to know. Look at your contracts. What's the high and low for those contracts. So you know about where you are from where, the stock is, right? Obviously, the low is going to be down here roughly on those contracts, right? It might even be the high, actually, would be the high of those contracts would be down here on the put side because it has a gap down there, it's extended. And then the lows should be, it's hard to say where that would be. It might be there, right? We got them in. I got them in at 40 cents. 40 cents and, add on commissions, So this was a nice trade. I'm happy for you guys if you guys were able to catch that. All right, we gave a really nice rundown on that. And we said it here. I said, watch for a double top. Watch to see if we put in a double top. And then we did just that. I couldn't be, again, any more thankful that I'm even able to do this with you guys. A lot of people charge a lot of money. So all we ask is a like, subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. Juan, I hope you're doing good today, man. Let's just see what happens with the FOMC minutes. We're struggling with the 50-day. So for now, you got to look bearish. You got to be on the downside. But I wouldn't be too far on the downside. Maybe you kind of sit around where we opened, in between where we closed yesterday and where we opened today, to kind of wait and see what those minutes say. Maybe you get a little extension down. I said that this morning that we could get some up and down action. You get a move up and you can get a move down, and then just ultimately you'll line yourself back up around where we opened today before those minutes come out. This is such a nice trade on Tesla, man. They got to be at 100% at least now. At least. It's just before 11:30 and they're about there. Right now 78 cents. Right? You are 2 cents away from 100% trade. 3 cents away or so. That's a nice trade, guys. Great job. Great job. And those are pretty liquid, too. They are pretty liquid. That's why I chose those. The spread's real tight. 78 cents, 79 cents. Right? The spread's real tight on those. It's trying. You're going to start getting people taking profit here, especially with that 100% trade. You should get some put sellers starting to come in and start really taking profit. I still think our target's 220 on Tesla. Right? I'm still gunning for that 223. Right? This will be our target down here. 222, the low 220s. That's still the target for me. Still the target. And there she goes. You got yourself a 100% trade right there. 83, 84 cents now. Or was. So, I think you had people already having orders sitting at that 100% mark on puts. And you're look at the volume. See how the volume increased there? That's because people were wanting to target the lows and having orders, put orders sitting at that, if they got in at the lows, if they entered correctly, where we entered, right? Or they got a second shot at the double top. Look at those wicks. Look at all those wicks up there. And it was more than just the wicks. And I'm going to break it down. I'm going to break it down for you guys. Why exactly I thought we were going to just kind of put in a little pennant here and then ultimately break down. Or which side gave up. You don't really know until things happen. Because who's to say that news couldn't have came out that Tesla's raised their price or they're doing something, right? News can always come out. So, but you will have people that have, if they got in at that low 40 cent area and were setting their sell orders, their last take profits, knowingly, hey, these things are moving like 78 to 81 cents, 82 cents, limit ordering, having the orders there, taking profit as it comes, but having that last, having a major part at 100% on those contracts. And that's why you're starting to see it like kind of do what it's doing now, because you're getting a lot of people selling those puts. They've gotten a lot of profit out. You know, we know that because we were in these, right? So that's just a beautiful trade, man. Beautiful trade. I'm happy we were able to do it. Again, I still expect more downside with Tesla. It may take a couple days, right? It may take a couple days. So, great job today, team. Great job. We want to see if we can close, you know, start making this higher low. You know, I'm not talking about the wicks. The wicks are higher lows. But more so if you can close. Finally close and make a lower low. Right? Kind of where this circle is. And then start working our way back to roundabout where we opened and where we closed before the FOMC minutes come out. And then we see, you know, what the Fed has to say and what this market wants to do. Do we want to continue to the downside, or do we want to work our way back up to that 447 or 448 area, right? If they're done with rates. Again, watch the video if you have not watched it. Go back to last night's live stream. I did it pretty early on when I gave you the whole rundown. And it's important because of what happened yesterday. Right? It's important to what happened yesterday. So, if I'm going to be right on that type of analysis, on putting the pieces together, I think we have downside. I really do. I think we get some downside here. So, you start getting another extension, you're really going to start seeing these things pay, guys, by the way. These things are going to make a big leg higher. Once you close, you start getting down to 228, and we like start getting down to that high 227s. These things are really going to start paying. They're going to really start paying. It's going to be tough because people are taking, look how it's going up, because now you're at 100%, even for the people that were late. I feel like you could, if it does not pop up, you could get another extension down where it just, you know, this is an easy trade. Again, I just wasn't able to hold it. I didn't get my second entry here. Like I said, I wanted to get these lows to get back into the position, but I walked away, had to use the restroom, and by then you already had this candle and we were down here by the time I came back. So for that, I do apologize. You know, it's all recorded. I did say I wanted to take a second entry right here. I wanted to turn this prior support of the prior high of days support back into resistance, and you did just that. You did just that right there. And that was the area. This whole area is where I wanted to add. I wanted to start closing below that. Break it, pull back up, bang. Right? You got your 9 EMA right there. That's 1, 2, 3 opportunities in 10 minutes to take that trade. This was a nice rundown, man. There was like even this breakout, that low volume push right there. This volume bar is only bigger because it's actually the selling that came in and made that candle even bigger, right? That was a great rundown. It's some stuff you guys can start looking for forward, you know, looking at in the future when you're making decisions. You want to hang on that strength and you want to hang on the weakness. Microsoft's still going too, guys. So this was my sell area to get short. This red line. If I need to make it bigger, I can. I had that this morning also, was another idea. Getting short right here. Right? Now you're breaking back down below it. You tried to break higher. You're starting to... It could close here, and you're still closing. You're making higher lows. The uptrend is still intact. So if I went and did something like this, right, until you break those, which it looks like it's trying to do, I think you're going to start getting some downside on Microsoft here. All right, bang. See if that tape starts speeding up. You guys can't see it. Let's see if the tape starts speeding up on Microsoft. Here it goes. It should start to go. Look at it going quicker. It should. See it picking up speed. There's not much liquidity. It's not like there's not much liquidity, but compared to others, this is gonna, like, when it speeds up, it's not gonna be like as fast as some of the other names. Like Tesla, we saw just vroom, that thing was just ripping. You know, that time in sales was ripping. You guys still can't really see it, so I'm gonna have to do something about that. Again, we are going to move the stream over into the other room and have a nice setup and everything. Great job, Historics. I'm so happy for you, my guy. Great job, bro. Great job. Great job on the analysis. Great job being able to be patient with the trade. Colin, how you doing, my guy? There you are. I wasn't sure if you were here or not. How you doing, bro? You all right? I would, man, you could get it. You could. This is where you do want to get it, bro. If you're going to get that Q's breakdown, this is where it could happen, right? And I would start taking profits in front of me personally. I would just like ease my way out of, not necessarily out of the trade, because I don't know how much time you got. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Sorry to hear that. Just try and see if. Look, there we go. So the SPY's just closed a new low now. Now it's not a higher low; it's a lower low now. Right? We could still trade flat for a little bit. I feel like the indexes aren't giving you much because of this FOMC minutes that are going to come out. This could be a really nice trade on the Qs, though. You know, from previous price action, look at this. It's like, you know, it's going down, but it's bouncing right back up, and it's going to kill that premium, right? As soon as you get green, it backs up just a little bit. Then you're like either red or whatever if you don't get your entry right. You know, you obviously just want to hold on to it if it continues in that direction, right? To really get your, you know, yourself green in that position. But, and watch, because remember, at 12 o'clock, you know, each half hour, these contracts are going to decay, right? So keep some of that stuff in mind. I feel like some of these options can really decay on you at 12 o'clock once you get to that last few hours of the day. They'll just, boom, they'll just drop. You know, that's why it's usually good to wait and be patient. And especially with the indexes, you know, waiting till it finds its footing and wait till about 10:30 and, you know, try and get those contracts either, you know, on the lows or, you know, you want to get those contracts on the lows. So you want to at least have an idea, you know, the lows and the highs. So if I go to Tesla, so there you go. Day's low on Tesla was 33 cents. The high was 122. And we got those at 40 cents, 41 cents. I think there was an opportunity to get them at like 38, right? 38 cents-ish. Man, that would have been awesome to get at 30 cents. Even 35, man. We would have murdered those things. Because even just on that first pullback, I think I sold them at 15. I got damn near $15 a contract out of them. When because I like to sell in momentum, and when it's really starting to flush is because you're going to really get paid on those, and your fills are going to be pretty good too, because you're selling into strength to whatever direction it is that you're going. Let's see what the Qs did. Remember what I said? We said what? What was it, like 270, 267.50-ish? Right? 267, 267.50, 267.45. It looks like was the high. So that analysis was right also. Right? 267.45, 267.50 is where we are looking for the Qs to get up and reject that. So that's another good. We've been doing pretty damn good. That's awesome. I'm really happy. Great job, bro. An hour and 15. That's what's up, man. That's awesome. That's awesome, bro. That's awesome. I don't know, how you might start getting some volume in here because what's happening is you're going to have people that are going to start selling from in front of the open. That's a nice return right there. You're going to have people that are going to sit in front of this open and they're going to start selling. If they just got, they're going to at least, I'm not going to say like selling, but they're going to start, taking more of those profits, right? Because they don't want this thing to bounce back on them and get all the way back up here, right? At least I would, the smart people. And why are they not selling right at open? Well, they want to sell into the open. And that's why you have this here, right? See how it's just sitting, it's just above where we opened? That's because there's orders sitting there, right? They want to get those orders filled, right? For daily trades, for, they maybe short this thing for a couple days, and this is where they've been taking profits. I still think you have more downside, but that's a nice trade, man. I don't know how much more we're going to get out of it. Could it just continue to get down to that low 220 area? It wouldn't surprise me. It's only down 1.8%, but the thing is you came in with a huge gap down for it to reverse, and you get that nice entry up at 233.70, 233.50, bang, and it's you've done 234 to 228, call it 229. That's a $6 move, right? $5 move. So that's a nice trade. Yeah, I do. I trade long term. I do this again. Like I said, I would love to be back in this with you. I had to use the bathroom. I wanted to get my second entry right here, and I said that. I said I'm looking to get my second entry on this. I'm looking to get back in when we get here. I'm looking for the bounce back up here, and I had to use the restroom. And when I came back, we were already down here, and I'm like, shit. I missed it. I'm not, that's fine. I'm not going to pay up for it. All right? I'm not paying up for it. I want to get my entries right. That's because I know that's how I'm going to continue to succeed at this. Right? If it goes without me, that's okay. There's always another one. But yeah, especially when we start like getting out of this environment that we're in. There we go. Like I said, we make that first on the S&Ps, we make that first lower, we close lower. You're going to start seeing some downside. But yeah, I do want the environment that we're in right now. I would still be in this trade with you, bud, if I didn't walk away from my computer. But it is what it is. It happens. I'm still green on a day. We should still have some more volatility later that leads into tomorrow. So I'm going to be looking and planning for that as well. And speaking of that, I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. Oh, and I wanted to say, I did go back to make sure that I did sell it all my contract, because there's been many times where I have went out of my orders, and I still had like a last piece sitting on there, whether I told myself that I was leaving some on there and I forgot, and I go and I look back to just to make sure that I'm fully out of the position. I am fully out of the position on Tesla. As much as I would love to come on and say, hey, I got 2-3 more pieces here, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't. I didn't. I should have done that to myself, but I didn't. Right? Again, this is a learning lesson, but my concern was FOMC minutes, right? I didn't want to get caught in a bunch of chop. Right? I didn't want to get caught in a bunch of chop. We had the volume. I ultimately, it wasn't even that. I got my profits. I'm good. It was a nice trade for me. I was not able to get that second entry. I hate to repeat myself, but again, I was waiting for the bounce back here to make this whole area resistance, and I had to use the bathroom, and I decided to get up. Maybe I shouldn't have went to the bathroom. I should have waited. Right? But it is what it is. I never got my second entry, so It happens. So I could look at it a whole bunch of ways, right? I do know how, why I took the trade. I know where my profits were, and then where I was getting out if I was wrong. And I knew why I was in the trade, and I knew that nothing about the trade has changed, right? Because if nothing about the trade has changed, I'm going to be able to get that entry again right there in hopes to take this thing back down to the low of the day. And that's just exactly what happened. And unfortunately, I was not able to do that because I walked away from my monitor. I will be right back. Let me use the restroom. Sorry for being away, guys. Sorry, I had to use the restroom and do a couple things real quick. I'm going to go get these minutes up. Man, Tesla's still dropping like we thought, man. This thing is just weak. There's just weakness there. It's why it's important to find weakness and strength and ride it out. You know, put your emotions to the side. Put your reasonings to a side. Oh, man, I know how it is, bro. I know. I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Shit. I'm sorry, buddy. That sucks, man. I'm sorry. You know, it's going to take time when you're able to feel that. Like, you're able to really read it. I want to say 2:30. Should be around 2:30. Let's find out. That's what I want to do is go get them. I also wanted to touch, like VD was saying, and shout out to V. I hope you're having a good day, buddy. Thanks for joining. That's a nice triple top there, but it's still holding. It's got a little bit of strength with it. I would still think you might, you know, even if it just consolidates here, you could see a real breakout in the dollar, right? You know, you had one back here. This is a 5-minute chart. If this thing consolidates and you watch this RSI come back down here to like this 47, well, it would have, you know, yeah, 47.75-ish, 47 area, right? 47.78-ish. See this thing start to really bang. You know, you're going to want to wait till the Fed minutes is really when things should start to happen here. But and you're getting that breakdown in the Qs probably because of this dollar rise, and now the Qs should start to come back up. Now look, here goes the dollar again. Like with gold and stuff, you're in. Let's see what everything's doing right now. So there's going to be nice opportunity here, especially with the longer. You want to start watching these longer durations, right? This longer duration is what we're going to look for, right? It's just riding our uptrend, like we said. For some reason, it feels like this could be a bearish pattern, though, right? If it continues, you know, you could see a drop, pop, bang, right? Bring this thing back down to 3.5. So far, our analysis from Sunday morning is right on that video I put out. I would also come on. No. Hold on. Hold up. Let's see if no. Where am I at here? See, going back from different whatchamacallits gives me different readings. Right, so there is the top end of that trend. Bring that over just a tidbit, right? Boom, boom, bang. We'll see though. That might line us up with the Fed meeting as well. This all might be lining up with the Fed meeting. That should be coming up. I'll have to look when it is, if it's in like when exactly it is. But anyway, the Fed minutes. Let's not get off track. Let's see here. Let me just close this out and then open something else back up. Wait, what is this? What do I have going on here? Oh, this is from right now. Oh, shit. I didn't know that. All right. Anyway, so what's today? The 16th? 16th. Give me the Fed site. Come on now. These minutes should come out at 2:30. I'm almost positive 2:30. And by the way, Mary Ellen, I hope you're having a great day today. I hope your day is going well. Let's see here. Meetings and calendar information. June, July, September 19th, 20th. Okay, so that should be our Fed meeting. It's not until the 19th or 20th. Transcripts, detailed work FOMC meeting proceeds. I just wanted to see what this was. Detailed FOMC meeting proceeds as transcript beginning 1994 meetings. Alright, so let's go to news, events. It'll come out, it'll pop out up here, guys. Right, if you go to the press releases, it'll be up here. With a diverse set of expert insurance perspectives in life, property, and casualty, and reinsurance issued to serve on its Insurance Policy Avenue Committee, IPAC. So this is for all large banks. This is important stuff you guys might want to actually go over too. This is pretty big to read on because this is actually going to start taking in effect, and that's going to hurt liquidity. That's going to hurt whatchamacallits. Okay, how's AMD? I haven't even looked at AMD in today at all. I don't even think I really looked at it yesterday either. I'll have to look at it. So yeah, we'll go to news and events, and it should be, it'll be popping up, right? It'll pop up. It should pop up here around the press releases. It should already be like where you could click on it for when it does come out, I thought. News and events, testimony, calendar. Let's see here. Wednesday. There we go. There we go. We found it right here, guys. So if you go to news, events, and calendar, right? Go to news, events, come on down to the calendar, and then you're going to see, when you scroll down, go to Wednesday, the 16th, which is today. 2 o'clock. I thought I was wrong. I'm like 2:30. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock is FOMC minutes, right? So you do have these. I wonder why I cannot click on them. So let me see here. 8:16. It should have something for 8:16 on here. For oh, absolutely, bro. Absolutely. Sorry, I just got your message. Absolutely, it should be. That's a nice trade, bro. I would be already, yeah, absolutely, man. I would get out of that. You know, wait. If this thing wants to continue to be weak, we can always look to possibly re-enter right here. Right? Right at VWAP. See if we get a VWAP test. See if we start testing VWAP. And then, you know, I will wait till the FOMC minutes. Lock in those gains. You have to, that's another part of managing risk, is taking the profit when it's there. So great job. Clap it up for Historics. Colin, we're going to be all right, bro. We're going to be all right. We're going to get you there. Again, you could just make this area resistance, right? But I would say, in order for me to get back in, I want to see this thing pop back up to VWAP. I want a VWAP rejection, right? So this circle would be, because look what you're getting. You're starting to get higher volume, right? That volume is decreasing, but it's obviously bigger than what you've had since early this morning. That is that is 10 minutes of closing of a green candle. Now, what I could say is this. See, it's really not, because that's a hangman, or not a hangman, but whatchamacallit. Um, the only way I would say that Tesla, you would, to be able to for this to show me that this is still a place to be short, would be if you get a candle that does that. You're going to need a candle that at least takes out this prior candle. That's what I would need to see in order to stay in this trade and not take, like, to not get myself out. Right? I would need that. That's what I would need right there. I would need a red candle that comes down and takes back that prior green candle and closes even at the lows there. Right? So it didn't, like I thought. Yes. Time to get out. That's a 3-bar reversal. That's a 3-bar reversal right there. Now it could come back down, but it may just, that's it, man. That's it. Right? You got an increase in volume there on the buy side. It's starting to poke its head out. That is a beautiful trade, man. I know you got over 100% on that. Just about, at least. Enmall? Alright, cool. Enmall, great job, man. Yeah, hopefully I'm saying that. Hopefully I'm saying it correctly. But again, I can't tell you what to do because I can probably get in trouble for that. But I would. I'm saying I would. Because I like to manage risk. And when we get like this candle here, bang, I'm taking some off. We get that extension, take a piece off. And just continue to ride that weakness and take profits as it goes. You're buying 1 or 2 contracts. That's a great day. That's a great day. Let me eat this cracker real quick. I don't want to like chew in the mic and stuff, but I'm going to be here. So we do have FOMC minutes at 2 o'clock. We'll have all that up for us as soon as they come out and stuff at 2 o'clock. Yeah, that's right, man. Great job, Animal. And Colin, bro, you gotta remember. So here you are, FOMC statement, or that's from last month. You got to remember the type of day it is. It's like, it's not a day to be trading the overall indexes, right? I decided to take that trade on Tesla for the obvious weakness and strength, and whatnot. So, but I do want to touch on Neil Kashkari's statements yesterday. He said that it should not surprise anyone if the Fed continues to raise rates. If they do, and they start, if these yields continue to go higher, like even the 10s, even the 2s, I'm going to probably start putting a swing on gold, if not like GLD, GDX, and get them things to the downside as well. Right? That's something I'd like to, that TLT, but TLT's already done its downside, see? And that's why I said here earlier, I'm like, man, as good of a long as that looks, I forget where it was. I'm on a 3-minute, right? Yeah. This just, to me, was like, because this candle was green. It was up here when we were looking at it. Then obviously it sold off. And I'm like, I think that's a trick, right? Because once you make a new high, right? You made a new high on a lower volume that you went right through the previous high a day on low volume. And then you had a candle literally take it all back. This right here is a 3-bar. This right here is a 3-bar reversal, they call it, right? You have 2 green candles. It doesn't have to be green or red, but you have 2 candles to the upside, and then that candle, bang, takes out the prior candle and just about, and goes right back to that second candle, right? That right there is a 3-bar reversal. That's a perfect candle setup if you know, like candle technical analysis on candle structure. All right, that is a golden sign that this thing's got some downside coming. And but like a day like this is not where like in the morning with FOMC minutes and stuff like that. See how the candles are just choppy and it's like not really moving, but a day like this, bang, right? You want to be on stuff that's actually moving and has momentum and has direction. Like I say, I'm just gonna eat these real quick. I'm not going anywhere. There goes the SPY, right? As soon as we started to close and make those new lows, look at it. It's falling out of bed, right? Gave us plenty of time to get short up there at that 50-day. We're in the range. East Coast, United States. Um, so now we're in that range, guys. We finally made it down into this channel. But real quick, I do expect, or would not be surprised, if they're getting ahead of this FOMC minutes, or we just get bought back up by the time we get to 2 o'clock if we're still around yesterday's close to today's open, right? I don't know if the market I don't see anyone making any type of big positioning like to the upside or downside before FOMC minutes and not knowing what that they're going to get. If they're going to raise the rate or raise that year-end target, or if they've talked about raising the year-end target, or if they think that they're good where they're at. Because this could also give you, if they come out and say, we think our monetary policy is good where it's at, we want to see what it does, we'll get our, obviously we'll get our 25 basis points, and that's it. They want to give it some time. You could see this market go rip right back to 448, and the lower this thing goes, this thing could reverse in a hurry if that's what is said when things come out. The chances of that, to me, my personal opinion, are highly unlikely because they've hinted at it. And you had Neil Kashkari come on, for one reason only, to let the market know, hey, there still there's still more work to be done. That's my guy, Joe Terranova, right there. He's got his own ETF, by the way, guys. That's my guy, Joe Terranova, right there. He's got his own ETF, by the way, guys. That's my guy, Joe Terranova, right there. He's got his own ETF, by the way, guys.
Is in the JOTI ETF is Yum China, and it has obviously lost significant momentum here over the last 6 to 8 weeks. But no, my tendency is not to buy stocks in China, and if you are going to buy stocks in China, I think you do that for a trade, and I think Steve's done that very well.
Well, I mean, he continues to do it. He bought more Alibaba. You sold Baidu, but you bought more Baba, right, Steve?
Yeah, that's correct. Look, Baidu was a trade. Baba is a hold. It's not a perma hold because, after all, it is China. But you know, the dominant headline is China's weak, getting weaker, you know, deflationary, etc. But I'll just take you back to January of '09. Excuse me. And right before that was December of '08, and the Chinese economy at that time disappointed at 6% or slightly below growth when it was growing much faster. And what China do? They eased for 4
This is a
quarters in
low
row.
volume,
You
and
saw
I don't know if I had my mic
explosion
on or not, but
upside
if I had
in
that
China
YouTube
in
channel
the economy.
playing and you guys
can
could
see the same
could hear
thing
all
here.
that, I do
China has
apologize.
no choice. Now, I was
I don't know if
disappointed
anybody,
earlier in the week when
like
they
if something
came
like that
along
happens, if you
with
guys
the
could
real
help me,
minor
let me
cut.
know that,
But
hey,
they've got a
maybe
new
it
guy
wasn't
in the
because
seat,
my
number
AirPods,
one, not
my
Xi, you know, but
yeah, my
President
AirPods
Xi
were not
pulls
plugged
the
in
strings.
or
And we've
connected,
seen lots of
but man,
dictators or
I hope
presidents
that
for life.
that was
And
not,
where
you guys
are
could
they?
hear it, like
By the
hear
way,
me
they didn't
twice.
serve out their lives because you've had lots of social
I don't even know
unrest.
why the
So
stream
she's
was
aware
up.
of that. So he is going to cut massively. That's my view. So Alibaba is actually one of the cheapest stocks I own. They announced today that they're going to split out part of their cloud business. And by the way, that cloud business is about $10 billion a year and growing nicely. Think of what the cloud business is to companies
Poly
in
market
the
since 20
U.S.
days. Oh, that's
China's far
awesome, man.
behind.
That's
So
cool.
as they have these
What have you been
6
trading
other
there?
IPOs, you're going to see that some of the parts really drive the value there. So that's why I bought more Baba. It's compellingly cheap, single-digit multiple, but the base case is that China eases. Now, I will point out the last
like what
quarter,
position?
without
Like,
China easing, with the economy not in a tailspin,
like what kind of
but continuing
companies
to
and
degrade,
stuff?
Baba put up a good quarter. JD put up a good quarter. Look at the reaction today. So the negatives on China, which I know very, very well, having sued a
That's
few
awesome, man.
Chinese
You're going to
companies
school.
in the Cayman courts where
That's
the
that's awesome, bro.
I know all the risks, but I also know the
Keep it
upside.
up.
I
Keep
believe
it up,
the
man.
upside far,
If you ever come to the
exceeds
States,
downside.
Hedge funds
you
are
come to the
dumping
United
Chinese
States,
stocks in the money
you know, my
markets.
email address is in the link in the bio.
Is the word that they
Gotta
use.
give me a
Jim,
shout,
another
man.
issue that we need to pay attention to, you know, because it's the best performing and biggest group in the markets, tech.
Yeah.
And if you are hoping that if this is just a simple little correction is about to reverse itself, you better get some, you know, serious stabilization, if not a reversal in some of the declines that we've seen over the last couple of weeks, plus in tech stocks.
That would be nice. I agree. I don't think you're done with the correction in tech stocks. Now, I know I'm flying in the face of, you know, the hordes of analysts who over the last week have put out new ever-accelerating targets on the tech darlings. I do think you're going to get a little further pullback. Now, you know, Joe talked about the seasonality. I totally agree. And when you have a year that's as up as we are this year,
There might
and
be
in
some
particular
room left
those
on
tech
Baidu.
darlings, Nvidia's up, what, 170%, Tesla's up 100%. That's the
You might
right
still have a few more dollars to
apples
come
on
in the
tree
coming
for people to
days.
pluck when they wanna
There's
take a
probably still
vacation
$4 or
and they're
$5
not
left on
ready
that
to
trade.
seasonality. That's where they go. But
If-
you know, you get to mid-September.
I mean,
okay,
you know
Joe,
what?
I'd
It is
say
holding here,
October,
so
I'm
you
gonna
kind
call
of,
it
you might want
mid-September.
to see if
As you
it
get to
tries to fill that
mid-September, you know,
gap and
maybe
gets
Nvidia's
rejected.
around 400. Maybe Apple's
So
around
I might be
160.
looking
This
at
time last
Baidu.
year, Apple was around 125. The perspective
For sure.
here matters. You're right, Scott. It would be
Especially
nice if
depending on
started
where
to
we
rally
close
for the
today,
market
because
overall. I don't think it's what's
you've
gonna
broken
happen.
below that whole
Necessary.
previous
Necessary.
support and
Necessary.
resistance
I've been
area.
on the other side of that for
Like,
quite some
let me
time.
show you
Let's
guys.
not have that argument.
No,
'cause I think-
Like,
I think the opportunity is coming. I think the
First of all, I don't think it's an argument, and second of all, we're going to have it because it's necessary.
Right there.
It's
right.
being borne out.
I mean,
I'll
and
tell
we've
you what,
It's the
broken
only
it.
catalyst you could
I'll
think
tell you
of
what.
right now.
Let me grant you the
market is
point.
There
not
may
just
come a
that.
day
Let
if
me
more
grant
people
you the
see
point,
this,
okay? I'll give you the point.
you know, you could get a
But the point
really
I'm trying to
nice
make is, I
volume
don't
type
really
of day.
care what
I'm
we're
not sure how
talking
many
about for a
people are
month. For
watching
me,
Baidu
and
though.
you know where I am. That's a great opportunity. Okay, so if Nvidia, Apple, Microsoft all come down and it gives me better entry points to add to Apple and Microsoft, initiate on Nvidia, I'm happy
Knocking all my
even
ops
if
out the
it
field.
drags the rest of the market
He
down.
said, so Texas did something with its
Part of
ops.
my point, too,
That's
is
what
like,
just
are
came
you-
across the
are you
scanner.
gonna- What's that, Steve?
Knocking all my
I
ops
said,
out
thank
the
you,
field.
Jim. Don't care about the market, the rest of us, just so you
I don't
can
care
buy
about it
those
for
two
a
stocks.
month. You guys know me. Come on, we're not even gonna play this. You guys know me. You think I care about
I love
the
when they
next
get
month?
into
I
it
don't.
with each
But I
other.
think you're going to have a hard time, Jim, convincing people that, oh, hey, today
Some commercial banks
let's
out your
not
powers,
buy,
hotels, etc.
Apple
Oh,
on
okay.
It's been a couple week pullback. Let's go
That's
buy
cool.
Caterpillar. or an
Yeah, we actually had a
industrial
recent
stock like that.
IPO here, Cavo, and it's supposed to be a good restaurant chain. Let's see how she's doing today, because it had earnings yesterday too. So it broke that level. It actually turned it into resistance, which, like I said yesterday, I feel like it's all going to depend on the market. You know, if the market, look at this SPY sell-off, guys. I had a feeling that if we broke into this turquoise range here, like, we were going to start seeing the downside of the range. So what I'm getting at, or my instinctive, like, what this is kind of telling me is that the market and institutional ownership is believing Kashkari that the chances we get that FOMC meeting, or FOMC, the notes today are going to say that they may need to do more. And that's the point of him coming out, to let the markets know we may need to do more. And like I said months ago, I said you're going to come to a point where it may not be, we may not sell off because of anything like a recession or anything. The market is going to start telling the Fed, you're doing too much, too quick, you need to give it time. And the market will start pricing in, you know, some downside moves. And it looks like that is taking place, right? That's taking place. See if we can get a bounce back. I doubt it, because you're starting to get an increase in selling there. So we're in the range. These are the levels that I have. You know, the upside of this is going to be 442.27, 441.50, 441.50, that is, and then 440 flat. Oh, the very bottom of this range is around 138. It's in the low 138s. So now I want to see if we start to bring ourselves down. It's 12:30, so 132. We have an hour and a half until these minutes come out. Let's see if somehow, if it can just work its way back up around here. I want to see if it can get back to the open.
NVIDIA is the leader right now by providing those AI chips, those GPUs. There's no competitors in sight. Therefore, NVIDIA will continue to gain that market share. It is an argument for near-term success for the company, possibly in the next guidance, the quarter. The other
Tesla, it's more.
Factor, I guess, for NVIDIA
Damn
is
it.
demand coming from China.
That's a shame. I could have taken a second
We learned from the FT
entry
that
up,
Saudi Arabia,
up here.
UAE
I should have never walked
NVIDIA
away from my
chips.
monitor. Every
China,
time
a
I
bunch of these
walk away and go
companies,
do
hyperscalers
something,
as well.
I
So
always
demand is
live
clearly
in
there.
regret.
But I know yesterday on your show, Josh Brown made
It's
the
all
argument
good.
that how
It's all
can
good.
NVIDIA continue to blow past analyst expectations? It was 50% past estimates this last quarter, right? When we were talking about guidance. So can they keep that momentum going when so many companies, countries, etc., are front-running their orders right now to get a leg up on the AI
You also
push?
raised the issue. You said, hey, make sure you ask Stacey Rascon when he was on Closing Bell about supply constraints.
Yeah.
Because of the quality, quote unquote, of the chips that NVIDIA produces and their dominant, position in that area, can they produce enough of what people want?
Precisely. So that would taper down revenues just in the near term, because TSMC is the sole contractor for NVIDIA, and they make their chips. TSMC has warned about this. I've just listed all the names of countries and companies that have, want demand. So that is a big issue right now, which is why what we're going to see from the report, even if the exact numbers, it comes above $11 billion in revenue for the July quarter, really it's going to be about this next year. How is this momentum going to keep going when you're dealing with supply issues and front-running orders?
Wrap up real quick, because you're the only one here who owns it right now.
Okay, so May 20th.
Jimmy's looking at it. He wants it, but you actually have
May
it.
24th to May 25th, the stock jumped 20% post-earnings. And the question I think that Josh was raising is, can you have the expectation that it could do something similar like that again? Options are implying an 11% move. So this stock is going to move post-earnings. I think why the analyst community is still gathering around this overall positive sentiment is they see the explosion in revenue growth coming in 2024. They see the moat and they see the investment in software and in hardware, and they realize that if there's this supply to demand imbalance, ultimately the only chip company
I know this hurts, Collins. Sorry, Birdie.
And coming off of Taiwan,
I know it
Semi
hurts.
and ASML,
That's why
I think
sometimes
you
it
have
pays to be
have
patient.
a positive feeling that NVIDIA could surprise.
I don't know. I mean, I can't
once
really
again,
even
not to the
say
degree
that.
that it did last quarter.
50%, yeah.
I'm
But it
just,
could
you know,
surprise
that
once
sucks,
again.
man.
We'll see. Thank you, as always.
Thanks.
Christina Partsinevelos here with us. On set, before we head to break, another check on the markets right now. We are at session lows. The major averages negative across the board now. The 10-year note yield, the yield is not falling. It's actually going up. 423. That's one of the issues.
If you
Up
notice,
next, our
though,
chart of
this
the day
we
is
had
Target.
some decent
Shares
buy-side
are rallying
volume
on the
here,
back of
so
earnings. Stephanie Link
we
owns
want
it.
to
She
look to
joins
see
next.
where does that buy-side volume, the buyers, where are they going to step back in at? Because they're there, right? This morning you had some nice you had some nice volume to the buy side. At least more than you did selling. But it's not like it was like a ton of volume. And if I'm reading this correctly, I'm hoping you still might be able to get a chance even on the Qs to get another shot at like 365.50, 365.75, 365 even. Even though it looks like intraday, it did turn 365.32ish into resistance. I want to see if you can get back up to like yesterday's close or like yesterday's pivot low before the close. This is a big move down, and it's not like you're doing it on increased volume. I mean, maybe on a 15-minute chart it is, but it's pretty crazy to see. You know, it's rare that you see this type of price action in lunchtime. Usually it's to the upside. Let me see here. So, okay, awesome. That's how you got to do it, man. That's how you got to do it. Look, I got a bunch too. There's two here. I got one there. I know how it is, buddy. I know. That's putting in the work, man. That's putting in the work. Getting to where you want to be in life. And just being good at your craft, you know?
Free consultation.
Let's do our chart of the day. It's Target. Shares higher despite lowering their full-year guidance. There's the stock by 3% to the upside. Our Stephanie Link owns it, joins us now. So the beat is overshadowing. It's good to see you, Steph. Thank you for being here. The beat overshadowing the revenue miss and the guidance. Do we characterize this as good? Was it a good quarter? How do you assess it?
I think it was a mixed quarter, Scott, where they beat on earnings, they missed on revenues. Comps down 5.4% was about what I was thinking that they would do. The guidance is midpoint of the range, about 750, kind of where I thought that where it would settle out. I think the clear positive is the profitability in the quarter. Operating margins were 4.8% versus
I've got my mouth full right now.
1.2% last year. And gross margins
Absolutely,
were 27%
my guy.
versus 21.5% last year. So they're making a lot of progress. And inventories fell 17%, and inventories in discretionary fell 25%. All of this, if you wrap it up, is that they're doing better in terms of pricing.
Yeah, I was just eating a cracker, Juan.
Markdowns. And
I actually got a cheesesteak yesterday.
Expected freight costs. So
and
all in all,
I'll have to show. I'm gonna make. I'll make another short when I get there. I actually have a short already made. I'll have to show you guys. Listen, the bread is so good. It is so good. It's my new favorite spot. The FOMC minutes in the United States come out at 2 p.m. What country are you in?
In which even you sound
what country are you in, Juan? And we'll get the timing for you.
I'm thinking, well, a stock that's $50
Honduras.
plus off
I
of
hope
its
you're having a good day there in
52-week high.
Honduras.
It's gonna
Honduras,
take a
just the
long
sound of
time
Honduras.
to
It
get back
sounds
to that level.
like a
It
beautiful,
will, but
peaceful
I think
place.
that
Like,
there's
you know.
definitely a line of sight, right? That they can do 8
Is
to
it
$9
an is
in
Honduras
fiscal
an island?
24, that's
Let me
next
see.
year, and then maybe 11 to 13. I think the real important point, though, is its inventories have really plagued this company, and they're now getting it under control. And again,
Sunny
they're
day here.
doing
I'm on a
much
mountain.
better
Nice.
on the
It sound
profitability
look
side of
palm
things, and I
trees.
really
That's
care
all I
about
needed.
that because
I
once we do get
just
demand to come back,
you know.
revenues top line, then you are
That's
gonna
right.
get that positive
That's right. I
operating
know where
leverage.
it's
And so
at
I
now.
think the stock is really attractive.
I know where
It's
it's at.
17 times earnings, but that's trough
So,
earnings, right? That's
what
on this year's
time?
earnings.
Let's see
So
here.
I don't
So
think that's all that
2.
commanding as well.
No,
You
this
get
will
a
be Eastern
3.6%
Standard Time,
dividend
2
yield,
p.m.
And it's just a high-quality
Standard.
company that's down and out.
What
and
let me
I-
see
I
here.
think,
What
there's some upside,
time
going forward.
is?
All right, Steph, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
That's
you.
Stephanie Link back at our headquarters for us. You looking
Let's
at this,
actually let's go
Gary,
to
at all?
let's go
You know, it's
to
interesting, Scott. I looked
the old
at
AI.
it 2
Hold
days
up.
ago, and
Come
I
here.
went through all of
Come
the
on up.
numbers,
Let's
and
go.
I went back several years.
Come
So if
on.
you go back
No,
to
no, no, no. I wanna
2019,
do
in
this.
fact, where the
There we
earnings
go.
were not too far from what they are
If
going to be
it
this year.
is
And also, if
two-
you look at 2022,
Let me do it correctly.
last year,
Two-
the expectation was that we'd be earning $14
Clock
if you look
Eastern
at the next
Standard
fiscal year. So the reason the targets
Time,
and the penalty box is they're
USA.
disappointing investors.
What?
Every single time the stock takes
hold
a
on.
leg down, people buy it. Stephanie's brave to have done it, and I think that it will work out eventually. But people
Yeah.
are
I mean,
underwater.
eventually
Standard
is
Time.
Okay, but
a loaded word for an
correct.
investor.
There are people who are getting tired. They bought it down 20%, 30%, 40%. It's down more than 50%. And the online business off 10.5%. Not so great. And, you know, used to have a love fest with Target. It had a higher multiple than Walmart.
1
That switched
p.m.
again. So
your
I
Central
think
Time.
they've got to show
Before it's 2 p.m.
another
USA,
quarter
then it
or
would be
two before
12
people are
p.m.
gonna believe
noon.
that it's a recovery story.
Isn't this awesome? Isn't that awesome?
5% new record
It's
high,
crazy
you
some
know,
of the stuff.
on earnings, beat
Like not
rate,
only
beat
the stuff that we
same
made, some
store
of the
sales
stuff that
up
we've
6,
built
as
and
double
be
the
able to
estimate,
create
you
as
wanted to
humans. Isn't that
Remarkable. In
crazy?
2024, they now
Right?
expect same-store
So
sales to
12
be up
o'clock.
3 to 4%.
It's
Previously,
10:30
guided
a.m.
to
there.
2 to
Oh, well then I
3%.
could have just added it
Strong
up,
traffic
but
trends. Let's
yeah,
understand,
12
this is a
o'clock
consumer
noontime. No problem,
discretionary
man. No problem.
stock.
Like I said,
What
we'll have it up
is,
here.
what Costco
You know, when it
is,
comes
what
out,
Walmart. They
we'll
are
have
all
it.
consumer staple
It'll
stocks.
come
And one of
out
the problems
again if
for
you go to the
consumer
Fed
staple
site
stocks
and you go
is
to the
that dividend
calendar,
yield,
news
8% of
events,
the overall sector, has now
calendar,
fallen far significantly
and then
below
hold
the
on, it
10-year
was
Treasury.
wait,
Keep
I
in
had it.
mind, it used to run 50 basis points above a 10-year Treasury. So there's obviously something inherent to the business at Target.
I'm pretty sure it'll
relative to
just be
Costco and
posted right
Walmart.
here.
And I'll say this, Scott, I have done
Arches
a
860.23.
awful job in trading Walmart individually, right? My own intuition, I have traded Walmart.
Awesome,
off, and we're
man.
gonna
Good stuff.
report
Yeah, we'll
that
see.
they've
What I'm going to
got
do
the
is we'll
grocery
read it.
then they've got
So, and
the
what we're going to
grocery
get
business,
is you're
which
going to get a
should
reaction.
insulate
You're going to get a
them
reaction
from
in
some
the
of the
dollar,
challenges maybe that Target has
equities,
experienced. But Walmart's
Forex,
done
all
basically
of them.
straight up, right?
Rates.
Costco is going to report at the
You're
end
going
of
to
September
have.
with a systematic
So what they have
rules-based
is like they
approach.
have algorithms,
I've owned Costco
right?
through the
That
ETF
literally,
since
because
July
when they
2021.
release a press
Never
release and
shaken
stuff,
out
they
of it,
already
never
know
questioned, just
where
followed
it
the
is
rules
in the
and stayed
paper,
in it, and you can
so
see
that
what
the
Costco
computer,
has
all the
done
computer
since
has to
then.
do is
So
scan
my
that
own
part,
foolishness
and it
has
takes
taken me
the
out of
words
Walmart
that are
several times,
said,
and that's the wrong place
and
to
it
be
buys
because you
and
wanna be at
sells
Walmart.
off of that. So that's why you see that immediate big move up or big move down. And that's algorithms reacting. That's buying and selling because it literally will scan
that's
through that
correct, and it's
paper
actually been
like
a
that,
great stock.
right? It
They'll
scans through it
report
really
next
quick,
Tuesday.
and then
Valuation
it
creeped
also,
up a little bit,
you
but
know,
still,
it sends
pretty
buy or sell
reasonably
signals
priced.
off of
So
the
I'm
words
sticking
that are
with it,
said.
but frankly, if I see
What
it go through the
doing?
150
Come here, you
level,
wanna
I'd
say
maybe
hi?
Consider that.
This little
right
girl.
now, the momentum
here.
is just phenomenal. Even on down days like today, you continue to see it trade up. They're one company that really can't be disintermediated by online
Little
to
girl
any extent
came in. Hold
because it's such an experience for parents to go with their kids there to pick out, you know, sporting goods equipment, pick out clothing, sporting, you know, athletic gear, etc., to try it on. That it's an experience. So I think that's why they're doing so well. Plus,
show
the
you guys the little
competition
girl.
is very limited in terms
Tell
of
me
brick
she's
and
not
mortar,
adorable.
So I like it. If
That's
I
my
turn to
baby.
Target, if you remove the name Target,
Tell me she's
and
not
you
a cutie
instead put
pie.
a technology name on there,
I'm
the
gonna go
stock will be
feed her
a
real quick. I'll be
defibrillator
right
today.
back.
So I'm sort of puzzled
Oh,
by it's
give me your
working
beats.
so well. sell, given that the downside guidance. I get that their
Oh yeah,
margins are better, but that's because
she's my little
they've
girl.
shedded all
I'll
their
be right back,
inventory.
guys.
So,
What am I trading on? You know, I have Thinkorswim up for charts for us. I have Interactive Brokers, E-Trade, Lightspeed. Those are the three that I have. But I do have through Thinkorswim like Forex futures. If I want to trade futures or Forex, that'll be through this account. I don't have any money in this one right now as we speak, but all I have to do is just transfer money over, and then I can trade futures and Forex and equities all on this, which I can do the same on the other ones too.
The Tui
Simulation,
yeah. Movie fame is calling former NFL star Michael Oher's claims
it's but again,
that
it's
they enriched themselves
Thinkorswim.
at his expense, quote, outlandish and part of, quote, a shakedown. The family is claiming that Oher threatened to plant a negative story about them unless they paid him $15 million. Oher filed a petition in court Monday asking a judge to terminate a conservatorship.
But yeah, guys, I'll be right back. Let me feed her real
initiated by
quick.
the Tuies. And Apple has moved the End Call button back to the middle of the screen in its latest iOS update. The move reverses a change the company had considered earlier this summer. Apple had been looking to move the button to the lower right-hand corner, but you know, when they move that button, I still can't work it out right when it comes up as a little pop-up at the top of your screen when you're open on something else. 9 times out of 10, I hang up rather than answer. Maybe it's just me.
You keep working on it, Bertha. I'm confident in you. Bertha Coombs. All right, coming up, our call of the day. One firm sees this energy stock rallying more than 30%. Joe owns it, which means we debate it. We'll do it next.
Grade my trade. Send us your latest stock move, and the investment committee will debate it and grade it. Email us at askhalftime@cnbc.com or tweet us, #GradeMyTrade.
Oh, I wanted to show you guys. I was just thinking with that CNBC, the Gradar trade. Let's send them in that Tesla trade we took this morning. What just happened? Oh, it just came across this. Reuters reported.
Second largest steelmaker apparently considering a potential offer that's according to their sources.
Yeah, the guy came on last night.
This, Jimmy, the other day because Cleveland Cliffs was in the mix. The CEO.
Cleveland Cliffs has too much debt.
They got a lot of other people want to get in on the action too, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, it strikes me that Cleveland Cliffs is the right suitor here.
See, look, guys. See, as soon as I walk away, you get this is my life, but it's all good. Seriously, discussing possible bid for U.S. Steel.
You've got a mix of electric arc furnaces and blast furnaces. You've got the union, and this is probably the biggest
I'd wait for the pullback. It's going to get bought out. It's going to get bought out as long as it's not bought out by Cleveland Cliffs, because they're just going to turn this thing into more debt, right? The guy that came on last night had pretty much said that. He's like, Cleveland Cliffs is just going to turn this thing into another rundown company with a ton of debt. And Cleveland Cliffs has to do stock because they don't have the cash to be able to give it to them. They don't have it. And the guy that was on last night.
Maybe. I'm more worried about anti-competitive issues. I mean, I'm going to answer your question, but the biggest issue here is anti-competitive, antitrust issues, okay? I think they'll get through it, but it's not easy.
I just want to hear this.
Layup. To your question, though, I don't think so. Here's why. You know, what's the company? Escott. I can't remember the company.
Yeah, Escott. Yeah, that's it.
That's not a strategic fit. That's not a company like Cleveland Cliffs where you're combining the assets in a way where you strip out.
You're running the whole operation.
$500 million a year. This from a company, by the way, that is notorious for under-promising and over-delivering.
By the way, U.S. Steel's market cap is just about $7 billion.
Let me answer your question more directly, though, because the current premium is 40%, 43% on U.S. Steel from Friday's close. That still would be buying U.S. Steel at 70% of book value. Cleveland Cliffs is at 1 times. There's a little room.
CVNA is down 1%. Carvana.
He's not going to get picked. He's not going to get his pockets picked here.
Why, should you have a view on this? I mean, you have owned Cleveland Cliffs from time to time.
I have, and what was chided as a bad sale in the 20s turned out to be a good sale. Look, high quality company. You know, I think it's subject, obviously, to economic vagaries.
We've talked about steel, guys. 2 weeks ago, we were talking about steel and how it was set up. I don't it all depends, man, on what I'm trading. You know.
So I think the stock will settle back.
This morning we got it easy locked in. I don't know, it was like 325. You know, $325.
Very wealthy family. We'll leave it
I mean, think about it. $400 a day, $385 a day is $100,000 a year. But that's just a small trade from this morning that I'm managing my risk for tomorrow, for this afternoon, and I was looking to re-enter Tesla, even though I know like none of this stuff. You know, what if I told you like, you know, on my average trade, you know, I get my usual 20%. You're talking over $2,000. That wasn't the case today. Small position. Wanted to re-enter it right here, but again,
they have got all the scrap metal. They've got the yield coming from their auto manufacturer contracts.
I
hear you, Escar. Smart
I had to go use the bathroom, and I walked out, and when I walked away from my monitors, when we got this retest of prior support and stuff like that. But I do just fine. I do really good. I say I make more than most might think. I'm here every day. But that's like that also kind of sends the wrong message to other people. It's like I want to be able to help teach people how to read the markets and be able to make the right decisions and make more when they're right than when they lose when they're wrong. Because that's the only way you're going to be able to get good at this. For instance, this morning I said, watch for a double top in Tesla. Right, we put in this initial morning high, and it was somewhat of a weak pullback. And before any of this was here, I mean, members will comment. Members know what it is. You know, they know what it is. And what did we do? We put in a double top, only to take that thing just about over 100%. I wasn't able to get my re-entry on it. You know, it is what it is. But we still have a really nice afternoon. So again, the S&Ps are curling themselves back up. What are we looking for? We're looking for the S&Ps to get around where we opened to yesterday's low or yesterday's close in this whole area to see if we, get positioned there to figure out what move we're going to make. I want to see if the S&Ps are right around this area when that FOMC minutes come out. I still stand by that. But yeah, my average trade will be anywhere from $800 to $2,500, anywhere in between there, depending on what is it that I'm doing, right? Am I looking for a home? It's not that I'm looking for a home run trade. Do I have what is my conviction? This morning, I'm putting on base hit trades, so I'm getting paid, right? I'm getting paid, right? That's first and foremost. If we earn the right to take the risk, this is how you earn the right to take risk, right? Take gamble. If you don't know, you're exactly right. If you don't know, you're exactly right. And I was pretty confident Tesla was putting in a double top there. And like I say, I have a lesson tonight. How did I know before a double top was there? I didn't know, but I was 80% positive with the price action and what was going on that we may consolidate for a minute, put in a double top, if not a wedge that I drew, and then get that weakness, right? It's going to be a really good lesson because it's actually going to show you there's a lot that goes on in between price action that people don't really fully see and grasp because they may not have enough time. They may not have been told, right? And until you're told or seen or time, whichever it is, but usually I would say unless you haven't been told to look at it from this perspective, you're probably not going to know. And it's going to evolve right around this whole area from 231 to 234, 233.96, I guess the high of the day. This whole area was key. This whole area was key. It was important, and that is why, literally, we got in right here on that rejection of the high of the day on Tesla. We just about top ticked it. I caught the lows as far as from when I was looking at the 220 puts. I entered those at 41 cents. S&P coming down now. It's recovered 20% of the fall. Yeah. Just watch that 90 MA. Watch it. See, I would see if we hold that 90 MA, possibly pull back here, and then continue higher. We could go lower. Again, you're right because we had Neil Kashkari come on and say, don't be surprised if the Fed continues to raise rates. So the market may be getting ahead of that. You're probably right. They sell this thing off all the way up into there. We'll see, though. We'll see. We'll see. Again, look at that tail. But what you're also getting is a little bit of volume, too, there, trying to step back in. You're selling off on what? Lower volume, right? So, again, if you don't know, I have FOMC minutes, I have Fed meetings, right? At every single Fed meeting that we've had for the past year and a half that has been meaningful, I have taken a picture of it, and I keep those charts in a folder, right? I keep it on my computer, I keep it on a folder, but it's on this computer where the camera is, where you guys are. And again, we're going to move this stream over so I can have my other monitors. I can start having my positions done on the computer and not through my phone right now. This desk, and I don't have enough room, but we are moving that tonight. We're going over there so we can have everything good and set up. But, I don't even know what I was getting at. But real quick, I wanted to show you guys. I'm not sure if the other ones are still here. Let's see, what is this? 442, 344. This looks like, where did we open? 442, 440, 442.50, 444. So that is $2.50, $2.50, $1.50. yeah, you could start seeing this thing back down at 380 or 442.50. Like 40.50 would be what I would say could be your area I would look for if my math is somewhat correct. We'll look to see if we can get the S&P. But U.S. Steel is still going. I wanted to show you guys this cheesesteak that I got last night. But this place, right? They have. I was saying this before. They have really the bread is so good, and I feel like that's one of the most important things. Is like the bread and really good. Like I don't usually get tomatoes here on stuff, but in Jersey, they had the best tomatoes I've ever tasted. I'm telling you, these tomatoes will punch you in the face with flavor. You're like, holy shit, what did I just bite into? Right? It's literally like when I was really had a really good tomato, I was like, holy cow. So
I don't think anybody owns Chevron on the well, you do.
Look, we've been talking about Chevron. That's so funny. We've brought in Chevron. It's put in a really nice range for us. I talked about it this morning. That's hilarious.
What do you think about this call here?
I think there's a nice range being put in right here. Right?
I think what they're doing is they're
159.50, one low 159s. Sell at 165. There's a $5 range being put in here. You know, you want to watch this area though. 159.60. You know, especially if we get into a bear market, guys. A bear market, everything gets sold off. Everything. Energy, gold, tech, Dow names, you name it. Hell, it might get so bad they even sell the VIX off. I'm just kidding. That's probably the only thing that's going to go up. When you're in a real bear market, everything gets hit. Everything. But check this out.
And taking free cash flow to a point where it's going to accelerate as you move out of 2024 into 25 and 26. So it's viewing the opportunity that he has in the Permian Basin and in the Tengiz. It's realizing that the
they had Tom Lee on this morning.
Is going to get some tailwinds behind it. And I haven't even mentioned
What's
the
going
fact that oil prices might ultimately act as a tailwind as well. So I think the upgrade is a good one here.
New buy for you, NextEra Energy. Speaking of energy, tell me about this one.
Yeah, so we own some of it. We bought it a couple of months, maybe 6 weeks ago.
Okay, you bought more.
And, yeah, we bought more because the stock's come down. So why was the stock going down in the first place?
Look how big these are, guys.
Sustainable energy company in addition to being a Florida Power and
Wait do you see how big this is?
And we know that electricity demand is going to double or triple in the next.
It is literally my whole arm. Huge.
And ESG funds, of course, have been losing assets. That's been bringing it down. We think the stock is very attractive at this price. A lot of growth.
And I finally got a cheesesteak from there yesterday. Delicious. Perfect. I told them, I'm like, this is now my home. It's so, they have such good food. They have real marinara, real, whatchamacallit, cheese, like real mozzarella cheese, like just, it's delicious. It's really good. Look how fucking big it is. It's my whole. I'm like cradling it like a fucking baby, and I'm over 6 foot. Right? It's huge. I'll have to get one and really get a video and show you guys how big they are. They're huge. They're like this big. They're like at least 18 inches. They're huge. They're like 1.5 feet, if not close to 2 feet. But anyway, yeah, that's that. Let's start game planning. Let's see what happens here. There's that target for the SPY. If you do not hold this area right here where I put that circle, you will probably continue lower. All right, you'll probably continue lower. There's a little bit of buying going on there. It's not a lot. Not a lot of buying, but there's a good amount of orders. And then it just gets retaken by selling. There it is. There's the retake by selling. There it is. This is it. They'll probably let it go lower. Let's see. Look how it's curving on my circle too. I love how it's just like trying to curl its way back up, right? All right, so what I'm gonna do is, man, what a great day today, guys. I'm really happy we were able to do that today. It's all good. Wasn't able to get that second entry on Tesla. It's all good. We could not have gotten a better entry on that short. Could not have gotten a better entry. I mean, we could have, but I don't even think you would have probably got those options maybe like 2 cents cheaper. Like I said, when I looked at them, they were 38 cents. 39 on their lows, and then I got in around like 41 cents it was.
Synopsis, Jimmy, you've taken Cisco, obviously.
So there you go. You got some buyers sitting down there. This is, and then look, see if you get that, look at it running. Look at that increase in volume, right? Bang, there they are. So there's your range. That's a key range right there, right here.
I think it's likely that orders are starting to come in, and that their commentary is positive about what they're seeing in terms of potential prospective new customer wins. So,
and now the selling's still continuing.
That's really what's going to be important here.
Buyers might step aside and let them take it lower.
This is what you told the producers.
But it's also like, what do sellers do? Do the sellers let the buyers take it higher to sell at a higher price? That's also.
I'm just reiterating what you said.
More than 20 years ago. Yes, we think there are other opportunities, but it's been a good performer, and I hate being negative about a company that's working so hard to sort of get back.
All right, it's 1 o'clock, guys. It's already 1 o'clock, man. This day's been going quick. Usually I'm taking a nap by now, but I'm just kidding. Like I said, I was wore out the past couple of days, guys. I ran myself to the ground. I really did. I ran myself to the ground.
Which is give you no drama. Hold it for a long time. You don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. Quickly, Synopsis.
Synopsis, a name that we've owned since inception in November of 2020. It's been a very strong performer for us. Look for the revenue growth here to accelerate. It's going to need to do that to maintain this lofty valuation it has right now.
All right, back in a couple minutes. We'll do final trades next.
What is it? Oh, wait. Oh, I don't know. Let's see. These first big buy-sell agreement. I don't know what that is, buddy. Yeah, I'm not sure either. I'm not sure either. Like I say, we didn't pay attention to it. There it is. They gave up. For the most part. Are they still here? Let's see if these buyers are still here. I'm sure they'll let them bring it down. Because if they really want this thing, they'll want to get the best price they can. But again, you guys got to remember too, like institutional money flow, right? Their job is to sell above VWAP and buy below VWAP, right? So you have a nice gap here in between VWAP. You put in a little double bottom here, you may see another run at VWAP. Right, and that'll kind of, it all depends, because if you really give this thing up, it'll push VWAP. You see how close VWAP is to yesterday's close, right? And maybe we get a last minute run back up to it, because you could sell off, and then in the last 15 minutes leading up to the Fed minutes, you get a bunch of buying if you're below, if you're well below VWAP or well below this area, and then you'll get a quick run up to get pretty much where we closed and opened before this FOMC minutes come out. Because why is that? Like, if I told you we're about to get some data and insight on what the Fed is going to do, if it's not even just interest rates. You have to worry about their balance sheet. When are they going to start lowering this balance sheet? It's still up at just under $9 trillion. They haven't done anything with it. So, and they actually had to increase it with its banking issues. So you're about to get insight on possibly the balance sheet, an interest rate decision. So would you be willing to just randomly take a guess in any direction, you know, with you know, considerably large amount of money, you know? So, and I know what's his name has been short the dollar. He might get hurt with that. Not George Soros, but Stanley Druckenmiller. I think he was short the dollar. But you can always back it up with, like, if you're short the dollar, you could always be short the SPY too. And you'll win that trade both ways. Because if the dollar goes up, okay, well, you're short the SPY. So, you know, we brought this up last night. If you guys, like...
Yeah, look, I love some drama, so my final trade is going to be...
We'll do this.
Drama sometimes helps you
We will
really
do this.
So, bring it on, Jimmy.
Right, so this is why hedges work, and I always try and tell people to hedge.
Cleveland Cliffs.
Right?
Look, I think they'll get the deal done, but even if they don't, they've got a lot of cash flow.
So on the bottom is the S&P, and on the top is the dollar. Right? Look at that. To a T, guys. Right? Look at that. So this is why, you know, long the dollar, short the SPY once they meet up and they separate. But which one goes which? So, you know, you could be long the dollar and then long the SPY. The dollar breaks down, cut it, let the SPY continue to rip. You know, it gets overextended, you flip it back. I mean, you do, but you don't. We could go right now and buy UUP on the dollar. We could buy calls on the UUP and then buy calls on the SPY. All right? Even a month out, what would you need? Maybe $200, you know? Depending on how far you want to go out on the SPY, you'll need a couple dollars. But like the VIX rate, this is a good time to do it because where's the VIX at? The VIX is pretty low, especially on the put side. I mean, we're sitting here at 16, but puts are actually pretty cheap, you know? Puts are pretty cheap because it's Wednesday also. You know, you got 2 more days left. It's after lunch, so you got a few hours left of today, and then you have Thursday and Friday. So Friday's expiration are actually going to be pretty cheap. And we have FOMC minutes, so, I mean, we could try it out right now. I could go buy UUP and buy the SPY, right? We could do options. If you guys have CFDs overseas, so like that's Stanley Druckenmiller is short the dollar, but he could always back that up with a long the SPY. But look at that chart, guys. You know, and we thought there was like somewhat divergence from him because you could trade in the beginning of the year, January, December, you know, the dollar and the SPY were trading toe to toe. All right, let me see here. Let me go. I'm going to go get ready. Let me, I'm going to do a couple of things. We have an hour. Give me like 10 minutes, not even 10 minutes. I'm going to go get a bottle of water. And I will be right back, guys.
Outperformer for the Dow, Johnson & Johnson, Merck, Home Depot. These tend to be more defensive, consumer-oriented names. Caterpillar's also been strong.
Well, look, no. So look, here's another way, right? I'm going to, and I say this all the time, even intraday hedging, right? Here's what we do. What do? We have, what's strong right now? Well, NVIDIA. That's just the first thing I can think of is NVIDIA is strong. What is weak? Tesla. Right? We could match up. It's Wednesday, so contracts shouldn't be that much. NVIDIA, the contracts are going to be a little expensive. You're right. What helps, though, is even doing this on like a Thursday or Friday. And we are long whatever is strong. Like if the market's going up, we're going to be long NVIDIA. If the market's going up, NVIDIA is the first thing I can think of that's strong. Tesla is separating itself. It's weak. It's got, you know, just a whole separate catalyst that's leaving it behind. Put that trade on NVIDIA. Put that trade on Tesla. You know, and you're playing what's strong and what's weak. And then if Tesla turns around, you cut it. Or if you get a news headline and NVIDIA turns itself around, you take those profits and you just ride that Tesla short. Like, you know, there's other ways you can do it to make it cheaper, but it can be expensive. It can be expensive, but there are ways to make it cheap, right? You just want to find what stocks are weak, right? And there's many of them, even like semiconductors. I'm not scared to lose if that's for me, because of the reason why I, like today, right? I let Tesla go because I shorted Tesla, took my profits off. Well, we just, no, I get that, Tej. But look, man. So today, right? We took a short on Tesla, right? Bought puts, whatever. Literally right here. Right there, right? So if I know I'm getting short here, and for me to know that I'm wrong, I'm going to see if Tesla breaks above this prior resistance right there, right? What am I doing? I'm putting myself in the best position possible to lose less if I'm wrong. I am giving this stock nearly 233.46 to 234. 233.45 to 234. That's what? 60 cents. How much do you think those options are going to lose if that thing moves 60 cents? I bought them at 41 cents. They'll probably go to 37, 36. So I lost $5 a contract. I buy 10. That's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. I'm losing $50 on a position that is valued at $233, right? Times that by really, it would be 1,000, right? Because each contract is 100 shares. So I'm spending $400. I'm risking $50 to have opportunity of holding a position of 1,000 shares at $233. That's 200. That'll be 20. It's either $23,000 or.
You are correct, sir. And if you look at my Twitter,
let's do the math, because I think it's 23,000. It's just hard for me to say that because Tesla used to be expensive, like really expensive. 234
of the BEA's GDP report
times
high usually by 1.7.
No, $234,000. That's a $234,000 position that I just got for $400, and I'm risking $50. Right? If you work on your entries, right? I'm giving, and this is why we entered here. This is why I entered here and called it out. Because I know I only need to give it a little bit of room, because if it breaks past that resistance, I know I'm wrong. But I've already sensed that I'm right because the buying had already given up. So that was also more of an inclination that the probability that this area is going to continue to be resistance right here is really great. And look at how, and I wonder how many people had their order sitting here and got, never got their order filled short. So I'm giving this 60 cents, maybe $1, right? And I'm risking $50. I'm spending $400 to have leverage of a it's $234,000 worth of a position. I'm risking $50. And blah 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 blah, and losses add up quickly for a lot of people because they may be trading stocks that are too expensive and not getting the entry rate and really fully understanding where they can enter that stock at the best price to minimize their risk if they're wrong. And look, you were right on the SPY. Look at that. Look at the SPY continue down. Again, I would expect if we do get down, maybe we touch this area down here. But that's a good call there, Tej. It is a tough game. It takes time, right? That's the hardest part. It is 90% of choice. And it's also 90% of being able to make those trades that you're right. It also, you're minimizing your loss by entering right, but you're also allowing yourself to make more when you were right as well, right? I just risked a few cents, right? I risked a few cents here, and I don't know how else to fully explain it. This is why I was taking profits down here, because when you're green and you have it, you also want to continue to manage that risk by taking profits. News could come out anytime. You get that position, it goes your way, take a piece off, right? Take 20%, right? It's not to make money, but it's to manage your risk so you can stay in that position longer. And if things change, it's okay. You will bring in profit because you've already locked in gains. You've made that trade cheaper by taking profits on green positions. So if it does go red, well, you have to count the fact that you just took a position that was green, like you took off, I don't know, 10-15% of a profit, which is going to make up for, more of that loss. I know what I mean, but I'd have to write it down on paper to show you. So that's why when a stock goes, like when I wanted my second entry, sorry for the sound in the back, why I did not continue to get in Tesla, right? I said, I literally said verbatim, right? I want to see Tesla put in a double top, and I said it, it's fully recorded, we can go back, double top, and I want to re-enter this position right here. Right there is where I wanted to enter that position. I got up and went to the bathroom, I came back, the stock's down here. So what do I got to do now? So my risk, hold on one second, right here. If I buy here, not only do I have to give it from 230.92, 230.90 to 231.92, I got to give it up here at 230, 234. So this was my risk, right? This was my risk, right? It goes higher than that. I know I'm wrong. It's going to close back up here. It's going to attempt to go to these highs. If I buy it again, that's my risk, right? Now, that's my risk if I chase the stock higher. That's why I don't chase, right? This is how you get good at trading. This is how you make more when you're right than when you lose when you're wrong. Right? Look at that risk. Look at the risk right there. This is I could put this is person A and person B. Who has the best risk to reward? Right? Oh, come on. Right? So that's why I didn't re-enter. That's why I did not enter that position. Because I'm going to give it 231.80 area. I'm going to get my position here. And what else do I do? If I'm short, right? What did I do up here? As the stock is going up and I'm short, I want to short into that strength because that's going to give me the best price. It's going to give me, because usually as soon as I buy, if I get my entry right, that position is green. As soon as I click the button and it comes into my thing, I'm up 2%, 3% because I shorted into strength or I bought into weakness, right? That's exactly what we did. It ramped up and I said, boom, I'm in. We're taking it. But I gave a heads up. This was the area we were looking for. So this is your risk to reward. This is why a lot of people can't make money at the markets. Either they chase and then when it gets up here, they sell and they've lost even more. And not really realizing you have to give the stock time to do what it needs to do, right? If it would have bounced back, then I would have said, hey, I got a second opportunity here. I'm willing to risk 30 cents for me to know if I'm wrong. Those options are going to lose $2, $3, $4. I still have time on them. A piece, right? I buy 10 contracts. I lose $5. I'm losing $50 to hold again a position that is valued at people's houses, right? People's houses cost that much, and I've spent $400 to have access and have a position
It turns out that
at $232, right? $232,000 by putting up $400 in premium, risking $50 and $1 of move, right? I get $1 out of that, right? Even just getting $1. Why do you guys think I took profits down here? Because it was still support down here in this low. This was my trade right there, right in the previous lows. We start breaking it. I already know. You guys see this with a lot of stuff that I do, that a lot of my stuff is pre-planned, and it's not, you may not see it until it happens. Just like I said, look for the double top. Well, my already plan was take this trade down here. If it breaks, I'm still in the position, but I'm going to expect a bounce here. So I'm already planning on taking profit here because I know I'm going to get a bounce. That's initial morning high. It bounces. It puts in the double top just like I said. And I said, guys, let's see if I'm going to re-enter this position right here. Let's get that break. Pull it back, and as it pulls back into the area after the break, right, let me explain, breaks and it pulls back in, we're getting that position as it's going up into the area. We're going to get our best price because the stock's going up and the options are coming down. Bang, we're in, we got a good fill, and what does the stock do? It reverses, and as soon as we hit that button, 2 seconds later, if not right when we press it, we are in a green position because we bought right. And then we just manage it, right? So this right here to a T is why people don't succeed or are scared to take positions, right? Start small. Buy one contract. It would have cost, at least here in the United States, the ones that I were in, with commissions and everything, was 41 cents. It was like 40.50. I got in them at 41 cents. I'm sorry, and it's $41.50. Per contract, right? Buying one of those you would have had 100% gain down at the initial morning open, right? That initial morning candle. All right, so there's weakness, right? If I wanted to see, look, it's still weak. It's turning this area into resistance. So SPY's coming down. You got the market at your back. That's all. I just want to explain that. This is why I don't chase. Those two lines right there is why I do not chase, because now I got to give this thing all the way up here instead of having to give it this little bit of room, because I know this is resistance, but I want to give it just a little bit of room because I know that there's orders like at that spot and around it, like below it, above it, and at it. There's buy and sell orders sitting there. So when it comes back up, it could just hit a bunch of buy orders or sell orders, and then bang, right? You get that wick, like this wick right there. That wick's really long because there's orders there, right? There's a lot of orders there. Then the sellers that were here are moving their orders down because you have now put in a double top. And that's why you got that long wick, because it came up into the area where the sellers were, and then bang. And then you started your downtrend. So it's all good. This is why I don't chase. I want the best entry that I can get, because I know if I continue to do that, I'm going to continue to succeed at this game, right? I'm going to be able to eat. I'm going to be able to help you guys. And missing a trade, it's okay, right? And our job as a trader and doing this is not to catch the whole move, because it's foolish for us to think that we know exactly where the very top and where the very bottom is. We don't know. We don't know everybody that's out there that has orders out and to know where they're at. We don't know where the top is. We don't know where the bottom is. But if we catch that momentum and we ride it and we just manage that position and take profits on the ways down, we have support and resistance. We do know roughly about where it should get to. And again, my target for this, I want to see Tesla get back down to the 220s. It could take a couple days. I want to see if it gets back down into this low 220s. But our job as a trader is not to catch the whole move. If we get half of the move, that's fine. That's more than fine. You're right, because if you try to catch the whole move, you're still not going to catch it, because that whole move is already reversed backwards, and then you're painting the picture of the whole move. You're exactly right, T. put these white lines on S&P chart. I just these are my levels, right? My resistance levels. Like this is my support area. That's my resistance area. These are key areas where I know sellers are and where the buyers are. This square, I have that there for a reason, right? Because you'll notice that as you start making different like legs higher and different legs lower, you're going to trade in between a channel, right? So if I go to like a 2-hour chart, if I go to a 2-hour chart, I'll show you why, or even an hourly chart, you're going to start seeing the channels.
Few people in the world are.
And what that does, that allows you to know, all right, we're in the upper channel or the lower channel.
Well, Target's out of stocks at the shelf level. The stuff that
No. I draw these out. I draw these out every single morning. I come on at like 7 o'clock, 7:30 in the morning, and I go through the levels. Like this is my target here, this yellow line, or this yellow box that I have. This is a 23 fib from the low, from the start of the rally. This is your 23.6 fib, which will be, if we pull back, this is the ultimate area I want to see if the SPY can get to. Because that's going to be 20% of the move, like you just said earlier. You know? But yeah, I put those lines in there, and like that box, I'll show you, hold on.
Let's talk about
what's going on here.
Big
all right, let's do
there,
this.
high
so if you notice, right, let's do this, because you're going to see how it's clear, right? We have a channel which we don't have much price action in. Your first channel is right here, right? This is your first channel, right there, right? That's your first channel. That's one that I said this morning. If we break into that turquoise box, right? We break into this turquoise box, and look what it did. Look, it broke down into it. What's it doing? Resistance. Resistance. Let me make it so you guys can see it.
And so I just don't like the
maybe
space.
gray. You see that? Look how it went down into the box. Resistance, 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 resistance. And now we sell. Where is the bottom of it? Where's the bottom of the channel? Like, where are we going? We're obviously in that channel, in that box. We're not coming back out of it. Where do we go next? Right? Where are we going next? Well, here's the lows. Look, there's your previous top. Right there to the left. That's a pivot high right there. Okay? There's a pivot high right here. Right there. See that pivot high? That's your support. I said 438. This morning I said 438. You have a double bottom. You also have a double bottom right there. See that double bottom? Bang. That's your support. What do you have here? Right? What do you have there? What do you have here? Right? Right there. Shit, I'm sorry.
Probably show us some numbers in 2024 as they start fixing some of the issues.
Right there. You have that, and then what do you have here?
I have to say,
right there. Right, that's all resistance. And then what do you have? Support. Right, support.
Than it has been.
See what I mean? Support, all right there. So that's your lower channel. So what I'm saying is support, support, resistance, 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 resistance. That's our channel. So this is the lower end at 437 to 440 or 444. That's a channel. You have a good night too, Teague. And then where's the next one? All right, where's your next channel? I mean, I'm just trying to show you this so you understand it. You're not afraid to lose money and you're going to leave. All right, there's the next channel right there. So if we break down below this channel, I would expect a bounce here, and we float around, and then we get down to the next channel, and we just drop it lower and drop it low. Oh, so T's not going. My God, you have a great night, Historics. I know your name. You put it in the chat. You have a great night, man. We'll see you on the live stream tonight. Get your sleep, bro. Have a good rest of your day tomorrow. We'll see you later on tonight into tomorrow, buddy. Sorry, Tees. I thought that was you, but yeah. So I want to run these channels and just, you know what I mean, just move it down. As the SPY comes down, I just move it down. That's all. Alright, so let me take all this stuff back. And what I did was I took Yeah. I kind of get it, buddy. I kind of get it. Listen, again, you guys have to realize, too, I've been doing this for 10 years, right? I've been doing this for close to 10 years. So if I'm coming in and I'm continuously seeing these patterns and I'm seeing the markets day after day after day for 10 years, different market cycles, it's going to come, right? And a lot of people don't give it the time that it truly needs to get really good at this, right? Learning different market cycles and things like that. You know, some people just, I'm going to say the most important thing about the markets is time, right? It's time. But yeah, so like this box here, I had it drawn out from here, right? This morning when I came in. So I had it drawn out. I said, that's my next range right there. I want to see us get back into this range and see if we drop. What happened here, right? Let me undo that. You see what happened here? You had a big sell-off. What happened here? Big sell-off. Big sell-off. What do we have here? Oh, we're in the same place. Chances are we're going to have a big sell-off, right? So look left. See what the price has done and what buyers and sellers have done there. You know, twice it did it, right? Like twice it did it. It got here, it sold off. It got bought back up. What did it do? Sold off. So I'm going to look for this range to be our next, you know, our area where we, you know, hang out at for a little while. That's all. I should have went short the SPY today, but I should have went short Tesla, but I did. I shorted Tesla. I should have never walked away and went to the bathroom. Or else you know, I'd have 100% gain today, and I'd be done for the day. I wouldn't even trade the FOMC minutes. I wouldn't have to. I'd have made more money than I needed to make, you know. And look, here goes Tesla trying to reverse it. See if the SPY starts to reverse. We're a half an hour away from the FOMC minutes, guys. Let me go get something to drink. Let me go make a cup of coffee real quick, and I'll be right back. We're gonna go through these FOMC minutes and you know, see what they say. See if they talk about the balance sheet. I doubt they will. I don't think they're going to do anything with the balance sheet, if you ask me. I think they're just going to keep it and let it run off 10, 15, 20 years, however long their assets are dated for. So I'm going to go make a cup of coffee, and I'll be right back. I'll put CNBC on for you guys.
Today, and they continue to outperform as $5 billion in annual freight volume continues to move to other carriers since reports of financial and union issues at Yellow surfaced near the end of June. Other truckers in the less than truckload or LTL space have seen their stocks really surge higher. That includes the largest operator, FedEx. Also, when you look at XPO and Saia,
just so you guys know, this red dot up here, this red circle is the 50-day moving average.
So just yesterday, Saia issued a mid-quarter report with a 6% increase in July volume and a double-digit volume increase month to date. Their customers include Starbucks and Home Depot. Saia CEO Fritz Holzgreff, he expects the search for capacity to continue throughout the holidays.
We saw mid-single-digit increases up to the disruption, so I would expect probably from there you'd see that going forward. What you're seeing right now is that redistribution across all the competitors in the marketplace, and I think the efficient operator, the one that can absorb that capacity consistently, those are the ones that are going to be long-term beneficiaries of this.
So nationally, we've seen a very clear upswing in rates in recent weeks, still negative year over year, but you see the uptick in just the last few weeks. We also spoke with the CEO of Old Dominion. That's the trucker for Tesla, Walmart, Amazon, as well as the suppliers of those big box operators. CEO Marty Freeman believes we're still in a freight recession, but he does see...
we're going to find out if they hint at that. That's exactly what we're going to find out.
Telling us that,
yeah, we're going to find that out.
Their
you know,
inventory
we're going to
levels
find that
are
out.
getting low, and,
I don't...
and they hope to
I wouldn't be surprised. I honestly, I don't know.
So
you know, like I said, Neil Kashkari came out yesterday.
Positive things from Tesla. You know, they're looking.
Neil Kashkari came out yesterday and pretty much hinted that don't be surprised if they have to do more. So maybe they do mention that they may have to raise that year-end target to 6% or so. And this selling in front of it is kind of telling that maybe they are. You know, the market's pricing in them continuing on and adding more rates.
What are these CEOs
Right?
talking,
If
saying
Kashkari's
about
telling the
acquiring
truth,
any of
and
the
you know,
assets,
that,
any
which
of
he
the
is,
trucks, the
you
equipment
know,
of Yellow?
they want to give the markets a heads up, and he's been good for it because he said when back right before Silicon Valley Bank went up, he said we're on the last leg. We're coming to the end of our rate hikes. And then what happened? The market rallied for 2 days. Bang! SVB said that that was really when SVB admitted like that they need help. Like there's a problem. And I went over that on the live stream last night. I went through the days on the S&P, on the chart and everything. So let me go make this coffee. I'll be right back, guys. We got a half hour. It'll be here before you know it. Let's get it. Get ready. Get your levels. Get your targets. Like, you know. Let's go, guys.
All right, quick programming note. You bet. Don't miss our exclusive interview with the CEOs of GM and Hertz coming up in the next hour. That will be on Power Lunch at 2:30. Mary Barra and Steve Scher will be with us. Now to Pippa Stevens for a CNBC News update. Pippa.
Hey, Tyler. Well, Speaker Kevin McCarthy told House Republicans he believes Congress will have to pass a short-term funding bill to avoid a government shutdown. Sources tell NBC News about the conference call, which highlighted a growing consensus that Congress doesn't have enough time to reach a funding deal before money runs out at the end of September. Lawmakers haven't set a deadline for the stopgap bill and still need to agree on policy terms. Amazon is pledging to make it easier to find discounts for the life-saving drug insulin. Rather than have people manually search and then enter coupons for insulin, Amazon says it will now automatically apply the discounts, which the company says could lower the cost of the drug to as little as $35 per month. And a new child labor law for the internet age. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker recently signed an amended law allowing teenagers over 18 to sue parents if they were featured in money-making social media videos and not compensated properly. It is similar to the rights of child actors. Tyler, back to you.
I'm going to go after my son immediately on this. Pippa, thank you. See you in the next hour. All right, coming up, payment processor Jack Henry on pace for its worst. I thought that was an Amazon series. No, for its worst day since the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank. We'll tell you what's behind the decline and ask the CEO about the state of the banks. That's next, right here on The Exchange. Stay with us.
through triumph.
Shares of Jack Henry down 7% today, making it the worst performer in the S&P 500. That's despite reporting a beat on the top and bottom line, but guidance for next year coming in below estimates. The company provides payment processing services for the financial industry, mostly focusing on small and mid-sized banks. For more now, we're joined by the CEO, David Foss. Mr. Foss, thank you for coming on today. I appreciate it.
Happy to be with you, Tyler.
Good. I mean, you can't find fault with a report where the earnings per share whipped the estimates by 15 cents. Revenue was way up compared to estimates and last year. It looks like the nitpickers are picking a nit over your guidance.
Yeah, I think that's a good characterization. So what we reported this morning, revenue for the quarter, and this was the end of our fiscal year. So we just reported the fourth fiscal quarter. Revenue was up 11% on a GAAP basis for the quarter. Operating income up 20% on a GAAP basis. We set a quarterly sales record, all-time sales record in the fourth quarter. And for the year, we set an all-time annual sales record. And as I reported this morning, our sales pipeline is larger than it's ever been in the history of the company. So a really excellent performance for the quarter and for the year for our company. There was, and then we issued long-term guidance this morning, top line 7 to 8% per year for the next for the foreseeable future. And then we shared 20 to 40 bips in margin expansion for the foreseeable future, not for the next fiscal year, but kind of as we take a longer term view.
So why are those Wall Street meanies punishing you?
So a couple of things that I think have caused some confusion, and we'll just have to see how the next couple of days settle out. There were really two big things in the guidance that I think has confused some people. One thing is we report every quarter on what's called deconversion revenue. If one of our customers is acquired, we rarely sell software. Most everything we sell is recurring revenue in nature, so long-term contracts. If one of our customers is acquired by another financial institution, they buy their way out of the contract. That's called deconversion revenue. Deconversion revenue is very unpredictable, and it's not a reflection of the operation of the company. And so we announced this morning, we're going to change. We actually did an 8K a couple of weeks ago, but we talked about it this morning. We're going to change the way we report on deconversion revenue because it's not a reflection of the operation of the company. I think that has kind of confused some people, and they're working through that model. The other kind of significant impact to the guidance was we announced a program that we called Voluntary Early Departure Incentive Program, which is essentially a program for long-term employees to leave the company early, retire, if they've been at the company for a long time. And that will produce some expense in the first fiscal quarter of this year. And so we talked about that. So I think people trying to work those into their models and figure out what does the future really look like for Jack Henry is what you're seeing today. But as I said, our pipeline is larger than it's ever been in the history of the company. And we're a 47-year-old fintech. So really, things look very promising right now as far as I'm concerned.
I have to say, you gave me a very candid answer there. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you coming on today. It's not every CEO who would choose to do that on a day where the stock is taking a little bit of a swoon. Let's talk about the market you serve, or the markets you serve. And they are small and medium-sized banks. And those banks have been well, they've been targets of Moody's, and some have been downgraded. They've been in the news. Some of them have gone bluey, and there's been sort of an odor that has attended to some of them. Let me put it that way. How's that affecting you and your business?
Yeah, so it's been an interesting 3 months. In fact, I saw you on with Frank Holland just before I came on. Frank interviewed me the day after the Silicon Valley Bank weekend happened, and we were talking about this back at that time. The good news for Jack Henry is we serve all those middle market banks and credit unions, by the way. So we, by strategy, choose not to serve the top 10 banks in the country. We also don't serve the little tiny banks and credit unions. It's that middle market is really our bread and butter at Jack Henry. And if you look at those customers, although there have been debates between Moody's and Fitch about ratings and so on, their performance overall has really been pretty good. We saw a survey in late April regarding deposits, for example. 77% of customers in our space reported no really significant.
I got the coffee going. 2 seconds, guys. I'm going to give us our levels. I like the fact that we're down in front of this meeting because I'm going to come back and I'm actually going to give us some really nice. I'm going to tell you right now, 442.
Silicon Valley Bank and the others. But
if we get back up to like 440, 250 area, and they do say that they may need more restrictive policy, I'm going to be looking to get short at the top end of this box to really bring this thing down. Right? To really bring this thing down.
Yeah, when we talk to some of the CEOs of
Like this MACD's telling you already now that, and RSI and stuff, that we could be bouncing back on low volume, which we are. Low volume, bounce back.
No, and you know when you think
Yeah.
about those customers, so if you look at our customer base, 60% of small, medium business
yeah, we're gonna go over this.
in the United States.
I'm not sure if you're still here or not, Collins. How you doing, bro? Hang in there, cuz I've been meaning to message you, and I'm going to, man. I promise. I'm gonna message you this afternoon as soon as we're done this stream.
And if you look at what's going on overall today, as far as small, medium business,
Let's see
health,
here.
things are pretty good
441.75.
for our customers.
We should get a bit of resistance here.
They anticipate
So we have some really good opportunity if they say they want more restrictive policy. So, but we're going to cover that. I'm going to cover all my levels. What is it that I'm looking for? Where am I going to get short? Where am I going to get long? What's the game plan here? 5 minutes. We got 20 minutes till the meeting. 5 minutes, guys.
L3 Eastern.
Welcome back, everybody. Cava off its highs as the restaurant chain swings from a loss to a profit in its first report since going public. For more, let's bring in Kate Rogers. Hi, Kate.
Hey, Tyler, it was a big first report for Kava, posting a profit of 21 cents in its first quarter as a public company on revenues of $173 million. Same-store sales soared, up 18.3%. Jeffries noting this morning tailwinds for the brand include successful limited-time offerings like spicy falafel and momentum thanks to new consumer awareness post-IPO. While the company has been compared to higher-priced meal peers like Chipotle and Sweetgreen, Kava co-founder and CEO Brett Schulman sounding like they're taking a beat on pricing at the moment, being mindful of the big picture right now for consumers.
We're mindful of all the headwinds that are building facing our guests, whether that's the increase in gas prices recently, cost pressures on utility bills with the extreme heat we've seen across the country, student debt, loan repayment waiting in the wings. And you do have a Fed hawkish posture that's looking to temper growth to ensure that they tamp out any reigniting of inflation. So we wanted to take that into consideration as we give our future forward-looking forecast.
But guidance for the full year was strong. Same-store sales growth up 13 and 15%, and it plans to open between 65 to 70 new restaurants in fiscal 2023. Some of the testing in digital advertising it plans to do reminded me of some of the pipeline that Chipotle's built out over the years under CEO Brian Niccol. This company often compared, of course, to both a Chipotle and a Sweetgreen, and both of those stocks, Tyler, are also some of the best performers of the year so far.
So when he was talking there about the headwinds, is he coding that he's concerned that their revenues could decline, not decline necessarily, but grow slower maybe?
I think it's more about that same-store sales growth number because remember, this quarter up over 18%. That's a huge number, not the kind of number you see every day. It's something that we've seen from a Chipotle in the past. So they're forecasting full-year growth of between 13 and 15%, a little bit lower. And I think some analysts and investors were kind of wondering, why was that a bit more cautious than the number we've seen now? And he's laying out some of these headwinds. Again, the price point from a consumer perspective at a Cava, at a Chipotle, at a Sweetgreen, a little bit more expensive, than a McDonald's, a Wendy's, a Jack in the Box. But again, it seems like consumers are willing to pay that premium. Piper Sandler talking about the wellness effect, right, that this is having on consumers and people kind of seeking out healthier dining options. And that makes companies like Cava, in their eyes, a win.
I'll have to go find one. I don't know whether there's one around here, but I'll find it if there is one.
I know. I need to find a Cava too. I want to try it.
Oh,
I want to try
good.
Cava.
Thanks, Kate. Appreciate it. Kate Rogers. Coming up, the 30-year mortgage rate now above and firmly so.
Yeah.
7%.
7.26. Sorry.
So if you're in
Look
the
at that.
home business, that's not a good combo unless you are this particular company. Another mystery chart. It's in the home loan business, but actually benefits from rising rates. The stock up more than 40% this year. The CEO will join us next.
What did I say, guys? What did I say? Again, you know what I mean? This is just reaffirming, you know, who it is you should be listening to. What did I say? I said I would look for the last half hour, a run back up to the open and to yesterday's close and the opening price when we get into those that meeting, right? There it is. We're there. We are there, folks. All right, so I'm going to go turn the TV on behind me. We have the other TV once we move to the other room. This is where I'm looking to get short and or long. 442.50 on the button. Just about. 442.58-ish. 442.50. Yes, that is... What's today's... Oh, shit. Come on. Oh, come on. Sorry. Okay, this is where we opened today, right? 442.46. Look at it getting squirmy. Look at the time in sales, ripping.
Hey Ty,
yeah, all right, guys.
Rates are certainly taking their toll on home buyers, but home builders still.
We're 10 minutes away. All right, so I told you guys, right? Look for that run back up to the open. Towards yesterday's close and the opening price. Look for us to get back there. We're there. I try to tell them. I'm excited. We may not even get that much action, but we about to find out here in a couple minutes. Let me go get my coffee and all that good stuff. If we have, let me turn this down. If we have any insight that says, hey, we are pretty good with where we stand. We're not going to raise the year-end target just yet. We want to see more data. But for now, we're fine with where we are, which I doubt you'll get. As long as we do not get them saying we are looking and thinking that we may need to raise this year-end target to possibly 6%, if they do not hint at that, or if they hinted at, I will be short. If they throw off the old, we feel we might need to do more, I'm shorting at this level at 442.50 area. If they say that, if they hint to policy that is okay, but we do want to see more data, we think we're all right for now, which I doubt they'll say that. They want to say higher for longer, or if they say we just want to keep them here, I'm going to look for the markets to run up. We'll maybe see if we can get into tomorrow 448, right? So top end is 448, bottom end is 438. It's a $10 range. And now again, it may take until tomorrow. You might get a gap up and a gap down, whichever. So, but when these minutes come out, I'm going to tell you my thoughts. All right, I'm going to tell you how I'm going to position myself. And now we just trying to turn this area into support now. All right, guys, get ready. Just a couple minutes. Let me go get my coffee again. Stocks that I want to be long. If things come out that they want to, that they say that they're okay with where we are, and want to start giving it some time. Nvidia's the long. Tesla will look back to go back and shorten Tesla like we already did this morning. I will not be in a rush to get in a position because I have already made money on this Tesla short. Okay, we have already taken this short up here. Perfect trade this morning. Really happy with it. All right, members were able to get 100% just about, if not more, if not a little less. Before 11:30, they were 100%. So let's see. Let's see what happens. Buckle up your seatbelt. And also don't be surprised if it's like the same old song and dance. We've got to see more data, and they don't give us any insight on anything. Then I don't even know what the hell the point is of the minutes. So let's see here, folks, ladies and gents. Good luck. I will read them out as we get it. Okay. I'm going to turn on the TV behind me. Let me go do that. So we have CNBC, all that fun stuff.
And, it's really all due to rates. And, we don't really see that returning for, probably until sometime next year. I don't think rates will go down. So, we are investing in our origination platform. We want to be ready for the next cycle. But right now, it's all about servicing.
And Jay, you mentioned a couple of months ago that with all the bank consolidation, with them trying to get out of the mortgage market, that there would be opportunities for companies like yours as you take on some of these assets. How has that played out?
played out just like I said. It's been fantastic. I mean, if you look at the marketplace today, there's a lot of servicing that's being sold, and we've been a big beneficiary of that. We would have acquired this year already over 100 billion in servicing, and so we think that trend's going to continue, and don't see it slowing down anytime soon.
And obviously, distress in the mortgage market is next to nothing right now. But as we see the home builders with high prices buying down some of the mortgage rates and buyers really struggling to get into new construction.
442.50. Remember that.
Do you anticipate over the next coming years that you might see some distress in the market because people are stretching so much?
I think you could see some distress. Like to your point, we're not really seeing anything right now that's concerning. Home buyers have a lot of, or homeowners have a ton of equity. But over time, you will see some stress. But I think we're probably a year to 18 months away from that.
Well, I want to talk about yet another thread in your business, and that is the home auction business, which you're in, right?
That's right.
Home auctions. And I was speaking to a dear friend of mine who is from Australia, and he says that almost every home in Australia is sold at an auction where people go and actually bid. Do you talk to me about that line of business for you, and do you see that as something that could be a growth avenue for your company? Will people become more accustomed to going and actually bidding in an active way at auction on a home?
Tyler, I do think it's going to come. I think there will be a marketplace where you will actually see kind of retail homes being sold. Today, our auction is predominantly focused on the government programs, and so we sell through our marketplace today. It's called Zone. But yeah, I do think you're going to see, a marketplace where people can actually go and list their home, and there will be a competitive bidding process, just like you described in Australia.
And just looking into your crystal ball, I keep hearing everyone say, well, mortgage rates are high right now, but we expect them to pull back in the fall. And they've literally been saying that for months now, and we just continue to see them push higher. You're in the business. In your crystal ball, where do you see rates going in the fall?
I do not see them going down. I mean, the way I think about it personally is I don't think you'll see rates come down until probably second quarter of next year. I think rates are going to stay higher for longer. And, if you just look at the overall Fed, what they're doing, you look at unemployment, you look at, it's just the strength of the economy. I think rates are going to stay higher for longer.
If rates go up, I mean, typically speaking, if rates go up and stay up, you would think that would retard price growth, but it doesn't seem really to have done that in a big way.
No, you're talking about home prices?
Home prices, yes.
Yeah, no, because of the supply. Like you talked about earlier, there's just not there's millions of homeowners that have the 3% interest rates, right? And so there's no incentive for them to sell. If they did sell, where would they go? So I just think because of the supply imbalance, you're not going to see, prices come down in a significant way.
All right, Jay, thank you very much. Diana, thanks for sticking around. Appreciate it, both of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. And that, folks, does it for the exchange for this hour. Coming up on Power Lunch, an exclusive interview with two power players in the auto industry, the CEOs of GM and Hertz, on the demand for EV rentals and the road ahead to build out the charging infrastructure. You do not want to miss that. And there, let's take a look. In the studio next door, no, we're not going to take a look at Courtney Reagan getting ready. I'm going to wander over there. I've lost a step, but I'll be there. Top of the hour. We got the Fed minutes coming. We'll see you then.
All right, let me find out let me get this up here for us. I have the other thing up. Come on, news and events, press releases, no. News and events, testimony, calendar, no. Would it be here? No, where the hell is it? Meetings and calendar information. Right here, baby. Right here. 2023. August. Where's August? That's FOMC meetings. No. Shoot. Why am I not? Notes. The notes. No. Oh my gosh. August. July 25th, September 1920. So where in the heck?
Us at Invesco.com.
Well, welcome to Power Lunch. I am Courtney Reagan alongside Tyler Matheson. The Fed releasing minutes, just minutes away from releasing the latest Fed minutes. Let's see what we have ahead going into this for the major averages. The Dow, the NASDAQ, and the S&P 500 all lower, but only slightly so. We'll see if anything changes here. The NASDAQ off nearly 0.5%. Before we get these results, it's been a somewhat muted day here, at least right now, before we hear more details on the Fed's thinking. Will they hike? Will they pause? We'll have to wait and see. We're going to discuss everything and see if the market can make some moves. Of course, watching the yields in the 10-year as well. Steve Leisman has the details for those minutes. Steve, what you got?
Guys, they are out. Hold on.
The minutes from the Fed's most recent
Come on.
meeting show that the most of the participants in the
Let's
meeting
go.
still saw significant upside risk to inflation.
Come on,
that could
refresh.
Require further tightening. So,
Oh my
notice
God,
the
I knew
one
it.
Statement there, a pretty hawkish outlook there from the Federal Reserve. But hold on before you make
Hawkish
your immediate
statements.
trades, because these minutes are a mishmash of different points of view. Some of the top line comments, some saw downside risk to the economy and upside risk to unemployment. So that kind of sort of works against that.
Oh
but it's
my
a smaller
God.
number
You gotta be
than the
fucking
most who
kidding
were
me.
Concerned about the upside risk. A number said risks were two-sided, and we learned for the first time in these minutes.
You gotta be
a couple
kidding me.
Participants, apparently not voters, just people who were at the table there.
Oh my
among the
God.
presidents, wanted to
All right,
keep
well,
rates
I don't know where the
so they
fuck
were
it's
not in
at because they
favor
make shit so
of,
fucking
they were not
difficult.
voters, apparently, or if they were, they didn't vote. They didn't vote what they said their concern was, wanting to keep rates unchanged. Now, I'm gonna give you
Rates
some
are
positive
unchanged?
comments, and I'm gonna
All right,
offset
so they're
those with
unchanged.
negative Or hawkish comments. On the positive dovish side, some saw tentative signs inflation could be abating, including softening core goods prices. There were continuing signs of supply and demand in labor coming into better
Fomc
balance.
statement, July,
Tighter financial conditions
August
were
16th, right here, minutes. I'm sorry, guys.
and the
Here we
gradual
go.
slowing appeared to be in progress in the economy.
Tighter bank
That was
credit
back
conditions,
when
we
they
know
met
that.
in July, however, that has not been the case. So here are some of the negative hawkish comments.
Subdued economic
They said
growth.
Real GDP had demonstrated resilience. That's been the case over the intermeeting period.
Real
here.
gross domestic
And the
product
economy
grows at a
showed
moderate
considerable
pace over the
momentum.
first half of the
Again,
year.
that's
Labor
been the
market
case.
remained very
This
high.
group saw payroll and wage growth that's still high.
Remained
And
elevated
several
in
said
May, and available
significant
information suggested
inflation
inflation
had
declined but
become-
remained
had to become
elevated in
apparent
June.
core services ex-housing for the Fed to relax on the idea of raising rates in the future. There was a high degree of uncertainty over the effects of past hikes. And one other thing I want to leave you with is this notion here that says that below trend growth is needed to bring supply in line with demand.
They have a risk of over tightening here too, guys. I'm just skimming through it. I'm going to read it all out loud to you in 1 minute.
In the Fed, not getting what they want in terms of below trend.
So they're talking participants cited upside risk to inflation includes those associated with scenarios in which recent supply improvements and favorable commodity prices tend to trends did not continue or in which aggregate demand fell.
Confusion. What's your reaction to what they said?
So it sounds like what we heard from Chairman Powell a few weeks ago, not surprisingly. I mean, since the June meeting, from June to July,
So undertake
the growth data was stronger and the inflation data was softer. And it kind
open
of
market
offset, and
operations as necessary to maintain the federal funds rate in the target range of 5.25% to 5.5%. So unchanged. Overnight repurchasing operations with a minimum bid rate of 5.5% with an aggregate operating limit of $500 billion.
they'll skip September and then take another.
Will overaction the amount of principal payments for Reserve?
I think it is.
Wait and watch, and
it depends on the data, of course, but I think it will be. Yeah.
And what about the point that Steve made talking about disinflation and housing to relax those hikes? I mean, that has been a key sticking point.
Yeah. Well,
all right, we're going to have to read over this.
Data on inflation, and what I think we're waiting to see is if that has staying power. Is inflation going to continue to decelerate, or is it going to stay hot? I mean, the Fed models would say that if the labor market is as hot as it's been, inflation is probably going to stay pretty high, and so. We've gotten good news, but it's not clear whether it's going to persist.
So in this environment, how long would you have to see a trend of less hot inflation, if not deflation, to sort of feel like, okay, we're on more solid footing here?
Yeah, so we have 2 months.
So look, the market implied peak for the federal funds rate rose in response to data pointing to a robust economy contraction.
Maybe we don't have to go.
Economy retraced part of the move after the June Consumer Price Index release was interpreted by market participants as softer than they anticipated, even as the market prices shifted to indicate a slightly more restrictive expected policy path. Broader financial conditions eased a bit, which I've said in the Sunday video that financial conditions had eased. Okay. Reflecting large part gains in equity prices and tighter credit spreads. Notably, share prices for bank equity also appreciated over intermittent period, which they have, as concerns about the banking sector continued to dissipate. Forward measures of inflation compensated base Treasury inflation protected securities were little changed. Respondents to the Open Market Committee desk survey primary dealers and survey market participants in July continued to place significant probability of a recession occurring by the end of 2024. Right there, folks. Respondents to the Open Market desk survey of primary dealers and survey of market participants in July continued to place significant probability of a recession occurring by the end of 2024. However, the timing of a recession expected by survey respondents was again pushed later, and the probability of avoiding a recession through 2024 grew noticeably.
If we didn't have
doubt that.
Next week, because I would be thoroughly confused.
Anticipated for both headlines, consumption, inflation will decline to 2% by the end of 2025. So they expect the end of 2025, PCE is where they want it. Okay, that's fine, but guess what? Where's GDP going to be at by then? We got $1 trillion in credit card debt. How is that GDP coming down is not going to help that at all. They're going to have to cut way prior to then. I assure you that. I assure you that. Right? Why do I say that? Well, we have all that information right here, my guy. You want to know what we do here? We do our research. I do my research at least, right? So, what is this? I always go back to this because this is the most important thing you're going to see. Right there. Take a picture. Right? Take a picture of it. This explains a lot. 2 years prior, during, 2 years after. This is GDP and interest rate cycles. Right? I'll go over that another day. We've went over it a lot. So, situation. All right, so let's see what the markets are doing. They're not doing much, I don't think. All right, so we got resistance there. I think policy remains the same. So, let me turn this on back here so I can listen what's going on and make somewhat of a decision here. I still feel like we're heading to the downside. Where are the cues? If you guys have any questions, just go ahead, throw them in the chat.
Not where it is right now, which is well above.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Steve with a VE, Leisman,
Steve with a VE.
Stephen, PH, Stanley, thank you very much, gentlemen.
What's his name? I want the bond guy. There he is, Rick Santelli, my guy. There he is, just on time.
What's going on here?
You know, it's very interesting because yields were definitely on the upside. They've been on the upside.
Yields.
But since the release of the minutes moments ago, as you look at two-day charts, there hasn't been a lot of movement. Two-year note yields are right around where they're at now, 496, around 424. They've moved a little bit higher in 10.
TLT fell off again today. Wow.
But it was firm before the number. The real issue here continues to be what Steve Leisman said, that there is generally an amount of confusion by many Fed watchers, whether they read the statement or they listen to press conferences. But the notion that Jackson Hole's going to clarify this.
Oh yeah, Jackson Hole, guys. That's right. What did the dollar do? The dollar rose.
Well, we just had the minutes real quickly before I get into the meat of what I want to ask you. What were your
Dollar's
thoughts
still
about
rising,
markets
guys.
move? What can we extrapolate?
Well, we really didn't see much, Rick.
There isn't much, and I knew there wouldn't be much.
Down 0.1% from when the number came out. That's nothing. It's
Right. This is the VIX.
Same.
They're talking about the VIX.
Down here is pretty quiet.
You know, when you deal with clients and customers and you talk about the Federal Reserve, and be frank here, there is a certain amount of notion where many believe that the Fed has some crystal ball and they can see a little bit more clearly versus us or the average investor. Would you agree with that?
I think people want to feel that way. Right now, I think we're seeing a
Look at
little
the
less
2-year rising,
certainty
guys.
that there's
It's a
clear
15-minute chart there.
Well, I would agree with that. Okay, so if our hypothesis
10-year ripped
the
through
best and the
that
best,
ascending
then we have
wedge.
historical sampling to compare this particular series of events post-COVID with anything in the
All right,
past,
here it comes. Sounds like they're getting busy, guys.
how do you deal with it? From the equity perspective.
This is the volatility. This is the VIX, right? Where they're at. This is the CBOE VIX.
When SPOs were at their highs, we saw some very sizable orders.
Here it comes. Let's see if we get some downside, guys.
Calling a top.
Damn, I would love to get a bounce back, but I feel like we already got the bounce back. Shit.
Well, that's how it turned out.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I think I'm going to grab some puts, guys. I'm going to wait a minute because I need to see this break. It's not that I need to see it break, but I need to,
come back out a little bit. Short vol strategy.
I actually might buy some calls. I don't know, though. I'm thinking, oh, shit. We have 2 hours left.
If we really did see that top there, or if this was just a
I'm actually going to, believe it or not, I'm buying some puts. Shit, it just broke. Damn it. Never mind. They were 10 cents, they're now 17 cents. It's 700%, or 70%.
The data will still matter. I think when you have less certainty, the data's gonna
buying some puts.
Real quickly, though, I'll tell you one thing that isn't at an equilibrium. That's interest rates. They're guns hot today. Pay particularly close attention to 4 1/4 on which side of that level 10-year yields close, because that could change a lot of the dynamics moving forward. Courtney, back to you.
Thank you very much, Rick. You know, Kelly Evans is going to be disappointed she's not here today watching.
Damn it. See, this is why I said
Thank you very much.
calls.
Target slashing its
Damn
forward
it.
forecast.
I was
The
trying to
retailer
read
to hold
while
on
they
to
were
an
talking.
increasingly thrifty consumer. We're going to discuss that coming up next. And further ahead, we'll speak with 2 power players in the auto industry. The CEOs of GM and Hertz join us live when Power Lunch returns.
There we go. They're at 12 cents now. I might take a stab at them. Damn it. They're already at... Shit. Believe it or not, I'm walking on... Dude, these things are ripping. Fuck. Come on, give us a bounce. Give us the damn bounce. There they are. There they are. There they are. They're peeking their heads back in. Believe it or not, I'm buying some puts. Grab them calls. Grab them calls. Sorry, guys. I really, that's it. We're in the channel, right? We're in the channel. I find it really hard to believe now that we only made it a little bit of resistance. Like, we just wicked it on a fucking 1-minute chart. What is that? Maybe if I look on a 3-minute, it did it better, or 5-minute, right? You know what I mean? Like, what is this? Let's really make that sumbitch resistance. Let's hit VWAP. But again, if you guys have any questions, you can throw them in the chat. If you're new here, we had a nice trade on Tesla this morning. One of the top ideas. Worked out really nice for us. If you haven't done so, hit the like button if you could. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. Hope you guys are doing well and doing good and not not out here throwing your money away and losing it. All right? Let it do what it wants to do. Let it figure out what it wants to do. I understand we want to go down, but if I'm buying puts right here, right? What should I expect? If somebody buys puts right here, there's a whole lot going on in this picture that you may not be taking in. Well, look what happens down here, right? What happens down there? You got buyers.
Target shares higher today as earnings handily beat estimates, but the retail giant still reported a miss.
You have to the downside. That's what you have for now. Versus upside of going up to make VWAP resistance again.
Wasn't a clean one. Our next guest still sees more upside for the
I still want to just be able to get up here and get some real good solid orders and like sit here for a minute and then bang. Kind of like what we did this morning. How you sat up in that area for a little bit, really got them loaded up there, and then it fell out of bed.
But then you have a retailer like TJX.
This is a weird chart. Like this daily chart right here, this intraday chart. How we just did it like this little angle, like, and then sharp, like it's just, it's weird.
Look, I mean,
it's not weird in the fact that it, like I said,
it's one of our top picks right now.
I was 90%. I had a 90%.
Trends are still somewhat difficult. Although even at Target,
chances were 85 to 90% chance that we were going to get right back to the opening price. I think the market just wants to sell off. I'm going to be honest with you. I feel like it's time. I think it's time that we pull this thing back to that 23.6 fib on the daily and pull this thing back.
So Ed, I understand what you're saying about some of those green shoots that Target referred to. And
I still feel like we also could put in a lower high that we haven't really done. On the Qs, at least, that's going to, well, maybe we have done it, but 365.50 area would be a really cool, like, lower high. I think it would be really cool. Oh, look.
Hey, we're just trying to be conservative, right? I think obviously in this environment, companies continue to struggle.
364.80s.
We just wanted to make sure we were positioned correctly from an earnings estimate perspective. We actually lowered our estimates earlier this week based on some of the data we were seeing in terms of traffic. But I think the bigger picture is less about what we see for the balance of this year, but
Friday's
longer-term opportunity in 24 and 25.
No, Monday's
low. Target today, while still very
Monday's
early,
low.
gives us confidence that they can regain some of the margins that they've lost for the past couple quarters.
We had a guest on in the
so as soon as if I see something and I get going with something, I will let you guys know. Thank you guys so much for hitting the like button, subscribing if you haven't already done so. If you guys have any questions.
I mean, I think some of it's been mixed, right? I think, we've been in this environment that's been very focused on
Is this Tom Lee?
And must-have items, right? And this has been really since inflation started. So I think that certainly ailed Target, given that they just have a lower food mix than some of their other peers. I think
believe it or not, I'm buying some calls.
Target has been known for great and differentiated merchandise, private label.
There we go.
And you're seeing everyone across the complex, right, getting better at private label, getting better at apparel. And so I think that's all.
Need to go back and read this.
To some extent or another.
Need to go back and read this.
Kind of overarching reason that we continue to watch is, you see at Walmart that candidly is getting better at that more upscale consumer, that over 100,000 consumer. That's directly in Target's wheelhouse. So there's certainly a little bit more head-to-head competition.
There we go. Let's get back up to VWAP and then see if we want to send this thing down.
The other guest pointed to inventory.
And look, Tesla can't get out of its own way.
In his point of view, to be bedeviling them. Do you see that?
I mean, their inventory numbers were actually pretty clean. They were down 17% year over year. On the call, management was very constructive about inventory. We did checks. We've done checks even this past weekend and feel pretty good about where they are in a position for the balance of the year. So I actually think inventory is less of an issue. And in fact, I think the gross margin results you saw today really pointed to that, right? They missed on top line, yet grosses were up over 550 basis points. That doesn't seem like an inventory issue to us.
So Ed, I have a question sort of about the cadence of what's going on with the comparable sales result. So they put up a negative 5.4%. The last time the comparable sales were negative was starting in the second quarter of 2016 and ran for 4 quarters. At that point, that was right around the time that Target had posted a blog post allowing its customers to use whatever bathroom that they chose based on their gender identity. They got a lot of backlash in one of those cultural flashpoint moments. And we know that during this quarter, there was another flashpoint moment when Target had Pride merchandise that some customers were not happy with. Target said that there was threats of violence against their employees and
Yeah,
shoppers.
that was
As a result,
said
they
on
made
an
some
earnings call.
changes. Executives said very clearly to me yesterday that they saw business be
Which is
hurt
so
in May and
ridiculous.
June, and
like,
after they made
why would you
adjustments,
waste your energy
that
on
it
something like that?
normalized in July.
Let
So I
mother
guess my
truckers
question
live,
is,
man.
can we expect this to be a one-off?
Just because
order,
you're
or
not
will we
gay or
see
whatever
what
doesn't
we
mean
saw
people can't
in 2016,
own
where it's
products
going to take some time
like that if
for
they
them to
are so
build
choose
back
to.
whatever business that they
It's the
lost
fact that
because
you
of this
threaten to
controversy.
destroy and
I think
violence
it will
stuff like
take
that.
some time. I'm
That's
not
where
sure
it's
that it
like,
will
what?
be as significant of a fall off, or at least
Like,
for the duration
worry
of what
about
Jack
yourself,
said. But I
okay?
do think it'll take some
Let
time,
people
right?
live and
We're-
make their
we're
own
kind of
decisions,
modeling,
whether you like it or
you know,
not,
kind of
whether
negative
I like it or
single-digit
not,
comps for the balance of the
right?
year.
Who are
That
we? Who am
said,
I
you
to say
know,
anything about
for
someone
you heard on
else?
the conference call, I think Manfred's
Right?
taking a different approach, right? They said
That's just,
repeatedly,
I
you
wish
know,
we could live in a
retail
world
for
like that
everybody,
and
inclusivity.
everybody
And
just,
so I think,
you know, stop
you know,
with this
kind of hopefully
bullshit.
the likelihood of unforced errors like
Goddamn
this
white
probably
people.
goes down.
I'm just
The other
kidding.
piece I'd add is
They do
Target, I
goofy
think, does
shit.
really
Everybody
well
does
during
goofy
holiday
shit.
moments, right? We're in
So,
this
you know, I'm
key
just
selling
kidding.
season between back to
But,
school, back to campus,
I don't know.
Halloween,
Those are just
Thanksgiving,
my thoughts
Christmas.
on that.
So I think you're
Not that
kind of
anybody
heading
cares to
into
hear
the
it, but,
time where
you know,
they
it's
shine.
just,
And so, you know,
for
certainly
them to
for
sit there and
restaurants where we
say that
cut
they had
down,
their
but,
product
clearly
destroyed
this is seasonally a good period for
you know,
Target.
So let's talk about
had a
that
couple
unforced
bad
error, 'cause it
run-ins
it's
with
a
that whole
really
ordeal.
interesting-
That's pretty sad
interesting
that people are
point.
going to waste their own energy to worrying about what
was
someone
the
else
issue
wears.
Here
It's
where
sad.
the goods were
It's the type of world we live
displayed?
in, and
Was
it's
the issue
sad.
that these goods and the displays that went with them, in and of themselves, aggravated certain shoppers? And how do you thread that?
There it is.
needle
There's that
with your
VWAP
target?
rejection.
It is an increasingly difficult needle, I think, for any of our companies to thread. And I think, you know, one thing that they had indicated was that some of the merchandise was out earlier than some of their peers. You know, I think they've historically been a leader in some of these efforts. And so maybe you put it out 2 weeks later, right? I think, you know, some of it is maybe, you know, some of the merchandise and the composition of it. But ultimately, you know, I think what we continue to hear from Target is, you know, retailer for everyone, inclusivity. And so I think, you know, you can embrace all of that without necessarily being kind of on the tip of the spear.
Ed, before we let you go, I mean, Target shares have fallen. They're not up nearly as much as they were in the pre-market when these numbers first came out, but still higher by 4%. I'm surprised. Should I be? Are you?
I would have thought the shares would have been up higher, candidly, given the magnitude of the gross margin beat. But look, I think, you know, Target's had, and if you go back a number of quarters of misses, I think this is certainly a show me.
There we
type
go.
of
We
story.
broke
And
it.
so, you know, yes, we saw some improvement sequentially within the quarter. I think we're going to have to kind of measure them over the next couple quarters to decide whether A, they can kind of hold on to some of these pandemic gains that they had, and B, get back some of these customers that they may have alienated in the medium term.
Ed, thank you so much for joining us. I know it's a busy stretch of time for us both. Thank you for being
All right. See if we hold. Now we're on the back. We're back on the
Counter
upside of that.
Intel.
I wanted to see
China
if we can get back
crushing
up here.
Intel's plans to acquire Tower Semiconductor. Details when Power Lunch returns.
Let's start figuring out where it is we're going. What the hell? What in the hell? Believe it or not. So how did you guys do today? Believe it or not, I'm buying some puts. Pretty good with that Tesla short. Great call, Ned. Nice. That's what's up, man. Great job, bro. Great job. Let's go. That was a nice. That was a really nice trade. It's a really nice trade. You know, I could have did a better job with that myself by not going to the bathroom. I'd have done a whole lot better if I didn't just use the restroom. So, but it is what it is. What are you gonna do? Great job. That's all. Great job. Believe it or not, I'm walking on. Come on. All right, guys. So we're coming into resistance here. All right. So let's look here, right? Where are we? We are right here. Yup. That's where it's going to be, guys. Roughly here around yesterday's close or Friday's close is where I want to think about taking that. Let's see, man. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. There's the wick. Bang. Alright, so now that we see the picture, right? We see that previous pivot top. We're down in this lower range. Gotta see if we get up through this level and put on...
Well, a new potential bidder reportedly emerging for U.S. Steel.
Right,
Pippa Stevens joins us now with the latest. This deal, we said the other day this company is in play, and it is.
It is, and
we said it 2 weeks ago.
Could be going global. Luxembourg-based ArcelorMittal is reportedly considering throwing its hat in the ring.
We said it 2 weeks ago. We were on steel back when Cleveland Cliffs reported. Shit. All right, 4 cents. I'm in. I got 4 cents. I grabbed those puts, by the way, guys. They were sitting in my order already. Let's go.
Now, U.S. Steel called that offer unreasonable, but said it's evaluating strategic alternatives and that it's received multiple unsolicited proposals. Meantime, sticking with the metals trade, we are seeing weakness across the board today, with steel, copper, aluminum, and tin all lower and in the red for the week. That's dragging down some of the largest miners, with the Global X Copper ETF down for a 9th straight day for the first time in 4 years. So some weakness in the base and industrial metals.
Is there really any doubt that U.S. Steel is going to get taken over?
Mike's not even on. Damn it! I was sitting here saying that I grabbed puts. Grab puts right up there. All right. Do not trade them. You will lose money.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here saying it the whole time.
Include the DOJ, of course, and whether or not.
Right. We grabbed them pooties.
So that's
puts. Why? Because we could not break out of that zone. That zone.
And one of the potential buyers is
Believe it or not,
we think.
They are four.
That's
and
a
they
nice
are
rejection.
offering a bid.
So what I wanted to say also, guys, was yesterday, right? I watched the video of the live stream, and
U.S. assets a couple
I
years
watched
ago. So
the whatchamacallit of the live stream, and I noticed something on the daily.
Wow,
right?
Stuff.
It's funny when I watch
Coming up on Power
some of this stuff back that I start seeing things that I don't necessarily like see on my monitor, whether it's because I have the camera or it's like who knows what it is, right? Who knows what it is? Believe it or not, I'm walking on it. Let's see here. I don't know why I have that stupid. It's from the commercial. I forget what commercial what it is, but I have that commercial song in my head and I don't like it. I don't like it. I want to see if we get to 438, but nothing's changed. So they didn't raise their year-end target, so we should get some upside. Right? Because they have not given us a reason to sell off. So we're in this range. Let's just manage the position. How about that? How about that? Yeah. There it goes. It's gonna break. She's gonna break back up to the upside. There she goes. There she goes. Oh. Oh, that's a brick wall of sellers there. But I still think she got it in her. I think we're gonna go a little bit higher. Believe it or not, I'm singing a stupid ass song. Dude. There she went, guys. There she went. There she blows. Believe it or not. No, no. Into neutral territory. F&G index. F&G index. Let me see here, guys. F&G index. F&G index. F&G index. F&G index. F&G index. F&G. Come on. Where are you? Oh, Fear and Greed Index. That thing is so goofy. It's so goofy.
Let's get to Bertha Coombs for the CNBC News
Bertha
Update. Hi, Bertha.
Coombs.
Hi, Courtney.
All right, that RSI is pretty high.
Iowa
MACDs
to
are...
Maui could cost insurers $3.2 billion. That, according to a new
There she
estimate
goes.
from
Little
Karen
Ripper.
Clark and Company.
That's what I like to call her.
2,200 buildings were
Wait,
damaged
how?
or
That's so
destroyed
funny.
within the
My
fire
puts
perimeter,
went up with
most
the...
of them residential. It found another
That's so
3,000
funny.
suffered secondary impacts from things such as smoke.
That's so
Official
funny.
death toll now from the fires
You guys
stands at
understand what just happened?
106. And the grim task of locating more victims falling to search and rescue teams who often rely
My
on
puts went
specially
up because of the
trained
fact
dogs to
that...
help. Among them,
Whatchamacallit went
a
up.
unit from the
And look,
famed
it's low
Miami-Dade
volume.
Urban Search and Rescue Team is on
I love
its
when that
way.
happens. So
FEMA
I took
says
those
as of
off.
Monday, there were 20 dogs deployed to
Oil
Maui.
taking another leg
From
down.
animals who are helping to those in need. The Maui Humane Society estimates
on,
3,000 pets are missing from the Lahaina area. Reps for the society tell ABC News that they
Like I said, guys, as soon as I make something happen, I got you.
So far.
As soon as I make a decision, I think I might take... let me look at the chart real quick instead of fooling around.
All the folks were devastated.
So many levels. Bertha, thank you very much. Well, General Motors today, excuse me, announcing an investment in a company called Mitrachem. It is a battery materials maker. I hope I got it right. Maybe it's Mitra. I'm not sure. Make EV vehicles more affordable. That's the whole point here. It's just one of the company's efforts to grow in EVs, including a deal with Hertz to add 170,000
Damn right, bro.
EV
Damn right. That's what it is. Hit that like button for my boy with that 30%. That's what's up, man. I'm hyped. I'm hyped for you, bro. That's what's up. You needed that get back after that cues.
Let's begin first off. You heard what Tyler
You know,
had to say about
sometimes
you
it's
and
like
General
that.
Motors. It's been known for some time. You guys have talked at length about your relationship and the.
And it's as soon as you push it. You know why? If you start sensing that,
You're putting together a new series, and we'll talk about that in a bit, where you show
that's time,
people
right?
who
That's
are watching,
time,
that you can go anywhere
right?
when you rent
They
an
know.
EV.
It's not like they know,
demand
but
are you seeing
what you're doing is what everyone else is also doing. Because it just comes to a point where you can't emotionally come to it. And it's crazy, but it's there. If you can just hold on a little bit longer and ask yourself, has anything about the trade changed? If you're in puts and it's finally making lower lows and closing, give it. Just let the stock do what it needs to do. You have 4, 5, 6 hours left. Just try and remember that. Just try not to push the button unless something has changed about it where you have to get out of the position. If you're long and it starts, putting in lower highs, then yes. Or, lower highs and lower lows, obviously. Right? If you're short, you want to see those, just especially if it's putting in, lower lows, right? Higher lows, and you're short, just don't sell, just wait and sense it. Say, man, I want to push this button real quick. And then watch with the stocks, though. Like, watch what happens. Because as you're feeling that way and pushing the button, millions of other people are too. I'm telling you, it's an emotional time factor that people and the markets just, they know. I'm telling you. Because I sense it. I know it. I know it and I see it. That's why I can tell you when something's about to break out and like, it's so crazy. It's so crazy, but it's true.
important to drive EV adoption.
So,
Stephen, speaking of
I don't know. If you start feeling that way again,
being more exposed to them, one of the big concerns that I
it's
hear
the
from
same old
people,
song and
whether
dance.
they're renting from
Nothing's
whether they're
changed,
driving
so
an
which is
electric
kind of
vehicle that
good,
they own, is
right?
public
If something
charging
changed,
stations.
as in
Power out with a report today
rates
saying
are
people are more dissatisfied
like,
than
you know,
ever
they want to
before
raise
when it comes
rates
to public
more
charging stations.
because
Are
they
you
want to
concerned
get ahead
that
of
this is a
inflation.
limiting
They
factor
didn't
that
do
might
that,
make
so
people think
we
twice
think they're
before
going to
they
hang
rent
out
an
with
EV?
where they're at and give it
wouldn't say I'm
time.
concerned
I
so
think
much
that's
as
where the
we're
Fed
focused
is.
on it. I mean, we have about
I don't know why
3,000
Neil
of our own
Kashkari would say
proprietary
yesterday,
chargers, which we
hey,
meant to
we
keep
might
our
need to
fleet
bring
running.
rates higher. I don't
We're in
know.
partnership with
So
BP,
there's
as
that
you
other
know,
side of the
to help
equation.
develop and
What
roll
car does
out,
he have
charging
behind him?
stations all across the country.
That looks
And
like a,
what BP
like, do you
brings
guys
is
see
obviously
that?
the knowledge, the know-how,
That
the
aren't,
financial
that like,
might
is
to
that,
bring charging
that's not a,
stations, to various
what is
cities
that?
in the US. We obviously have
He's got a
locations in
Maserati
proximity
here
to
to the
about
left,
90%
it
of
looks
the US
like, or a
population.
Mercedes.
We're putting those locations to work. We obviously have the cars. We know where they're going. We know where they're dwelling. And we have an opportunity
What's
to grow
that
this
middle
out. And we're
car? I'm sure it's just a,
with
looks
cities
like
all
a
across the
banner or
US as part of
something,
our
but
Hertz Electrifies program.
that thing is
Houston, Atlanta,
badass.
Orlando, and we hope to announce others soon. Denver as well, all with an effort to sort of grow out charging stations. But I will tell you, having been an observer of the
You guys
market
see
for a
that?
long,
What
long
is
time,
that?
you know, to the extent that we continue
I'm trying to
see
guess what it
growth
is.
in EV
I can tell by the
sale,
mirror right
rental,
there.
utilization, you can be assured that capital follows. And
I felt
we
like
get
this was
inbounds
like,
all the time from infrastructure
trying
funds
to
and
think of
other
what that is,
sources
too.
of capital to put against this opportunity. And so I'm sure it will come as it is coming now.
Mary, why are so many public chargers just not up to snuff? And I know you're working with Pilot
Snuff.
in terms of their truck stops. And
So I had a
in
really
terms of
good,
adding new public charging
did I tell you
stations.
guys about
Generally
the
speaking, when you talk with
conversation that
others in
was
the
had
industry, when you
about
talk with the people
car
in your
makers
company,
and
why are
unions
so many of the public chargers just not doing what they should be doing?
and these stocks being down the way they are because the unions are trying to make them, anyone that they fire or lay off, they have to pay them. They literally have to pay them until they find a new job, not just their pension, but hourly wage and stuff like that. They're making it impossible for them to, you know, have any type of value to their shareholders, and that's why it's been dead money. And I think that's what's probably going to take down GM and Ford if Tesla and all these other companies get ahead of them. It's because of the way they're managed. It's not the old days. I get it. Unions are good, you know, but stuff like that, saying someone does something wrong. Now, I don't know if it's if like someone fails a drug test or something, then they don't get paid. Okay. But if they go to lay people off, they continuously have to pay them. Like, look at that chart. That's a lower high. It just goes down. It's dead money. That chart, if you were to pan that out 4 or 5 years from now, or like before in like 2010, it looks exactly the same. It hasn't gone anywhere. So look at it. See what I mean? It's going nothing but down. Nothing but down.
So I think there's it's a
So,
focus not only to get enough charging stations,
you
but
know,
it's a focus to make
it's
sure they're
this
always operational.
this union stuff is a real big
Mary, I know
issue.
we are talking about EVs, but I want to switch gears for a second.
I'd have to
and
play it
ask
for you
about what's
guys so you
happening
guys
with
could
UAW
exit. There's so much good points
I know you're
that
not
were
gonna
made.
negotiate in public. I know you're not going to sit here and say point by point this is what we believe. But when you hear the head of the UAW say,
Here you go.
we want a 40% raise, give people some perspective in terms of how untenable is that for General Motors to
See
say,
what I
okay,
mean?
we
He's
can
talking
increase
about
our labor
the
costs by
union and what they want.
Well, Phil, you know what I will say about negotiations, we're right in the middle of it, and we are working very hard, and we're at the bargaining table, and we want to make sure that we have reach an agreement that is going to be good for the GMT members, good for the company, good for our
GMT.
shareholders, but also recognize that for every job that General Motors provides, it's about 6 other jobs that follow on when you look at the supply base, the dealers, and beyond. So we recognize the significant responsibility that we have, and we're at the table, and we're there in earnest to do the right thing for all parties. Also, you know, want to recognize the fact that, you know, I really appreciate everything our manufacturing team
All right,
members
so we
have
could
done
not
over the
break
last 5
higher,
years.
guys.
When you think
You
about
might start to
all
see
the
something here.
work
Let's see
through,
what happens with the SPY.
COVID to
We're coming up to
semiconductor
2:30.
shortages, and so
Let's
I'm
see
very
what
proud
happens
of the
here.
manufacturing team, and we're looking to
I
get a
need to
good
look on
agreement
the
for everyone
on
that
the
also
calendar and
provides,
see what we
you know,
have down the
security
road to
for
kind
their
of
long-term
forecast
Mary, it's Tom
what could
Matheson
take
back
place
at headquarters.
with what's
We've
going on
been speaking
today
a lot about
and
the
get
public
further
charging
price action
stations,
for the
and it's good to
future.
hear that there'll be
There it
much
is.
more interoperability among
That's a
them,
failed break above that area
from one
again.
brand to another.
But what is GM doing
So
to
I would
help
love to
or
grab some puts, but I also don't want to
people
be
who
sitting
want,
on a position where the
put
stock's not
charging
moving.
capability at their home?
Well, this is where I wanted to get short. Let's see what we got. See if I can get something for tomorrow.
We have opportunities.
All right, guys, I'm doing it right now.
From a quick charge
Let me see
perspective,
here.
We're working with companies, but really when
Come
you're
on,
at
come
your
on, come on,
home,
come on,
I think
come
a
on,
level
come
2
on.
charger
Let's go,
is
let's go.
probably
August
most appropriate,
17th.
and you can
It's going to be dated for
schedule it to be
tomorrow.
charged when energy costs are low,
Shit.
and do that out of
I
the,
don't
the
know.
app on
I
your
wouldn't
phone
mind taking the
associated with the vehicle.
438s. Where are
And
we
so I
at?
think that's probably the best
443.
solution, but we
That's
have
a
partnerships
$3
with level
move
2 charger or
on top of a
fast
gap
charging as
down.
well.
All right, thank you very much. Phil, thank you. Mary Barra, thank you. And Steve Scher, thank you very much. We appreciate your time today, everybody.
Good to be with you.
Well, coming up, a semi-snafu, Intel
AMD.
its multi-billion-dollar
Let's do it.
acquisition of Tower Semiconductor after failing.
My thoughts on AMD is watch the spying
The key
cues.
details when Power Lunch
Right,
returns.
watch the spying cues. Semis did have a pretty good, day the past couple days. Oh man. Hold on 1 second, buddy. Shit. August 17th. Because I'm not spending a bunch of money on it. I'll just buy a few at a cheap price and I don't know. It's kind of more or less. It's not like it's for fun, but it's to like see if I'm reading things right. Because I did want to take the position up here at this line. But you have two tight areas here. You have this here, and you have from here to here, to here, here to here. It's like you're walking it up every 50 cents. There's like there's not any like real momentum. Is what I'm saying. Come on. There's the breakdown. Shit. I'm going to AMD, buddy. Hold on. The high and low. So the day's low on these contracts are 18 cents with a high of 58 cents. So I'm going to keep these on watch. Shit, man, that sucks. They're already at 30 some dollars and they were 20 something. Fuck. Alright, AMD. You're at resistance, it looks like. You're trying to bounce it up. You gotta hold VWAP. If you break right here under VWAP, that's it, man. Game over.
Intel hitting a snag in its plans to enter a faster growing part of the semiconductor industry, the foundry business, after scrapping a deal with Israeli chipmaker Tower Semiconductors. Christina Partsinevelis has the details in today's Tech Check. What happened?
Well, let's just say Intel had to wait 18 long months, patiently. And now it's mutually, and I'm using mutually in quotations because that's what they said, they agreed
There it
with
is, it
Israeli
broke
foundry
it.
Tower Semiconductor to terminate its plans
Let's
to acquire
see,
Tower.
actually.
But this failed deal is really about China's regulators refusing to play ball amid rising tensions with the United States. Intel derives over a quarter of its revenues from China. In other words, it has a strong presence in the country, employing over 12,000 people. Regulators have the right to review any mergers of companies like Intel that earn a certain amount
That's
of
a
revenue
shame,
in China,
guys.
much like we have here in the United
Sorry,
States.
I was getting...
And that's why you're seeing Tower Semi shares tanking down almost 11%, Intel down 2.5%. Not as bad as a reaction.
Those
But overall,
contracts
China,
at 20
as
some,
we talked
they
about,
were at like
is
20
not
some
happy with
cents,
the
or at
American-led set
just
of
under
international
40 cents
sanctions
now.
on the sale of advanced computer chips. This failed acquisition
Yeah,
is
I
just a
don't.
way
The
for
SPY's
China
not going to
fight
hold.
back, just like
It
did
just
by
rejected
blocking
that
the sale of
area.
Micron chips to certain Chinese
It just
infrastructure
told us
providers
that it's
last month.
not, and I was going. It
Today's
might. I don't know.
deal
Like we're
sets
back
a
in this area.
precedent
We're
for
done.
any other American firm that derives revenue from China and wants to get involved with any type of M&A activity.
It sucks because I can't pay this now. These contracts are 15 cents more expensive. Like $15 a contract. I buy 10 contracts.
Of the market share
You know what I mean?
foundry revenues. You're seeing on your screen there.
I'm paying an extra 150 bucks.
Taiwan Semi on the right side for context takes up 58%. Samsung.
And then I got to worry about it popping back up here, turning it back into resistance. So
would not move the deal massively, according to analysts on the street, but would have given Intel some more expertise in running a foundry, and as well lagging nodes, which is just really chips used in, let's say, the auto sector, for example. And so now Intel is caught in the crosshairs between the United States and China, and really just has a $353 million breakup.
damn it, I'm fucking getting tired again.
Well, it's because of regulators. Yeah, Chinese regulators. They kept
Yeah, AMD. Let's see here. Where is AMD on the daily?
Later, they decided both
So, oh nice, you have a bounce off the 100-day moving average.
There's no point in waiting and
I
putting
like
all this
that
money in
call
there,
to go along as
Intel's
well.
Approval from the Chinese who are not on a good foot with the U.S. right now.
So if Intel doesn't get this business and they still need to figure out how to get into the foundry business, what else are they going to do?
Intel is already getting into the foundry business. They have this whole model that they're calling the Intel Foundry System IFS.
Okay.
And they have signed on
There's the bounce.
clients like
So
MediaTek,
you're right. You do have a bounce off the
a
100-day.
few others. And so that is where
And
Intel wants to move forward.
you know, you
2
would
weeks
look to
ago, I
see if you
interviewed,
can bring
Pat
this thing
Gelsinger,
back
CEO,
up
and he
to,
talked
if the
about
100-day
how
holds,
Intel can capitalize on this
111.20s,
push to spend on AI
right?
by
111.20s, and then we'll look for,
are going to be needed.
like
So
you
they may
say,
not be
112,
designing it and
113.
they're not going to be like the likes of NVIDIA, but they will contract them out much like TSMC does. And so that's what Intel wants to do. They are putting a lot of effort into this business.
Yeah, exactly.
The goal of 5
Yeah,
new
no,
chips
you're
in the next
exactly
4
right,
years,
man.
which is a
You're
lofty
exactly
goal.
right.
It seems like they're on the path, but we know Intel
I'm
has
glad
failed
you're
in the
starting to
past, so
see
there's a lot
that,
of skeptics
right?
out
You
there,
catch support,
that
support.
may be a little bit more
Look for the
reluctant
top side of the range. You already know what it is, my dude. I can already tell you're getting better. That's what's up.
That's what Mizuho
Right?
said. Who owns Intel?
Yeah. Christina, thank you. Good to be with you. All right, still ahead. Checking the charts, we asked our technician to give us the lowdown on some key movers. We'll get some technical support when Power Lunch returns.
All right, let's see here. There's support. She's just taking her good old time. Might be waiting for 3 o'clock. It's going to probably run these premiums down to the ground or juice them up. I don't know. But I'm going to wait and see if I can get a better price on those puts that I was looking at for tomorrow. Oh, I still got so much shit to do today, guys. I cannot get tired. It's probably all this caffeine I drink. Probably crashing. Got to get up and do some push-ups. I could see if I smoked weed or did something to be like, you know, I think it's think it's that. I think it's the sugar and that Red Bull. I had a Red Bull about an hour or two ago. Those things knocked me on my ass. Like, they put me to sleep. I want a good night's sleep. Give me a Red Bull and wait about a half hour. If I'm not up moving and doing stuff, I'll sit there. If I start reading, you know, Red Bulls, I will crash hard. Shit'll knock me out. I'm serious. But I don't know. So we'll have a pretty good live stream tonight because I want to go over that, like, sensing the double top that was to come in on Tesla. The break above that 9 EMA, right, where people look to go short, and once it didn't break down, you actually had a bunch of buy orders come in, and those people, you know, sold, right? And that's when you had that low volume push right back up. It was a nice morning, man. That was a really cool morning of price action. It really was. 100% trade. You know, a little under, a little over. You know, on those final take profits. The final take profits, they were at least 100%, depending on where you took it. You know, that's why I like to sell into strength or sell into weakness, or buy into strength and sell into weakness, because if it pulls back, it's going to eat that premium. Just sell as it's dipping. There it goes. There goes the SPY. Hopefully. What are they? See, they're 40 cents. Those contracts are nearly a few cents away from being 100%. I can't buy them. I need a bounce back in the SPY, or we get a gap down. We're going to sell off into the close and get a gap down tomorrow without me. Because it doesn't make sense for me to buy another dollar out of the money because it's not going to pay. Like, that was the sweet spot where I wanted it. All right, and just that move is 100%. This is why it's important to learn which options are going to pay you.
And here to chart
You
some
know?
of those names is Piper Sandler's chief market technician Craig Johnson.
Like, just
Let us
oh
begin
shit,
with
I'm gonna
Nvidia,
fuck my
that's
watch
now
up.
slightly lower, Craig, today, but
Right
still
here,
up 7% this week. A bit of a
from there to
pullback.
there,
Stock has tripled
there to
so far
there,
this year.
right?
You
42 cents now, pretty much. There you go.
Tyler, it is the biggest winner
That's
of the year.
just under,
The
if not
S&P 500.
100%.
Look at this particular chart. We've had this great big topside breakout that you can see here on the chart.
There, they just
And
keep
right
ticking
now, this
higher.
sort of little
43.
pullback in here just looks like to me to be sort of a bull flag pulling
Damn
back
it.
just a little bit. We've got earnings coming out next week. We still think there's upside. This is the leading play for AI at this point in time, and we still think that any sort of pullbacks in here should ultimately be bought.
Does it trouble you that it broke below its 50-day moving average? If I'm reading the purple number correct,
Yeah,
it matches my tie, doesn't it?
Hey, I had the
It
same
is good.
instinctive
It is
feeling
good.
on this.
What I do notice here is that
Bang.
we broke below the 50-day moving average just briefly right here, but since then we have come back and we have recaptured that. We've got earnings next week. Our fundamental analyst, Tyler, is really constructive on the chart. He's got more than I think he's got about a $500 target on it, so there's still more upside to go, we think, in this. And again, semiconductors, they're leadership in the market.
It was a market darling a couple years ago, then it wasn't last year. Now it is a market darling again, and hard to bet against it. Let's talk about Abercrombie and Fitch, another recent winner, up 80% in 3 months. How should
Wow.
we trade this?
They
ahead
just
of
closed the
earnings next
stores.
Yeah, ahead of earnings next week. The first
they
thing
closed
as
the
a technician
Abercrombie
is
and
I'm gonna
Fitch
be
stores
looking for
around
this
me.
sort of downtrend reversal right through here. We've done that. We're also trading back above the 50-day moving average, the 200-day moving average, and we think we're setting ourselves up ultimately to go back and retest these old highs back up here at these levels. So from our perspective, Tyler, still more upside to go. We don't follow this one fundamentally, but I got to tell you, as I go through and I look at the consumer cyclical and discretionary space, I'm starting to see more stocks starting to improve. It's not just the home builders. It's a lot of these kind of names.
Damn
that are
it,
starting
that's
to show
brutal,
signs of
man.
improvement.
Yeah.
I think that's a
45.
good sign for back-to-school activity.
Yeah.
Shit.
And Courtney follows this one heavily.
It's all good, man. It is what it is.
Next week, I know that. On the other hand, we've got Moderna down.
Oh, I was looking at
14 of
Moderna
the last
today.
17 sessions, hitting $95 a share earlier today. First time since Thanksgiving of 2020. Let's take a look at Moderna.
I mean, the chart here is, from our perspective, broken. You can see that you're still making a series of lower lows, lower highs. We're back below this declining downtrend. We're broken below the moving averages, Tyler. In a market that is only a single digits off of its all-time highs, this is not a stock that a portfolio manager can own at this point in time. I know our analyst, Ted Tentoff, is very bullish on it. He's got a $200 and some price target. But when I look at the charts, it's a pass for me at this point in time until I see a trend change.
I'm going to throw a curveball at you. We were talking last night on Fast Money about a couple of stocks, Microsoft and Apple, and the technicals on those two. You have any thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, when I look at a chart of Microsoft and Apple, I think what is happening is that both of those names, they've been among the Magnificent Seven that we've talked about here on the shows for months and months now. They look like they're just sort of getting trimmed. A lot of the portfolio managers out there have a problem where they can only own certain percentages of like their top 10 names. And Microsoft and also Apple are such large percentages of these indexes that they're going to have to be trimmed.
Forced, actually. Now there's Microsoft, and you see it.
Correct.
There. Let's see, and there's Apple today, year to date, up 36%. You can't complain about that. But pulling back, as you see there, after the cell phone sales.
This just looks like a temporary setback. But what I think is going to happen with these large cap stocks is they're probably going to consolidate, have a time correction in here for a while. And I think as that happens among those Magnificent Seven companies, you're going to start to see that money come out of these large cap names, come down cap, and it'll be very good and very healthy to broaden out the overall market. So mid, small cap, I think we'll have a very strong second half.
I'm really troubled by the fact that they're keeping us apart, so I'm going to come over and hug it out with you, man.
I
It's
appreciate
good to
that.
be with you.
It's great to
Thank,
see you
thank
again.
you for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got some guns there, man. That's
Well,
good.
we tried to get into the gym and work out in a while.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
All right, thanks a lot. Court.
Thank you.
Hi, guys. I'm over here, too. Anyway, we only have a few minutes left, but lots of stories we still want to get to. And someone who's been a longtime friend of Power Lunch, everyone's talking about him today. Oz Perlman will join us for closing time when Power Lunch returns.
Oh, I feel, bro. I just want to be able to get back into these puts because they're up 100%, and I can't get them here.
Get started today.
We only have about 4 minutes left.
Yeah,
in the show
it
and a
is.
bunch
It
more
is trying to
stories you
hold
need
it.
to know. So let's get right to it. Apple is reportedly beginning production
Yeah,
of
I'm watching it.
in India as it seeks to diversify its supply chain away from China. The move comes as relations between the U.S. and Beijing grow more and more tense.
Lots of companies obviously doing this. Apple still very, very prominent in China.
I'm going to walk outside. I'll be right back.
The Chinese, but it makes perfect sense that they would diversify.
Decoupling seems to be maybe a bit of a problem for more of these companies.
All right, another change coming to X.
I'm frustrated that I think the spy's about to give up. And I had my opportunity. I'm about to buy puts or something. What was the song?
There are a lot of X-Pros.
I'm about to
here's
buy
the sticking point
puts.
for X-Pro
I
users.
forget.
It will no longer be
I'm glad
free.
it's out of my head,
It
though.
will only be available to
That's for
Twitter
sure.
Blue
The 80s
subscribers,
crackhead
which is
ass
now
song.
called X Premium.
Fucking white people, man. White people put some of the goofiest shit out I've ever seen.
Are you confused yet?
And the blue check mark thing really confuses me.
I'm just
It's like,
playing.
oh, it's
I
a blue
love my
check
white.
mark,
I
and
love
then
my
I click
white
on it, and the
people.
person has like 64 followers, and then I'm like, are they? I'm very.
I love all the
confused about
people.
Okay, so bring out the world's smallest violin. Around 3.5 million people around the globe lost the title of millionaire last year. 1.7 million here in the U.S., meaning for the first time since 2008, the rich didn't get richer.
Yeah, it was. I guess it was a lot of stock market wealth declined yesterday. It was the first. Last year. Yesterday.
I was like, whoa.
Well, yesterday? No, last year, and that probably was what was.
That did it. But we'll see what the Fed does and if we can bring it back.
All right, let's check on our stock draft standing, shall we?
All right, let me turn this on. I'm going to go walk outside and
lead, thanks to her
be
top pick. We talked about it a
right
minute ago. Nvidia up more than 40% since draft days. The New York Jets linebacker C.J. Mosley, however, is down slightly with his picks of Procter & Gamble and Goldman Sachs, but Mosley may have gotten some draft advice from a former contestant. Last night's episode of HBO's Hard Knocks was really fun. It was great. With the New York Jets featured mentalist Oz Perlman. He's stunned Aaron Rodgers, C.J. Mosley, and the team with some mind-blowing tricks. So we wanted to check in with our old friend Oz Perlman. Joins us now. How did that come about, Oz? That was a fantastic segment that they had with you.
Thanks,
Fantastic.
Tyler. Thanks so much, Tyler. Got to show some love to ESPN, Adam Schefter, who all helped make it happen. We've been doing this for a couple seasons now, and there is a lot more to come. The Jets was the tip of the iceberg. So I'm teasing the fact we got a lot more teams coming up.
And there was, this was part of just sort of mental training. It was also, it wasn't just you doing your mentalist thing. It had a point for the team.
Absolutely. Team building, morale building, team cohesion. I mean, they're in training camp, and you want those shared experiences that are going to really unite this team to hopefully have a winning season. And that's what I was there. I get inside people's heads, so I'm showing them how to get inside their own heads.
That was one of the scenes. One of the scenes was you turned a deck of cards that Aaron Rodgers was holding. There he was holding the cards. You turned it into a goldfish. I don't know how you did that. You asked one of the other players, I'm not sure which one was, to think of looked at a card and think of an animal. The animal was a goldfish. I mean, it was just bloody amazing. I'm telling you.
Well, thank you. I got to come back and blow your minds one of these days. Again, I've already been in your head before, Tyler. It's Courtney's turn.
I know. Now I'm nervous. I'm sorry, Oz. I said Oz. I know it's
stunning.
Oz. You know, it's been a day.
Blame my parents. It's a tough name.
It is stunning. Well, Oz, continued good luck to you. How are you doing on all those marathons you run and all that stuff?
I'm still running. I'm still running a lot. I ran 20 miles this morning. Thanks for remembering. I'm at it.
Oh, my God.
Those 20-milers are tough, man. I dreaded that.
I know. You're a marathoner. Oh, it's great to see you. Congratulations on a real tour de force last night on HBO and Hard Knocks. Thanks for watching Power Lunch, everybody.
Closing bell starts right now.
Courtney, thanks so much. Welcome to Closing Bell, everybody. I'm Scott Wapner, live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. We got some big interviews just ahead to tell you about Schwab's Liz Ann Saunders. She's joining me momentarily on whether this correction is about to get bigger. And in just a little bit, former Fed Vice Chair Richard Clarida on what he thinks the Fed will do in the months ahead, just after the minutes released about an hour ago. In the meantime, this make or break hour begins with unsettled stocks. Your scorecard right there. With 60 minutes to go in regulation, the major average is not trading all that great today as rising interest rates remain front and center. The yield on the 10-year note sitting at the highest levels now since last October. There's the 10-year, 426. As a result, the Dow not able to get much going today. And save for the S&P being dragged by communication services, tech and discretionary names. Obviously, that's hurting the NASDAQ too, as names like Apple and Microsoft remain, we'll call it a bit edgy. It takes us to our talk of the tape, the state of this market and where it might be heading from here. Let's ask Liz Ann Saunders. She is Schwab's Chief Investment Strategist. Welcome back. It's good to see you.
Hi, Scott. You too.
So we felt a little unsettled, I think, is fair to say, over the last couple of weeks. Yeah. Where do you think we're going from here?
You know, you had a distribution day yesterday, some weakening in breadth, but you're not yet seeing the kind of defensive leadership that you might see when you're getting toward the end of a consolidation period. It doesn't feel like, absent a catalyst, that this is going to unwind in spectacular fashion, but it feels like there's probably a bit more consolidation to go. What I wouldn't mind seeing is a continued profit taking, maybe up the cap spectrum into those prior high flyers, while you start to see improving breadth in other areas of the market. Not quite seeing that yet, but that would be one of the things I'm looking for to show a sign that maybe we're getting through this pullback, correction, consolidation period, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, so you think the NASDAQ, it sounds to me like you're talking about the mega caps, that you think they need to come in a little bit more?
Well, you know, when we started June, not only were they dominating performance, but only 15% of the S&P's constituents at that time were outperforming the overall index for the prior 60 days. And at least based on the data we have, that was a record low. And that was telling you that there was some risk of convergence. And we did start to see some improving breadth under the surface while you started to see a bit of a pullback in those names. I think probably a little bit more needs to be done there, and it would be healthy from the standpoint of sentiment that had gotten pretty frothy prior to this recent pullback period. And I think that
you want to listen to her. Sorry, guys. You guys want to listen to Liz. She a bad bee. She a bad one. Seriously.
5.8%. We're like, wow, rates are already elevated. So you've got a two-pronged problem. You've got the prospect that rates would stay elevated if the economic news continues to be strong, and then of course
There we
what that
go.
means for the Fed.
So listen, guys. Watch the 10-year. If we think that the 10-year can pull back tonight, I want to look to get a long. I'm not trying to front run a gap down or anything, but I would like to put a small position on. If I
88% chance of
Let's listen to her. I'm sorry.
That was reinforced by the Fed minutes that came out. I think where the disconnect still lies is the basis for what is still about 5 rate cuts coming in 2024, and that may happen, but probably not without some deterioration in the labor market or more broadly in the economy. The one thing I'd point out about GDP now is it's a nowcast. It's not a forecast. It just takes the data that has come in.
The selling
so
is
far,
real
and
today,
of
just
course
so we're
only
all
halfway
aware.
through the
It's
quarter,
definitely
which helps to
there a
explain
little
why the
bit.
blue
It's
chip
more than buying, that's
consensus
for
of
sure. Look
economists
at this.
for the third quarter is actually still sub 2%.
It's iffy.
So I've heard it billed as the nowcast billed as a forecast, and that's not what it is. It's a nowcast. It's the
But I
data
would like
that
to
we have
remain
right now, what
short
that says about growth.
Sure, but at
on the
least you
weaker
extrapolate
names
the fact that growth is
and
still
long,
pretty good.
the longer names.
It is still pretty good, which again goes to the disconnect with what's the basis for 5 rate cuts next year. Yes, if disinflation continues and the Fed's in pause mode, that means real rates go up and become restrictive. But absent further cracks in the labor market or the economy,
I wish I could get this to
that may
stay
be
up.
what the Fed needs in order to really squash concerns about inflation volatility. So I think that still doesn't seem to square. Yes, we pushed rate cuts out of 2023 into 2024, but it still seems pretty aggressive. And to your original question around,
Just look at that
is
level
good
2 on
news,
the
bad news, it may be
S&Ps.
for not near-term Fed policy, but what it means for next year's expectations around rate cuts.
They're
How
listening
many
to
forget
Liz.
cuts? I mean, how many hikes do you have in
I
your
assure you.
mind as you sort of model out where you think the market's going to go?
I think they could be done. It's just a question of this sort of higher. The for longer part, I think, probably has to get pushed out further into 2024. I think unless we get some really hot inflation number between now and the September meeting, I think the market's probably right in assuming the Fed is in pause mode right now. It's just a question of the span of time. And by the way, if you look back at history, there's been a wide range of spans between the final hike and the first cut, but they're fairly correlated to the unemployment rate. And historically, when the unemployment rate has been on the very low end of the spectrum, the time span between final hike and first cut is much wider, vice versa when the unemployment rate is high. So I think that has to come into the mix when we start to look at what the next step beyond a pause is for the Fed.
Well, if I look at, let's take your Fed pause, right? Let's take the economy still good, and let's suggest that, earnings are solid enough. Are those 3 items enough to keep the market from having a major upset?
Well, I think you need some definitive positive outlook on earnings. Yes, the consensus into fourth quarter is for a lift, but I'm not sure how valid those out quarters are. I think analysts are being much more near term in making adjustments to estimates. They don't have the kind of precision.
There we go,
around
guys.
guidance
Those
that
puts
existed
are now
pre-pandemic.
100%.
So I wouldn't put a lot of validity
For
in
tomorrow,
fourth quarter, but given
August
that
17th,
all of the rallies
438
since last
puts
October
are at
came via multiple
100%.
expansion with no benefit
I couldn't
accruing
take
from
them
the
once they
denominator
already
in the
ran.
PE equation.
Fuck.
I think
They're
there
over
needs to be
100%. They're
confidence in
$50
those
now.
out earnings estimates to
So
kind of justify
121%.
valuations, especially given the blowout on the upside in yields.
That's a
which
shame,
when
man.
that first
I really
started to
wanted
happen
those.
last year was what put pressure down on the higher multiple segments of the market. And I think that's
Damn
in
it.
play right now with regard to some of the prior high flyers and the consolidation, is that's where valuations were richest, and you've now got the yield blowout on the upside. And I think we need to sort of justify valuations at this point in the rally.
I guess the issue is, though, if you do have a bigger pullback in those high flyers, as you coined them, whether you can get other areas of the market to pick
That
up
was
the
a nice
slack to keep
rejection
the
on
market from having
AMD
any
off of
sort
this
greater
resistance
upset.
level. Look at
At
that.
the same time, when you're thinking about,
Right?
you know, China is sluggish,
Resistance,
if not weakening,
support, you
and
break
there's
it,
still gonna be an
resistance,
overhang of
resistance,
questions
double
about
top
what the
there
real trajectory
on
of our economy
AMD.
is.
Yeah, so again,
Right
I
there
think
off
the
of that level.
5.8 from
I think.
GDP now is not reflective
All right,
of
it looks
what's
like the
actually
volume
happening
has
in
eased
the
on the
economy. I think
15
the blue
minute.
chip consensus probably has
Because
it
that's
a
what
bit
I'm
more
looking at
right.
right
You're
now.
seeing a rolling back over in some of the housing data, the HMI. You're seeing it on the
MACD
goods
is trying to
side.
curl
You're
up.
seeing, you know,
Trying, but if it, what happened? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, not with Liz. Come on. Shit. Not with her. I want to hear what she has to say.
it does call into question the green light that the market views the Fed as having to start cutting rates in early in 2024.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I ask almost everybody who's been cautious on the market, what's the signal you look for at this point to turn you more bullish? What is it for you?
The earnings trajectory, greater confidence that the inflection point that we're likely to see is in front of us. That would probably need to see a stabilization and a move back up in PMIs, particularly on the manufacturing side of things. That ties directly into earnings. Also, some stabilization in yields, because the move up in Treasury yields tends to put some downward pressure on earnings, and then a loosening in lending conditions, because that also has a high correlation to the earnings trajectory. So related to that sort of lifeblood of the market on the earnings side, those would be the things I'm looking for.
Yeah, I mean, even the Fed is still talking about sort of the unknown effects on credit tightening from what they've already done. And if they don't know, no one knows, I suspect. Let's add Liz Young into the conversation, too, of SoFi. Liz, good to have you here with Liz Ann.
Good to be here.
There's my other girl. We got them both today.
What's your own view?
Liz Ann Saunders and Liz Young.
Well, Scott, I think I've
both
been saying
Liz's.
this all year.
That's
I've
awesome.
been pretty cautious as the year has rolled on, despite the rally. And when you look at a lot of the data and some of the market action that is now showing its face, I think that this is probably a pullback that was expected even by bulls. We got pretty extended as far as valuations go. That rally was very fierce, and it got to a point that didn't make sense congruently with where we were in the hiking cycle and really where we were with some of the inflation readings. As inflation comes down, revenues come down. So we're seeing earnings now still weak, third quarter in a row of negative earnings growth. There hasn't been a whole lot that has proved that rally to be sustainable. So I think this pullback is healthy. I don't think it's over. I don't think we're quite at a point where it's rational yet. And I would agree with Liz Ann. We still have to give back some of that big cap
Look at that
rally.
damn extension, man.
That was pretty
oh my
imbalanced
gosh,
for the
246.
last few
They're
months,
over
and I think we'll see that
200%
continue
now.
through August and maybe into
Oh
September.
God, that
What happens
hurts.
if other parts of the market
Fuck.
pull back in tandem with some of
I
those
knew
mega cap
it.
stocks?
I knew it.
Do you expect that to happen? Because that portends a larger issue.
Well, guys,
the
there
thing
you
that
go.
I'm watching to see if I would expect that to happen.
There
is
you
the
go.
yield curve.
Damn
along
it.
The inversion that's been going
Those
on.
438s are now officially
and just the nature of that resteepening.
250,
because the 10-year
working
has risen.
on
The 2-year hasn't budged much. It's
300%.
gone up a little bit.
What
but
the
10-year
fuck?
has risen more, which a lot of people would say that's a bullish
That's the
signal on the
438s for
economy, and it
tomorrow. They were
probably
20
has
cents when
happened
we called them
because
out
of
up
things
here.
like
They're
the
now
Atlanta
almost
GDP
80
tracker.
cents.
But it's a bearish signal for stocks, and it does suggest that inflation could be harder to manage. And I also think that inflation will be harder to manage for the next
500
few months,
bucks
if not through the end
to
of the year,
1,200
because
bucks
now
wouldn't have
we've
been
got
bad,
all
right?
of those base effects of peak inflation
Not a bad day.
off of the roll.
Add
So
on
now
the
all
other
the comps are going to get
Tesla
tougher,
trade.
and it stopped coming down at the fast clip that it was. So I am
Fuck,
concerned
man.
that as the yield curve re-steepens, stocks will see some pain.
You know, Liz Ann, I've got Rich Clarida
Well,
coming up.
we'll just
former
ride
vice
it
chair,
down
and I'm
now.
gonna
That
ask him this
sucks
question
so
as
bad,
well, but
man.
I'd like your
Fuck.
opinion on it,
Excuse
too,
my
because
language.
you've been tweeting on it. The prices paid part of the manufacturing empire manufacturing index today just shows you know, how sticky certain parts of inflation are. And I would gather that the Fed's worst scenario ever is this economy remains too hot for them at a time where inflation remains sticky, if not going back up.
So I think what's really happening here is not that inflation is going to stay high in perpetuity. I think what we're transitioning into is an environment not anything like the Great Moderation era from the late 90s up until the pandemic, where you had just perpetual disinflation. I think we're going back to an environment that's a bit more like the 60s and 70s, but not high inflation staying there, but more inflation volatility. I think, we've sort of lost the powerful drivers of this disinflation in that great moderation period of cheap and abundant access to goods, energy, and labor. Basically, all those ships have sailed. And I think this era we're in now is more inflation volatility. I think the global economy is more subject to supply shocks, not just demand shocks. We've got the reshoring and the regionalization happening. And I think it's probably going to be a trickier environment for the Fed, just because of the bouncing around.
Would you tell this dumbass inflation is not now? Come on, Joe. Stop with that stupid crap.
Kind of prime
People aren't
because
stupid.
We were going up against the 9 handle on CPI. Those are really starting to fade, and we may have to deal with some of this bouncing around in inflation.
Yeah, Liz Young, I mean, let me just note too, stocks are at the lows of the day. So this, corrective phase that we're in, whatever it's going to be characterized as by the time it's finished, and who knows when that's going to be, Dow's down 155. I asked Liz Ann the same question I'll ask you, that this idea that good news now is apparently bad news for the stock market. Doesn't want to hear that the economy is too good.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that, but I think we're still hanging on every word of the Federal Reserve. And once we get to a point where
guys, I can't believe that. I can't believe it. Thank you guys for the likes. It's greatly appreciated, guys. That one hurt, man. Getting short at this previous pivot high, like we said. Let me turn this down a little bit so you guys can hear me. Right here at this white dotted line, what did we say? We wanted to watch
that's been going on. I think a question that you
Monday's
this
pivot high right here.
If margins were
right?
able to
Worst case, right here. From here to there, right there.
Optimistic. I'm not
That's
sure
your previous
that they're going
pivot
to be able
highs.
to be maintained. They've fallen pretty
Let's go to
precipitously
it.
since last
Right.
year, and that was
We
a big
dotted that
buffer, and
line
was a
for
big
a reason.
point in the bulls column of margins are so broad, margins
That
are
was
so
yesterday's
big that we can
close.
withstand a lot of this
We
pain.
came right up to
We're
it,
getting
and
to
this
the
is
point
what
where
you
we're not gonna
got.
be
And
able
those
to withstand it
438s are at
much longer. And I
76,
think this
77
sort of hanging
cents.
on the Fed
It
and
just
everything
pulled
that
back.
the Fed does is not really
Right,
healthy
20
for
cents,
market
2,
action.
4,
Well, I mean,
6,
it's just the way of the
or
world, and
4,
we're going to do it.
6,
It's not like we're going to stop, right? Jackson Hole's
almost
next
8,
week.
almost
Powell's going to
300%.
speak, and whether
About
it's 8 minutes like
280
last year,
some,
longer, or even less, who
275%.
knows? We're going to hang on his every word, because especially with elevated rates going into
They
Jackson
hit 80
Hole,
cents.
those
You're
comments take
almost
even
at
perhaps
300%,
greater meaning.
guys.
Liz Ann, I'll go to you in the
It's a
last couple
shame, but
moments
thank
that
you
we
guys
have.
so
So
much
we've
for the
talked
likes.
about
We greatly
technology,
appreciate
your
it.
expectations that maybe needs to come in a little more. Other than that, what other sector is on your mind?
So
most?
AMD, you finally got this base here.
We're still much more factor focused.
Here's
than
my
we are
plan.
sector focused. I
I'll
think
turn
this
this
is not the
down.
environment where you want to make monolithic sector calls. I think you want to stay up in quality in terms of factors and look for.
What I want to do is watch the 10-year. There's a reason why we're breaking down.
Nominal revenues, by the way.
Let's find that
there is
reason.
no
I'm
more
going to show you
nominal
what it
revenue
is right
growth, and
now.
real revenues are in negative
So,
territory, which is.
I'm curious to know if AMD tomorrow, guys, if we get a gap down below this 100-day on AMD, I will be looking to short AMD. The volume isn't too crazy. Look, the volume's just picking up on the SPY too.
So I think you want to
That
look at the
sucks, man.
factors
That
buck
hurts.
that trend.
That really
companies
hurts.
Companies that have that pricing power.
I know it's really easy to say, well, why didn't you just take it? Well, they already ran like $15-some a contract, and then like between the commissions and everything else, it's like
I'm pretty sure you're more of a
I just
sector-based than
I just can't. I can wait, I guess, and watch it continue to tick down. There it is, and retest the previous lows.
Well, it's not a sector
and yesterday's
that I would
close where we
necessarily
tried
be
to find
optimistic
support,
about, but the sector that I'm keeping an eye on is
and
financials.
we
and
just
the banks
made
have
it
not
happen
traded
right there.
well in this correction.
So
they
that-
hadn't really
that
picked
one
up too much
hurts.
steam
That one
before.
hurts.
So for them to not make it
So-
back above a 200-day moving average gives me some
Alright,
indication
AMD
that
though,
maybe
if
there
we
are
gap
market
down
participants
tomorrow,
out there
I want to look for the
anticipating some
bounce
kind of
back
credit
into the
crunch or
100-day
credit
moving
event.
average, okay?
But then if you look at, which I think
For
was a point
AMD.
earlier made in the segment,
If we gap down,
if you
you're
look at
still
things like
holding this
utilities and
range. It's an
staples,
area, this
those
whole
haven't really
area
caught a
there.
bid. So there hasn't
We'll see
been
what
this
we wake up to
rotation
tomorrow. Look,
into
and we
big
just
defensive
cracked
sectors, which tells me that investors are still in equities and they're not rotating out yet.
This is
So
why I
there's
was
some
looking at the
fear of an event, but
438s.
maybe
They're at
not
85
fear of an
cents
event
now.
that's going to take everything back
And
down.
20
So
cents.
I watch sectors more for what's the
I
sentiment,
knew puts were
where are
pretty
people
damn
putting money,
cheap,
and I think it's
and
telling a
this
pretty
it
clear
felt
story
like
right
now was the time to get them because
get over our skis either.
you know,
the fact of the matter is
they're going to
it's
be
late
expensive the
August.
more we go
The
down.
volume's light.
And I
I'm
think
looking at volume here at the New York Stock
the
Exchange.
volume
It's
is
not even
light.
close to what it typically is.
Right.
And you're already on the edge of what is a seasonably weak period for stocks.
Yep.
Being, September and October. Ladies, thank you so much. I appreciate the conversation very much. We'll see you soon. Liz Ann Saunders and Liz Young joining us. Let's get to our Twitter question of the day. We want to know, is this correction almost over? We're just getting started. You can head
Oh my
to CNBC
gosh.
closing bell.
You
on
know what
X,
they're going to
formerly
say,
known as
right?
Twitter to vote. We'll share the results
You
later
know
on
what they're going to
in the
say.
hour.
It's
In the
almost
meantime, let's
over.
get a check on some top
Or
stocks
it's
to
not,
watch
I
as
don't
we
know.
Head into the close. Christina Partsinevelos is joining us, of course, with that. Christina.
Let's start with JD.com. Revenues coming in above expectations, helped by its effort to
All
compete
right,
better
so
with
here's what I'm
rivals
going to
by
do, guys. So let's look at this. We're
aggressively
going to want to
lowering
keep a
prices, but
watch,
shares
an
are
eye
under
on the
pressure. You're seeing
10-year.
that down about 4%
All
amid
right, we're
broader
going to need to
concerns
watch
about
the
China's
10-year
economy.
tonight into
Shares
tomorrow.
of
See
JD
where it
we
is.
mentioned down 4%,
It's
down
320 right
16.5%
now,
on the month, and are headed for
319.
their worst
Look,
month since
this is
April.
why we're going down.
Elsewhere, H&R Block
just-
is having its best day in over a year after earnings handily
We're
topped
continue. This
estimates
10 years
alongside
continuing to
a record
rise. I'm not even worried about the
tax cut. China
2-year.
is also hiking its dividend.
I mean, I
10%
am, but
to
I'm not.
32 cents a share, and that's why shares are up almost
Because
10% right now.
it's
And
now
since I
we're
covered
more
chips, we gotta end
concerned
on
with
Nvidia, which
the
got a
10-year.
new street high this afternoon,
Right,
a new
the
street
2-year is
price
still
target
here,
high
but
from
now we're
Rosenblatt,
starting to get that
who went,
whole
get
yield
this,
curve,
from
the
$600
longer
to
duration
$800 a share.
starting
The
to
love
rise.
fest from all the
And
analysts.
that
That's
10-year
well
is
above the
going
average
to
target,
put
which sits at
pressure,
around
especially on
$528 a share,
technology.
according to FactSet.
All right,
Nvidia
technology is
right
the
now
ones that are
trading
going to
at
get hit.
$435 ahead of its earnings
I
report,
feel like
which is
it could
out
pull
next
back
Wednesday. We'll be
somewhat,
all over
though.
that. Scott?
This is a daily
You will.
chart. Yes, it
Christina,
is.
Thank you. We'll see you in just a bit. We're just getting started, as we said. Up next,
Man,
your
I
retail
would love to see
rundown.
this
What
thing just
Target's
pull
report
back,
this morning
even
could mean for
consolidate, but
Walmart's numbers tomorrow.
it's got a mean
And
push
a
to
little
it.
bit later, coming
Let's
up,
see if the
former Fed Vice Chair
20-year
Richard Clarity
has
gives
put
us
in a
his
new
first
high.
reaction
I would
to the
imagine
minutes.
it has.
His look ahead to what Jay Powell's
All
next
right.
move might be and how it
Just
could impact the money
about
in
20
the
years
market.
getting ready to put in a new
That's
high. Look
just
at that
ahead. We're
pennant
live
break.
from the New York
We
Stock
did this
Exchange, as
Sunday.
always, and you are
Broke
watching
out,
Closing
pulled
Bell
back,
on
bang.
CNBC.
It's awful. It's awful. Yeah, I know. I know. I'm gonna go back to it in just a minute, but I want to watch this 10-year and see where. So if I can line up where we think we're gonna have resistance to hopefully try and pull this thing back down, like to have some type of resistance. The 10-year is breaking out to new highs now. This is why the market's selling off like it is. Fuck, man. What's Coinbase doing? Because Coinbase is another one that's going to get hurt from it. Look at this. It's not stopping. It's on a runaway. It's like inflation. It's on a runaway. It's a ticking time bomb. It's on a something. I don't know what the word is that I'm even looking for. So, all right, here we go. Okay, there we are. The whatchamacallit's down here, Brody. All right. We have officially almost put in the highs on the 10-year, and it's still going, team. This is not good. This is it. This is it, guys. You're going to new highs right now. Holy shit. Man, if only I could get a bounce. See, it's going to be hard for me, man. Man, that's crazy. 300% on those fucking 438s for tomorrow. Oh, gosh. That hurt. All right, so AMD just made that area resistance. And what is it down? It's down 3.5%. So that's a no trade for me. I just don't know if we're going to get a bounce back in those yields. You know, I the way it's running and gunning, I can't say that we could get a bounce back in yields because of the simple fact that it could just keep going. I felt it. I haven't never felt this way even before the other bear market, but I felt like it's coming. You know, the time, the season, I guess, and I kind of had this coming. So what was I going to write down? I should have written it down. Oh, man. All right, let me see. Give me 1 second. I got to use the restroom.
Well, Target shares are moving higher today, and that despite lackluster quarterly results. The earnings beat. Same-store sales were bad, and the guide wasn't great either. Courtney Reagan is here with a look at what could be in store now for Walmart's results tomorrow. That's the big question, right? Are Target's problems, or are they retail's problems?
Yeah, that's a really good question, Scott. I mean, I think that we don't fully know the answer, but we know what we saw last quarter. And last quarter, Target had problems that did not seem to follow through, at least as big for Walmart. And some of that could be the assortment mix. Everyone is trying to point to that, which of course does make a lot of sense. Walmart has a lot of grocery. 56% of its sales or something close to there comes from grocery. It's a frequency business. It's repeat shopping traffic. And Walmart has said that not only is it getting more customers making those trips, but it's attracting higher income shoppers also for its grocery business. So analysts expect that will continue. They're expecting comparable store sales for Walmart to grow more than 4%. Compare that with Target, where we just saw comparable sales fall 5.4%. Actually, the first negative comparable sales result for Target.
I'm surprised Coinbase hasn't
and Target, of course, points out
dropped off further. It's actually still green, guys.
Categories,
Coinbase
like
is still green today.
Or electronics, and
I
that
would
has sort
take
of
note
been
of that,
Target's
right?
sweet
Take
spot
note of
for a
that.
number of years. Yeah, of course, Walmart sells all of that as well. But if it's weaker for them, it just doesn't take as big of a chunk out of their business as it would for Target because of the percentage of sales. So I don't think that Walmart is going to come out unscathed from things like lower discretionary spending in those categories. I'm sure that shrink is also a problem for Walmart, as it is for Target and across the retail industry right now. But I think that they have other levers that they can pull to sort of even things out when you're looking at the big picture total quarterly numbers for a retailer like Walmart.
Have we corrected the issues around inventories, whether it's for Target or, for that matter, Walmart or anybody else who spent the better part of last year talking about how bloated they were?
Yeah, I think for the most part, yes, inventories have been corrected. And what we learned from Target today is that their inventories were down 17%. And that is a really big number, but the context is super important because, as you point out, at this time last year, all these retailers had sort of gotten all this merchandise that they had ordered in the pandemic that got clogged up and stuck in the supply chain, all the stuff that we had kind of wanted and had really high demand for but couldn't get. Then it came in, and then we were over it as consumers, right? We didn't want any more kayaks or any more bikes. And so then a retailer like coming from food, that's going to be less of this inventory issue because obviously that's a quick turn, right? You don't hold on to apples for that long.
Yeah. And lastly and quickly, if you could, TJX, right? Stock's been up all day in a tough tape, and it's up near 4% now.
Yeah, it's a really impressive business. I think the analysts were looking for an increase of 3% in those comps, and they put up a 6%. That's pretty good. And talk about discretionary, right? Most of what they sell is apparel and home, and they figured it out. Their business model is very different. They have very little digital sales, so less in those kind of costs as well. So really interesting stock there, a company we don't spend too much time with because they don't share a whole lot with us beyond what we learn every quarter.
Yeah, well, maybe we should. Maybe they should.
Exactly.
Maybe they should. Court, thanks. That's Courtney Reagan joining us. Coming up, forecasting the Fed, former Vice Chair Rich Clarida joins me with his first take on today's Fed Minutes. More importantly, where he sees rates heading from here. That's after this break. Closing bell right back.
So listen, like I said, a put, you gotta just look. The 10 years are breaking out, so I mean, I don't have a problem with it. Just know that if these pullback, as long as this is continuing to go up, I wouldn't worry about it. It's past, it could pull back to here and hold support and go higher. It's breaking out, so I mean, you know, trust me, if I had one on right now, I would already be out. Because, you know, the 448s for tomorrow, we had a chance to get them at 20 cents. They went up to over 80 cents. So, you just got to think about time decay. But if this 10-year continues to rise, but I think the 10-year is going to pull back. I think overnight the 10-year pulls back.
Stocks in the red
I would
across
just,
the
if
board
you're
after
already
the
in them,
latest
I
Fed
wouldn't
minutes
get
show
puts
officials
here.
are
I
concerned
wouldn't.
about, quote,
Wait for the bounce back
significant
tomorrow.
upside
I
risks
can't
to
tell you.
inflation. FOMC also warning
I'm
more
coming,
rate hikes
Turkey.
could
I'm
be
coming.
necessary.
I
That's being
wouldn't.
former Vice
If you didn't
Chair-
get in already,
former
I
Fed Vice
wouldn't,
Chair Richard
personally.
Clarida. Mr. Clarida, welcome back. It's nice to see you.
Good to be here.
All right, so they're concerned about, you know, inflation remaining sticky, if not ticking back up, and possibly having to raise rates even more. What are your own expectations? How many more hikes do you think are in the cards?
Well, I do think the Powell Fed is data dependent right now, but I've also thought, and after reading the minutes today, continue to think that the risks are that we do get in one more hike this fall. You know, at the June meeting, the SEP dots indicated that most folks thought that a July hike and one more would be required, and I'm leaning in that direction now. You know, they could get data that are sufficiently positive for them that they could be done. But these minutes read like a committee that is worried not just about the baseline, but about the risk. And as your quote indicated, the risk are to the upside on inflation.
Wow. So, I mean, one more is I was wondering whether you were going to suggest that even more than one was potentially necessary. That's all you see? Because I feel like the market would take that as a big W.
Well, it could. I mean, right now, the pricing, as I look at my screen, is under a 40% chance of getting in that additional hike this year. So it's certainly not priced in. No, I agree. I think they're close to done. They've hiked a lot. They're in restrictive territory. I think that the debate does turn at some point to how long to keep rates in restrictive levels. But on your specific question, I do lean in the direction that there is one more hike in the pipeline this year.
I'm curious as to your reaction to, you know, the Atlanta Fed, their GDP now. Now, you know, it's not a forecast, it's now. 5.8% still got a lot of eyebrows going up, right? So
well,
if they're even close to correct,
yeah.
What is the implication, obviously, is that the economy is pretty darn strong. What's
sure.
that going to mean for your prediction and what the Fed might end up doing?
Yeah, I think right now, of course, Atlanta Fed's getting the attention, and they do good work there. I think other indicators that we look at do indicate that certainly the economy entered the third quarter with good momentum. The economy has surprised me. It's surprised on the upside this year. I think, Scott, they're probably more focused on the labor market because, you know, we do have near a 50-year low in unemployment. The statement itself today, the minutes itself emphasize that the wage gains, wage inflation is still running hot compared to the long-run inflation target. So I think probably more of the focus will be on the labor market, I would guess.
How would you assess as to whether, you know, the worst case, so to speak, scenario for the Fed is one in which wages remain elevated, prices paid, we just learned today, were up in August. At the same time, the economy remains stronger than they expected. Is that a worst case scenario for not only them, because it really puts them in a box, and for the markets?
Well, yeah.
All right, so here's my thoughts.
Our baseline view is that
you're going to need this 10-year to pull back. See if we get a gap up, like a small gap up. If not, open flat because of this 10-year run that we had today. This was a big run, guys.
It's not the most likely case.
It's just been screaming higher, and this is what's going to put a hurting on technology type names. So if for some reason something can happen to where we can pull this 10-year
Do you feel like we're done talking about the
So we
possibilities
gotta
of a recession?
listen.
Now
we
it's
gotta
the
work
debate
together
of
and
either
see
soft
what it
landing or
is,
no
man.
landing,
How
or
we can fix. Like,
do you
look,
feel like it's still
go over your
a risk
trades
that needs to be
and
taken seriously?
literally
Yes,
start getting the decision making
think that,
right
you
on
know,
the
recessions are
on
in
the
the eye
side.
of the
You
National
got to learn to
Bureau
let
of
them go. I
Economic
just watched the
Research,
300%er go.
historically, we've never
You know?
had a period when the unemployment rate has risen by more than half a point that has not been
So,
an MBER
you know, roughly
recession.
300%. They were 20 cents. They went to 85, 84, I think. You know, that's from high to low.
So,
But
at least if history is any guide, even a pretty softish landing could well be designated at least as a technical recession. So no, I don't think we should.
I want to watch the 10-year, see if it pulls back just a bit, and then maybe we can get up
I
here.
guess this week
So
we-
I'll
you
wait
know,
to
that-
short
that
the
leads me
gap
to,
ups.
obviously, to the idea of when the Fed's going
But,
to first cut rates.
Yeah.
With projections by
You
some
know,
firms here
it's
on
not like
Wall
the
Street
Fed.
that
I
it'll
have
come
to
in the
go back
second
and
quarter
read
of
through it.
2024.
Right, I got to go
Now,
back and read
do you
through it
think
and see
inflation
exactly
needs
what
to
was
be
in the
back
notes
at
to send these
target
rates higher. They just
before the
they just
first
planned
cut
on going higher from the
or
jump.
not?
No,
I don't know.
I take the Fed.
So that's where
its
our
word,
issue is
and,
right now,
and we
is
had
the 10-year.
Interesting comments from
10s and
New York
20s,
Fed
the
President
mid
Williams,
to end
not
of the
so long
yield
ago.
curve is really
And this is a point
going to
others
start
have
putting
made
a
on the committee, including Chris Waller.
how do I say this?
which
I
is
always
that
say the
if
word
committee does
after I
succeed
do
in
the
getting
stream and I'm off
inflation into the
camera.
twos next year, then it could,
You
and I
know,
think would
a
start to
heavier
consider
weighting
rate cuts.
on
Simply
those
because if
on
you
the
keep
markets.
rates at current
You know,
levels as inflation falls,
So-
that means real interest rates adjusted for inflation are going up, which is actually tightening financial conditions. And so I do think we can get easing or at least a reduction in rates from current levels next year if inflation does demonstrably fall into the twos.
So into the twos, not 2%. Right?
Exactly.
There's a significant difference between getting all the way back to target versus at least confident or some degree of confidence that we're well on our way.
Yeah, and I think to me that is a likely scenario, is that inflation's in the twos and the Fed is adjusting rates next year, not all the way back to the long-run destination, but easing rates in the context of inflation.
I think that's going to be it for me tonight.
And that's within striking distance of the long-run 2%.
I want to get this stuff moved over.
The election obviously factoring
Have the
into
live
next
stream
year.
tonight.
I'm
I'll
curious
post
as
it
to
up
what
in
you
about.
think and how that
I
will
should have it posted in
factor
about
if
15,
at
20
all,
minutes or so.
In the way that
So hit the
policy moves
notification.
forward, how it could influence it in any
Thank
way.
you guys for liking. If you haven't, you're just joining us. Consider hitting the like button. We had some really good trades today. Really good day in chat. A lot of informative information here to help save you guys some money.
The calendar is set
Right?
up and their guidance is set up.
As far as the S&Ps and the overall markets, you got to just, as soon as this 10 and 20 year continue to like stop ripping and running like they are, then we can think about, you know, buying the dip. But until now, you got to be short pullbacks. Wait for the market to open. Don't get any FOMO. If they could pull back tonight, then maybe we open up tomorrow right around this, like on the Qs 364 area. Same thing for the S&Ps 441-ish. Right, and we look to bring this thing back down here to 338, and we got a couple of levels down here that we'll get into. It's a shame. You know, we just had. I was slow on it, man. It sucks, but this is why I'm excited to move this stream back over there so I can start doing my orders and stuff back on the computer and stuff. So won't have to worry about missing it. It'll just be a click of the mouse, bada bing, bada boom, all set up, ready to go, boom, boom, boom. It's not going to take me forever to get in and out of positions. All right, so thank you guys for joining us. If you haven't done so already, hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't subscribed yet. Thank you guys for being here. The 10-year, if the 10-year is able to pull back, maybe we get a small type of gap up, or we don't. The gap, and they just continue to just climb higher, and we come in with a gap down. Then you would look for the bounce back on that gap down. I don't know why this continues to do this. It's frustrating me. But anyway, you guys have a great night. I'm going to post the stream in about 10-15 minutes as soon as I'm done making it. And it'll be up. So we will see you guys then. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. Or today. I'm sorry.
Well-deserved vacation, so I will not be in Jackson Hole.
All right, I appreciate it.
All right, guys. Have a great night. I'll see you guys in a couple in just a couple